What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where we are in the world. Hasan, I'm Hasan Piker. This is Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Wednesday. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Wednesday, April 9th, 2025, and today's a very special day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a beautiful, spectacular day because it's a day of liberation. Trump has liberated us from the PANICANS by becoming a PANICAN himself. That's right. It's hump day, baby, and we are humping the global economy still, but humping it a little bit less. Woo! Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Liberation Day once again. And I'm live, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is the art of the deal. That's right, the art of the deal, the art of the steal. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi Piker, in between the time period where I pressed the start streaming button and pressed the stop streaming button. So help me God, I will explain it away. Ladies and gentlemen, last night I ended the broadcast after what, like 7 hours, 8 hours, I don't know, some light, some light. I was tired. Ended the broadcast. What did I do? I immediately started reading. I did not actually stop working. I just stopped streaming. What was I reading? Of course, I was trying to make sense of what was going on with these treasury yields, these bonds, all of these complicated financial machinery that was taking place, considering that the foreign markets were dumping some of the American dollars that they had actually purchased in the past. And what does that mean? What is going on? Why are they doing this? Is Donald Trump correct? Talking to some people who are knowledgeable but maybe not on the same wavelength as myself, you know, some economists who I have healthy disagreements with. And that's what I was doing. I don't believe you. Okay. In any case, how come you read and study after stream unlike your haters? Yeah, I just read and study so I can be a better hater. All right, so all of that obviously is still in a tumultuous, all of that was put for a spin because I had an attitude about what was going on. Some of my stances changed a little bit. We'll talk about that obviously. But you know, interesting things are happening in the world. Interesting things are happening in the world as global trade is put on a tailspin once again. EU escalates retaliatory counter tariffs alongside China. Donald Trump packs on to the Chinese tariffs. We're going to get to all of that and more. Okay, but we will get into all of that in a second. But that's basically what I did, and I realized that maybe Giannis Varoufakis is right. I mean, he's right. We still think it's a stupid concept. He believes it's a stupid thing that Donald Trump is doing. I believe it's a stupid thing that Donald Trump is doing. But I will get into all of that. But also, can you give my little sister her T-shirt back? Oh, you don't like this sexy ass shirt that I got in Mexico? Yeah, I'm going to try to see if I can get Giannis on the broadcast, but I will have someone else on the broadcast today. His name is Nathan Tankus. You guys might know him. He is Paul Krugman's favorite analyst. Nathan Tankus famously once posted a tweet that I have used in perpetuity. The essence of being a leftist is being dismissed as unserious for being correct too quickly. Obviously, I'm gonna have him come and explain some of these concepts. He is brilliant. He's a very smart guy. He's a very, very smart dude. He's literally, I mean, his brilliance, although he's a leftist, his brilliance has been admired by the likes of Paul Krugman. So I think that's pretty solid. You got a pretty solid track record at that point. If you got a Nobel laureate who I don't agree with in their worldview, but if you got guys like that agreeing with your analysis, then you must be doing something right. Yes, Nathan also has a really great words on Israel as well. He's a very smart dude. In any case, Hassan's crop tops are a gift from Allah. Yeah. So, where was I? Yeah, there's a lot to talk about. Tariffs on pause. Donald Trump pulled back this morning. All the tariffs were coming undone. I, on the other hand, was packing my shit up. That's right. Packing my freaking shit up. And by that, I mean getting brolic as a monster. Okay? Donald Trump also last night said, be cool. It's a stick up. Be cool. Always a sign of confidence. Here's a photo of me and Zoran. Here is some fun words from the Chinese social media. But this right here, ladies and gentlemen, is me, your boy, hitting 230 pounds for 8 and a clean 7. On the 8th one, maybe it's a little bit too rough. Look at that. Go the distance every time. Look at that. God damn, my titties are out of control, dude. Look. Woo! Woo! Woo! On the last one, my ass flew off the bench, which is not good. But honestly, we'll take those. We'll take those. We'll take those. We'll take those. 230 for 8. It's pretty good. Pretty big deal for me. Okay, let me tell you. Obviously, it's nowhere near my lifetime PR, but it doesn't matter. I'm getting back to it, so I'm actually kind of happy about it. Like, remember, a year ago, I could not do any flat bench press on the barbell because it would fuck my shoulders up. And now my shoulder stability is out of control. It's too stable. People are saying it might be the most stable shoulders in the United States of America. Okay. Your trainer's body is insane. Yeah, of course. I mean, he is a trainer, but it was fantastic. I'm very excited about that. And that is actually after I expended a lot of energy doing big squats. Not the biggest squats, but 308 for a clean 6 on my top set. Like, not the best, I will admit. I should be putting up significantly higher weight on my squats, and I should be putting up significantly higher weights on my bench press as well. But this is coming after I did the squats as well. So I'm pretty happy with it. It's always a good day when I get to outlift my trainers, even though they're obviously like almost 100 pounds lighter than me, but it's still. So yeah, that's my. Thanks for setting up features today. Does the team help you book that stuff, or is it all done personally? You don't want to know the answer. The answer is I do it myself. Yes, I do it myself. Do you use minoxidil with finesse ride? Yes. Only 308. You got to bump those numbers up, cutie. You should be able to do way more. Okay, shut the fuck up. I know. Like, hey, you don't have a 6'4" frame, okay? I'm trying to overcome my genetics, and you're over here talking shit. 308 for 6 is a great set. You're stronger than the majority of people at the gym. I know, but that's not. I'm adjusting my strength to where I should be. And as someone who's my size, I'm thinking about my relative strength to my weight, and my relative strength to my weight is obviously not great. But anyway, do you have a PT, or are you making your workout plan solo? No, I have a personal trainer, yes. I have 2 friends who are also my personal trainers. You saw one of them spotting me in that last one. So, 6'5" guy, I feel your pain. 8 big necks got us out here suffering. Yeah. Dudes would be like 5'6", and we'll be like, I don't understand. Like, why can't you lift a lot more? It's like, yeah, dude, because my build is not. With the exception of monstrous people like Tom Haviland, like, my build is not conducive for this, you know? Do you pay them? Yes, I do. I do pay them. But in any case, that's it. That's neither here nor there. That's all we got for today. For my own personal news, we're so much to discuss, obviously. So I'm I'm gonna get right into it. So let's blast off and let's do it. Let's do it. Where was I? What was I gonna say? Wait, can smaller people lift more? Relative to their body weight. It's just copium, I think. It's just copium. All right. Trump hits the PANICAN button and reverses tariffs for some. Is Tim Pool dick riding Israel? We'll talk about that as well, obviously. That's a fucking fantastic story that everyone is like ripping into Tim. Old Timmy boy, old Timmy two-time, okay? Old Timmy two-time. He found a new country that he can dick ride. Maybe for some financial gain, you know what I mean? Old Timmy cuck. Trump is getting cucked. Timmy's getting cucked. Everyone's getting cucked out here. What's happening to the America First movement, man? Parkland Grendo, stop donating money. I can't see the thing that you're sending me. Just write it in the chat. There's no reason for you to pay to write a tiny thing on the corner of the stream. I can't see it, and it goes by too fast. Okay. Market madness continues. On later to explain away what's happening. Israel's PR is in the pooper. Why is Tim Pool dick riding Israel? Get in now. When are we getting gaming on the stream again? Schedule 1 looks awesome. I don't know. Israel first immigration policy? Wait, what? Israel first immigration policy? Oh, I saw that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For anti. All right, there's a lot going on. Chat, I spent all my money buying the dip on gaming stocks. Yeah, good luck. Bros, politics locked 7 days a week again. Shaking my head. Okay, listen to me, all right? There's a lot going on in the world, and if I don't talk about this shit, then the market is going to be flooded by doo-doo head motherfuckers who don't know what the hell they're talking about. Is that what you want? You want people who are oblivious to reality? You want people who are just not knowledgeable to be talking about this shit because they're talking about it? You need someone to make sense of the senseless. I'm out here for you. I don't want to talk about politics all day, every day. I don't. I mean, I love politics, but like, I get politicked out. I get politicked out all the goddamn time. Okay, you need to understand something. I wanna go back to a more balanced schedule. I want to go and do fun stuff. I want to go and play video games with friends. You know what I mean? I want to do all that, but there's just like too much happening. All right. Anyway, breaking news. Donald Trump has announced a 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs, increasing the tariffs on China to 125%. In the escalating trade war. We're going to get right into it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're blasting off, by the way. Here it is. Here's the blast off meme. Here's the blast off tweet. Get into it. Pump it. Pump it. Pump these stocks like you're pumping the stonks after Donald Trump gave a moment of clarity and a moment of breathing room to the global markets for a second. Politicked off? Yeah, I am. You call it politics, I call it politricks. Dale! Dale! ICE director envisions Amazon like mass deportation system in Prime, but with human beings. Ugh, gross. Paula Dick down? Yeah, that's right. I want/need to hear it, but yelling gives me a headache. YouTube recommended me Kai Puppy videos, and it was a great way to start the day. Yeah, I mean, it's a great way for me to start the day as well, by hanging out with my lovely little lady and playing with her. And that's the reason why I can stay a little bit more sane. Oh, okay. Lower the volume. Yeah, exactly. Chatter. Lower your goddamn volume. Okay. Lower the goddamn volume. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Have you seen the U.S. Treasury bond yield going straight up? The CCP starting an offloading process. Inflation going to skyrocket if this continues. Yes, we're going to talk about all that boring shit. That's actually quite important, because last night I changed some of my attitude. Last night I changed some of my attitude, and Donald Trump backing away from the tariff strategy that he posted also only reconfirmed the suspicion that I had. There is a method to this madness. A couple days ago I showed you Trump's chief advisor, one of the most consequential, one of the most influential people in the administration, and his 5-point bullet plan that he had posted. Okay, if you recall. And I said to you back then, this is the real thing. This is what they're trying to do. Don't listen to any of the other noise. What was his name? I'm forgetting now. I keep forgetting his name, but he's not, it's not Bessent, it's not Lutnick, it's not Navarro. There is another guy, okay? Your side, Stephen Moran. That is the name of the dude. Thank you, chatter. Stephen Moran. Stephen Moran. That is who we are talking about. Okay, hold on. Stephen Moran came out with a 5-point plan. Okay. Now, that's I told you this. The CEA chairman Stephen Moran had a 5-point plan, and he gave his remarks at the Hasan Institute. I think he wrote a paper a couple years prior to this. A couple years prior to this. So you've come around to the Giannis view. Yes, to a certain degree. Okay. Giannis Varoufakis, out of all of the analysts out there, of all of the economists out there, was probably one of the only ones that identified that there was a secondary purpose for the deficit war that Donald Trump wanted to engage in, and he was right. What he was right about was obviously devaluing U.S. currency. A lot of people did not recognize that that was what Donald Trump wanted to do. He was one of the only people out there that said Donald Trump wants to devalue U.S. currency. The reason why Donald Trump wants to devalue U.S. currency is because when U.S. currency is too high as in comparison to other currencies, then you are going to have an import economy. You're not going to have an export economy. You're going to have a fat trade deficit. And slowly but surely, over year, you're just not going to manufacture stuff here anymore. Because even if you were manufacturing goods that other countries would want, it's far too costly for them to purchase those goods, because the reality of the matter is the dollar is way more powerful. The dollar is way more powerful than any other currency. Part of the way that countries do this is by, you know, purchasing dollars. Okay. That is one of the ways that they engage in, I guess some might call it currency manipulation, but I don't think it is. But some of the other ways in which you do this is also by making your manufacturing, specifically your labor, as devalued as possible, as cheap as possible, so you become a exporter, or you maintain your manufacturing capabilities. Germany has done this through the euro. And every other country has basically done a version of this. And that's what Donald Trump claims is cheating. Now, a lot of these concepts, I'm going to be switching and using some terminology fast and loose. A lot of these concepts that Donald Trump is claiming is happening, where he says is cheating, is not cheating. It's a system that we designed. We're the United States of America. This is literally what we designed. We wanted these other countries to actually serve us, and in many circumstances basically rely on slave labor to be able to get cheap, accessible commodities, okay? Cheap, affordable commodities. We designed it this way. We built the entire global financial system this way, and we accelerated it after, you know, removing the gold standard. This was, there were multiple market shocks in the process, but this is our thing. This is our thing. This is our grand design. And now Donald Trump is saying, I don't like this grand design. It's been cooking America's manufacturing capabilities. Now, of course, he doesn't care about the labor aspect of it. That's just a way to promote it to the working class, to be like, no, we're going to bring manufacturing jobs back here. It's going to be great. That is just the seasoning. The real thing that Donald Trump cares about, on the other hand, is manufacturing. Because manufacturing does not exist in the United States of America, and that we are over-reliant on China and also secondary markets that China has created, Donald Trump sees this, as well as Barack Obama did, as well as Joe Biden did, as well as every other American government leadership did, every other American administration did, as a massive national security concern. That's what the problem is. That's what they want to do. The trade surplus or the trade deficit issue is simply America's not manufacturing shit because American currency is too expensive, and also simultaneously this is a major threat because if China were to fucking one day, we want to go to war with China, one day they just shut off the faucet of manufacturing, we're cooked. We're left out with our, you know, with our dicks out pissing against the wind. So that's precisely the reason why America cares about moving manufacturing back to the United States. It's a matter of national security. It has nothing to do with fucking labor. It has nothing to do with good paying jobs. It has nothing to do with anything. Okay? And a part of that process means you have to get other countries by force to devalue the US dollar against their currency. You have to make their currency purchasing power higher. Okay? That is part of what Yanis Varoufakis was claiming, because you can't do that. If you don't do that, you can't get any manufacturing. You can't fix your trade fucking deficit because these countries don't have money to purchase American-made products. So, on that aspect, there is a method to the madness, okay? Hudson Bay Capital paper written by, in November 2024, by the way, this is the method, this is the madness. Stephen Moran wrote about it in November 2024, a user's guide to restructuring the global trading system. This is the blueprint. Do not listen to Peter Navarro. Do not listen to fucking Howard Lutnick. Do not listen to Scott Bessent. Do not listen to any of these other guys. Don't listen to Donald Trump. This is the guy. This is the blueprint. This is the method. And they're following it to a T, okay? And don't listen to Ron Vera either. Ron Vera. Okay, maybe you can listen to Ron Vera. That's kind of funny. And I mentioned this before. I told you all about, like, you know, this being the 5-point plan. And it seems like last night's efforts, last night's initiative starting off with Chinese market moves that took place is moving the United States in that direction, which means there's going to be massive instability and America is going to become a poorer nation overall. America's purchasing power is going to lower overall in the interim. So I think Donald Trump is burning the candle from both ends and cooking the United States of America. And I will tell you exactly why. While the initiative and the 5-point plan that they've designed is insane, selfish, it's also short-sighted and will lead to economic turmoil. Okay? I don't think that Donald Trump is going to be able to get his desires across, and instead is going to fuck this up. Don't listen to them, but they're using what you're saying to listen to. Wait, what? No, I'm saying that if you listen to Howard Lutnick or Scott Bessent or Donald Trump, you are going to be confused, because the real thing that they are, the real guiding principle behind what they are trying to do, the actual moves that they're making right now, are written by this guy, Stephen Moran. Now, let's get started with the stock surge as Trump announces 90-day pause on some tariffs, and then I will get back to what I'm talking about as well, okay?
This is an ABC.
Also, 125% tariff on China is irrelevant, okay? Because once you hit like 30% tariffs or 40% tariffs on China, it's over, okay? You've already severed ties with China in terms of trade. the difference between 85% tariffs on China and 125% tariffs on China is nothing. It is negligible. The reason why it's negligible is because you've already maxed out on the tariffs. You've already severed ties. Ain't nobody is going, I desperately need this thing from China. I'm gonna go and fucking get it. And now I'm gonna have to pay extra. Like, it's just not a thing, okay? It's functionally a trade embargo. You know, you might as well say we're gonna put 1,000,000% tariff on China. It's done. You are enforcing a trade embargo by way of tariffs.
C News Special Report.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. We're coming on the air because President Trump has announced a 90-day pause on tariffs against most nations while raising tariffs against China. The markets have jumped on the news right now. We're seeing the Dow up about 2,000 points. The president posted on social media saying, quote, based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world markets, I'm hereby raising the tariff charge to China by the United States of America to 125%, effective immediately. At some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize that the days of ripping off the USA and other countries is no longer sustainable or acceptable. The president went on to say that based on the fact that more than 75 countries have reached out to the U.S. to negotiate, he is putting a 90-day pause on most other tariffs. I want to bring in our ABC senior political correspondent Rachel Scott at the White House, where we just heard from the press secretary and the Treasury Secretary, on this. Rachel, how are they saying this is going to work now?
It's pussy time.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, as well as the press secretary Caroline Leavitt, are speaking to reporters right now here at the White House.
That's right. That's right. He folded. He folded. Some might say, excellent 5D chess move, Mr. President. He folded. Coward. He said, panican. I'm panican. I'm a panican alert. I'm a panicanian myself. I folded. I folded.
Trying to explain how the administration is going forward on this. So just the headline here, the president was asked about whether or not he was going to do a 90-day pause just days ago by our own Mary Bruce. He said at this time it was not something that he is considering. Now the president is going forward with that 90-day pause. For most of our trading partners, it will be at 10%. For everyone else but China. China, the tariffs are now rising to 125%. The White House is insisting that 75 countries have come to the table, have reached out to this administration and the White House to continue these negotiations. It is very notable that China really not a part of those discussions right now. You see this tit for tat between the United States and China as this trade war between us and one of our largest trading partners is now escalating. But the bottom line here, Diane, the president is pulling back on some of those retaliatory tariffs that he initially announced just days ago, Diane.
And I want to bring in Whit Johnson, who spent the morning on the New York Stock Exchange. Whit, this is at least partially the news that so many investors were hoping to hear.
This is exactly what people were asking for. The one thing that's sort of missing in all of this is the clarity.
Dude, I'm done. I'm done with the media. I'm done with Donald Trump. I'm done with the dumbass Americans. I think we deserve this destruction, okay? Because Donald Trump did the same thing he always does. He broke something. Everybody went, what are you doing? You are killing my children. And then he turned around and was like, I'm not fixing it. I'm not fixing it. And then when push came to shove, he was like, okay, I won't break it any further. I'll break it only a little bit. And now everyone's like, brilliant chess move, Mr. President. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, finally, a brief respite that everyone was demanding. Finally, the markets will breathe again. And it's like, dude, none of this had to happen. What the fuck are we talking about? This has literally been the exact same thing that Trump did his first administration. He did it in this first tenure. Term one, he did this exact same shit. Term two, he's doing the exact same thing. And he's done it over and over again in the past 3 months. Okay? It is so psychotic. I cannot comprehend how these people are so delusional, how they have deluded themselves. I make a stupid decision, something really bad happens. I convince my followers the problem is now magically solved. I reverse my decision. I make a stupid decision again. It's that. This is what's happening. Yeah, biggest one-day gain for NASDAQ since 10/13/2008. This is why I hate the stock market. It is fake. It's bullshit. It's not real. Money is not real. Don't tell me the stock market is real, okay? It is so fake. It's the most fake shit of all time. It is the most fake shit of all time, dude. Holy moly. That's why I kept stressing the importance that, like, your 401ks diminishing is consequential, certainly. But what is more important here is the potential for layoffs. It's an indicator of the economy getting worse because the stock market gains are privatized at the tippy top, but the losses are socialized. This is precisely the reason why when it's doing well, you're not necessarily doing great, okay? But when it's doing poorly, you will suffer. Yeah, this is the meme. I'm adding tariffs. This will create jobs. I'm removing tariffs. Art of the deal. I'm adding tariffs. This will create jobs. I'm removing tariffs. Art of the deal. I can't stand these people. I can't stand the stupidity of Trump supporters and Trump dick riders in the media that are constantly going, oh, the market's green again. It's just fucking stupid. Oh, we did it. Okay, yesterday you said the market was red, but it's inconsequential. Today it's green. Yesterday you said the tariffs are good. Today you're saying art of the deal, baby. Trump removed the tariffs. You have nothing. You're just responding to stimuli. You're like a fucking sea cucumber, dude. You have the processing power of a barely functional, barely living organism. You're like a vegetable. I don't know. I don't know how to have a conversation with fucking people like this. I don't know. It's so stupid. And by the way, the pain is not done. It's not over. The destabilization will continue. Also, this is a pause on the tariffs that were going in place today. There's like 10% on every country plus 125% on China. Like, companies are still getting fucked. Exactly. I'm gonna be talking about all of that in a second. I just think it's funny that the market rallies so easily to be like, oh, thank God he didn't fuck us over that hard. Oh my God. Oh, I thought he was gonna do it. It's like, okay. Oh, he's not doing it. Oh, thank God. Dummies.
And the specifics. Obviously, we have the 90-day pause. There's some time for investors to digest. But what's interesting with the 90-day is that's what basically people have been calling on the president to ask for. This morning, we heard from Bill Ackman, who's a billionaire, who's a longtime supporter of Donald Trump's, who came out publicly warning about the effects of these tariffs. He put out in a statement on X earlier in the day calling for specifically a 90-day pause. We also saw Jamie Dimon with JP Morgan, who had been talking about the increased likelihood of a recession. So we see all of these people who President Trump knows very well, who'd been calling for this pause. We saw the markets reacting, hanging on every...
Asman says he's brilliant and China needs to play ball. I'm going to Brian kill me. I'm going to Brian kill me. I can't. I'm sorry.
Every single word from the president, but this gives them time to figure out what's going to happen next. Now, one thing that we did see this morning, which I think for people from the outside looking in, it was a little bit confusing. Why did, after the tariffs were announced overnight, why did the markets kind of go up and down, up and down? And it seemed as if from some of the traders that I was talking to, they were suggesting that some of the concern had sort of been baked in the previous 4 days where we saw those massive declines. I mean, up to $6 trillion, in the S&P alone. And so they were waiting. And that's why you're seeing it going up and down. Every little piece of news, every little hint from the administration about a negotiation, maybe some...
You should debate Asman. I would love to do that. He's the one who would never do that, okay? I'm down to do it.
Optimism, people were jumping in or people were jumping out. But this was that thing that they had been waiting for. But one piece of caution here, based on what I'm being told, is that, look, it's not over yet. You still have this escalating trade war between the U.S. and China. That's going to have a massive ripple effect. And so what does that mean? We don't know, but still some at least temporary good news when it comes to investors.
And let's dig a little deeper into that ripple effect with our chief business correspondent, Rebecca Jarvis. Rebecca, A 90-day pause on most of these tariffs on the one hand, increased tariffs 125% on China. What does that mean for consumers?
Well, first of all, it's a stunning reversal. Just a week ago, the President Trump dubbed it Liberation Day and rolled out.
Bro, it's crazy. I sent an email to Fontes Media about their buy shot and asked why you were so low on the accuracy scale. They replied in depth. Do you have an email I can send the reply to? They asked for the reply if I wanted to submit better quotes. Yeah, send it to Hasan@night.co. Hasan@night.co. Stocky said, you should have the stock guy on your stream. He said you have no idea what you're talking about when discussing the stock market. Wait, what is he saying about the is he pro Trump? The fuck? Ain't no way. I don't think I am in disagreement with Stocky at all on this stuff. Him and his chat talk about you constantly. Wait, first of all, anyone, yeah, there's no way he likes Donald Trump. That's number one. Y'all are fucking delusional if you think that he likes Donald Trump. Number two, okay, in terms of anybody trying to make, anybody trying to come up with like what the reason is for why Trump is doing this kind of thing, it has nothing to do with market fundamentals. It has nothing to do with understanding micro or macroeconomics. It has nothing to do with finance whatsoever. Because Donald Trump and his admin are not moving in that way, demonstrably so. Look at the fucking impact that it's had on the stock market. The reading the tea leaves is happening for every single person. And I would go so far as to say that I have a better assessment on what the fuck the Trump administration has been trying to do than most of the analysts that you've seen, because I cover a broad swath of different opinions here on this broadcast. So there's no no one has the perfect answers, myself included. But in terms of like making sense of the senseless here with respect to what Donald Trump and his administration has done, I think that I have a pretty solid assessment. I think it's just simply a easy way to say like, oh, no one else knows what the fuck's going on here. Neither Asman nor Hasan know what the fuck they're talking about. And I'm the one who knows everything. I don't know. It's just a way to like, I think, present yourself as the most knowledgeable. And no, I mean, he is certainly more knowledgeable on the stock market than I am. I'm not knowledgeable at all on the stock market. I don't even have a fucking credit card. Okay, let's be real. I think that chatter just simply wants to do drama stuff. Yeah, but anybody that tells you exactly what's happening, and anybody that can tell you like that, and I don't even think that Stocky would say that regardless right now, especially because of the obvious instability and its impact, the impact that it's had on the stock market. Anybody that tells you they know what the fuck's gonna happen next is lying to you, okay? Why don't you have a credit card? I'm a madman.
All of these so-called reciprocal tariffs, and now there's a 90-day pause on the majority of them, except for on China. First of all, those sources I'm talking to on Wall Street have anticipated that a lot of this has been with the idea of isolating China. And you even heard from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who's speaking right now.
I don't have bad credit. I own a house, chat.
Early countries who have come and spoken to the United States, the likes of Vietnam, South Korea, India, Japan, countries that might have aligned themselves with China are going to be included in this 90-day pause. That said, China is still a very, very important trading partner with the United States. They export about $440 billion worth of goods. here to the United States. A number of small businesses and big businesses rely on China, and it appears that things are continuing to escalate there with part of this directive, including that increased tariff on Chinese goods that are coming here to the United States. So when it comes to those items like clothes, shoes, toys, electronics, some furniture that are coming here from China, when we've been talking about these possible price increases if the tariffs are to stay in effect, that is still on the table. Those price increases are still on the table, and anything that's coming from China, whether it's already left.
By the way, Donald Trump did, I think, clear market manipulation. That's the other side of this as well, because he, one, opened up the tariff faucet, literally tanked the entire global stock, the entirety of global trade and the New York Stock Exchange. And then right before he unveiled that he was going to put a fucking pause on the tariffs, that is the reason why there was so much market volatility and the lack of consumer confidence led to people selling their shit, he said, bye. Like, bye, bye, bye. It's time to buy. One of the most insane things I have ever seen. Goldman Sachs rescinds recession call after Trump tariff pause. It is, I mean, dude, the graft is in broad daylight. It's out in the open. Money is fake, and these guys are just making fun of you, I think. They're doing shitcoin stuff, dude. Do you know how crazy this sequence is? Yeah, look at this. Great time to buy DJT on Donald Trump's Truth Social at 9:37 a.m. Couple hours later, based on the lack of respect that China has shown to the world's markets, I am hereby raising the tariff charged to China by the United States of America to 125%, effective immediately. Okay? But that's not the point. At some point, hopefully in the near future, China will realize the days of ripping off the USA and other countries is no longer sustainable or acceptable. Conversely, and based on the fact that more than 75 countries have called representatives of the United States, including the Departments of Commerce, Treasury, and the USTR, to negotiate a solution to the subjects being discussed relative to trade barriers, tariffs, currency manipulation, and non-monetary tariffs, and that these countries have not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape, or form against the United States, I have authorized a 90-day pause and a substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%, also effective immediately. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Boom! Stock market goes crazy. People are doing victory laps. They're like, ah, I've never nutted this hard. Thank you, Mr. President. You gave us the brief respite we needed. Money is so fucking fake. I love fake money. That's basically what happened. Ah! I love how fake the money is. Make it more fake. Masterful gambit, sir. None of this makes any fucking sense. It does. It's just like, it makes sense if you just look at it as we have outward in broad daylight graft and seemingly no interest in putting an end to it. Okay, we are at the mercy of a psychotic madman who has no interest in making changes happen in the least painful way possible. It's very clear. It is very clear that nobody cares about anything, and things are only going to get worse. In a year's time, Republic's going to talk about how April 9th, 2025 was one of the greatest days in the stock market history because of Trump. Yes. Yeah, already Goldman Sachs has rescinded the recession call after Trump trade tariff pause. Okay? So countries that we're going to get 105 tariff like Turkey, they don't have tariff. Wait, no. Countries are still getting tariff. There is still going to be an extra entry fee. There's still going to be inflation. It's just not going to be potentially hyperinflation. Okay? That's it. That's the only thing that we are, I guess, avoiding, at least for the time being. There are still many issues, however. Truna says, great news. Resuming plans to close numerous manufacturing facilities in the Midwest and move all production to Vietnam and India. Me too. I am no longer working with union-made domestic manufacturing. Now that Donald Trump, the glorious president, revoked the tariffs, I'm going back to Vietnam, baby. I'm going to Vietnam. Okay? So, I don't think the recession, I don't know if the recession is called off or not. We'll talk about that in a second. But considering that the Chinese tariffs are still in place and he has increased them, which is negligible. It's inconsequential at this point because once he already maxed out on the tariffs, doesn't matter if he's doing 125%. You know what I mean? The difference between 104% and 125% is nothing. It's just there's no trade happening at that point. It is functionally a trade embargo that you have placed upon China. Now, of course, the interesting part about it is that China doesn't just directly manufacture things at this point. They also manufacture in Vietnam, in other countries. So, you know, it doesn't really, you know, there's still ways in which America will still get Chinese manufacturing. It'll just be at a higher cost from a secondary market. So we got that, but also here's CoffeeZilla once again, slowly but surely losing his mind. Trump front ran his own announcement to pause tariffs by saying it's a great time to buy 3 hours before huge news for stocks hit. This is levels of insanity we've never seen before. I think it's really funny that slowly but surely, CoffeeZilla, over years of covering pure corruption within the cryptocurrency circles, and recognizing that the exact same style of corruption, both for the cryptocurrency circles and for the regular stock market, is happening under the Trump administration. He's becoming like a radicalized Marxist-Leninist vanguardist, I think, by the end of this process. Every day that goes by, I see another tweet from him going, what the fuck is happening? How is this allowed? Amazing. Great time to buy. I'm gonna do something freaky with the tariffs. If you believed his buy message and bought 100K of Nvidia calls, you would have made 1.3 million. Yeah. Does this feel as Nixonian madman theory to you as it does to me? Really starting to feel like Trump team thinks this is the strategic direction. Maybe, probably. Listen, we got more on this. I have so much to talk about, and these are some of the, this is barely the part that is this is negligible stuff. We got so much more to talk. Possible scenario: one stupid tweet spreads baseless rumor of 90-day tariff pause, causing number to go up. Wall Street learns tweet was fake news, so number go down. Trump, seeing a 90-day pause, made number go up, claims credit for idea, and announces a 90-day pause. This was, of course, 2 days ago by Tyler Austin Harper, and he was right. That is precisely what happened. Did Trump do this tariff pause on pause for his rich buddies to buy the dip? No. I will tell you what I mean by this, okay? I will tell you what I mean by this. Is there insider trading that he's doing? I guess it's not even insider trading at this point. It's outsider trading. weirdly enough, it's insider trading, but also being done on the outside. There's no shadowy backroom deal at this point. I'm sure that also happens, but like it's very obvious that he's just like, yeah, no, we're doing this thing. Having said that, as I've told you before, this, like what just took place in terms of you know, rich people probably buying the dip, right, and making out a lot, gangbusters style in this process, like a nice little pump and dump. Okay, that is just what will happen regardless. Okay, that's not the actual intention. That's not the actual intention of Trump's madness here. But there is a method to the madness regardless, and I will describe it to you in a moment. Okay, I will get to that in a second. Let's finish this piece, and then I'll talk about what Donald Trump is trying to do and why it will still fail. Let's continue.
Ship in the water, they will still face at U.S. Customs those higher tariffs. And as we reported over and over again, generally speaking, what companies do is they pay that higher tariff. U.S. companies pay that higher tariff at the border as the goods come here and then pass it off to consumers.
All right, Rachel, Rebecca Witt, thank you. And we will continue to watch closely. The market's now up a little more than 2,000 on the Dow, and we will continue to monitor action at the White House on this as well. Our coverage continues on ABC News Live and abcnews.com. And David Muir will be back tonight with the entire team of...
Oh yeah, here comes the press secretary and the...
There's something really funny. Are the tariffs over? For the time being, the universal tariffs are over. They're done, okay? Will they come back? Nobody knows. Most likely it will, because Trump is fucking crazy. But as far as the Chinese tariffs, they are still very much in play. They are not over, okay? It is far from over. It is far from over. Okay. They're not done. They're reduced to 10%. Exactly. So there will still be an increase in prices. There will still be an increase in prices. There will still be market volatility. The only reason why the markets are reacting to this in a positive way is because Donald Trump went in and said he was going to kill everyone, and then turned around with a gun, with a loaded gun, started shooting people, and then stopped at like shooting 3 people and said, okay, everyone else is free. Yeah, before Donald Trump came into the room, you had a sense of safety. After he came into the room with a loaded gun and started killing people, you were like in a moment of panic. You were like, oh my God, he's gonna kill everyone. He's insane. And now that he stopped killing, now that he stopped the killing at like 3 people, okay, and is threatening with the loaded gun to kill the rest of the Chinese people in the room, I guess, everyone's like, oh, thank God. Okay, we're free. At least we're free. Holy fuck. So now they feel much better. They feel much better overall than they did maybe while Donald Trump was killing people. But they don't necessarily feel better overall than when they did before Donald Trump entered the room with a loaded gun. Anyway, here's Donaldo in front of the White House with NASCAR racing champions. Just having a fun time, dude. Just having a fun go at it. Fuck it, why not?
Thank you very much, everybody. We have a very special day for a lot of reasons, actually, if you think about it.
Now, one of the funniest parts about all of this, of course, is that the Republicans that spent every fucking moment trying to tell you how good universal tariffs are in application are now turning back and saying, brilliant move, sir. Thank you for taking away these awful tariffs. You are the king. Okay? Every single one of these guys that kept repeating over and over again that like these tariffs are the best thing that has ever happened to American trade, American manufacturing, are now turning around and stating that actually, thank God, Donald Trump removed those fucking tariffs. Here it is, okay? Let's look at this. Fox News tells the story of a small business owner who used to pay $26,000 in tariffs on goods imported from China, but now faces a $346,000 tariff due to Trump's 104% tariff on Chinese imports. Okay? Let's take a look at what this story looks like.
Exclusive story, and it talks about how with these 104% tariffs that went into effect.
This is still in effect, by the way. This is still going to cook a bunch of businesses.
You know, we think that
poor Sean Fain now has to change his stance again. No, you misunderstand what Sean Fain is saying in terms of trade protectionism. If you think that he is just simply responding to Donald Trump and trying to play and simply defending Donald Trump's decisions, that's not what's happening. The UAW's position on trade protectionism is built around wanting to maintain domestic manufacturing. Ironically enough, I think it's also still short-sighted. No, I don't think this chatter means Sean O'Brien. He means Sean Fain, who is the union leader of the UAW. Now, Sean Fain and the UAW's communication on these tariffs has been overall positive, cautious but optimistic. Okay? Cautious but optimistic. Part of the reason why it's cautious but optimistic is because they're not for free trade. It's understandable. It's understandable that they would be anti-free trade. It's understandable that they would be pro-trade protectionism. I've talked about this already. The issue that I have with the ways in which Donald Trump has applied these broad tariffs is, of course, the reason why he did that is because, or the ways in which he did this insane thing was damaging to the global economy and damaging to even domestic manufacturing as well. It was damaging to domestic manufacturing because there's still a shit ton of parts that come from outside of the United States of America when you're manufacturing and assembling a vehicle in the United States of America. So obviously companies would start signaling layoffs in the process if these tariffs were implemented, because you can't do trade protectionism if you don't have the manufacturing hub that was built ahead of time. Okay?
China is going to have to pay for it, but it tells a story of a special needs toy importer. And when the tariffs went into effect at midnight, his tariff, he's been paying a tariff because he gets stuff from China, $26,000 a year. His tariff bill went from $26,000 at midnight to $300 and...
Wait, I don't get it. I thought that China would pay for it. Why is Fox News telling me that China will pay for the tariffs yesterday and then telling me today that actually it's an American small business owner that will pay for it? What's really funny about this, dog, please stop spamming. What's your solution on Israel and Palestine? And what would you hope would happen? And how do you remove apartheid? Also explain Taiwan and China. Who do you support? Can you explain some economics and books that I should read and learn more? Why did you personally choose socialism? Chatter, I love that you're curious, okay? I love that you're curious, but holy fuck, please stop spamming. I'm not going to literally stop covering the most consequential issue right now, the most newsworthy issue right now, and just take a sidestep to just describe to you all of these fucking concepts, dude. Oh my God. That's crazy. Let's get back to Fox News.
$46,000. And that's money he's got to come, going to have to come out of his pocket. It sounds like he's going to have to go ahead and close down part of his business. He tried to make the toys in the United States, but the tariff on that his most popular item went from $0 to $17 at midnight. And what he told the New York Post is people don't understand the tariff situation. They think just foreign countries are paying for the tariffs. That's not true. Half of the tariffs are being paid for by U.S.-based companies. So when you look at the big numbers and they look good, just remember that according to this guy, half of the small businesses and half of the tariffs are being paid by Americans.
Well, wait. That's only because that's only if Chinese manufacturers reduce their prices on their end and take on some of that cost. Anyway, Trump is responding to questions. Let's take a look.
$1 trillion off trade with the United States. That's not right. And now I've reversed it. It's for a short period of time, but we made $2 billion. We're making now $2 billion a day. And somebody had to do it. Roger actually said it. Charles Schwab was here a little while ago, one of the great financial people, and he said he's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month.
Wait, hold on. This has subtitles.
Great financial people, and he said he's been waiting for 40 years for somebody to do what I did over the last month. And if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have a country. It wouldn't be sustainable. So I'm honored to have done it. And, you know, look, nothing's over yet, but we have a tremendous amount of spirit from other countries, including China. China wants to make a deal. They just don't know how quite to go about it. You know, it's one of those things they don't know how quite.
I promise they want to make a deal.
And
they
President
do.
Xi's a proud man. I know him very well, and they don't know quite how to go about it, but they'll figure it out in the process of figuring it out. But they want to make a deal. And we have many other countries, as you know, many more than 75, and they all want to come. And they want to come here, or they'll go to Commerce, or they'll go to Treasury. We have our great senators here and congressmen. They'll call John. They'll do somebody. They'll go through somebody, but they're all calling. How do we do this? They all want to make a deal. Somebody had to do what we did, and I did a 90-day pause for the people that didn't retaliate, because I told them if you retaliate, we're going to double it. And that's what I did with China.
You've never seen a fuck up like this, believe me.
We'll see how it all works out. I think it's going to work out amazing. I think that our country is going to be at the end of a year or shorter, but I think we're going to have something that nobody would have dreamt possible. A man like Roger Penske, I don't want to get him in trouble with China, so I won't, but he would know that you have to, someday you have to cut the bow and you have to do what you have to do, right, Roger? And that's what I did, and I'm very happy to have done it.
The Prime Minister of Greece just told Breitbart's Matt Boyle that he thinks absolutely the European Union and the United States could work out a trade deal that's win-win and, quote, mutually beneficial to both sides. What do you think about the Prime Minister's comments, and do you think a deal could be struck with the European Union?
First of all, I know him, he's a good man, and I appreciate his comments. Yeah, a deal could be made with every one of them. A deal's going to be made with China. A deal's going to be made with every one of them. And there'll be fair deals. I just want fair. They will be fair deals for everybody. But they weren't fair to the United States. They were sucking us dry, and you can't do that. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. We don't have a debt for fun. They have it for a reason. And people took advantage of our country, and they ripped us off for decades. I've been thinking about this for decades. If you ever saw me on television, I was young like these guys. And
Aldım,
old days, I'll tell you, Roger. But I was like these guys, young.
Peki, aldım. Diğerleri de gelecek birazdan.
Nothing changed, and nothing was done about it. Then I did it. In my first term, I did it, and did it well. We took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China and others, and I started the process, but then we had to fix up from the COVID mess caused by China. We had to fix up from that, and we did a good job of doing it. And when we handed back the reins after a rigged election, and when we handed back the reins, the stock market was higher than it was before COVID coming in. So, you know, we did a great job, but we didn't have time to do the big thing, which we're doing now. And it's it's like a patient is sick, you have to do surgery. A patient is very, very sick. And Joe Biden handed us over a country that was in very serious trouble, economically and in every other way. They let China run away with things. They let other countries run away with things. And maybe worst of all, in a certain way, is what they did at the border. We had people pouring into our country by the millions. Many of them were murderers and drug lords and thieves and people from prisons from all over the world. And there were people from mental institutions, insane asylums. They were taking their mentally insane and they were dumping them into our country. And I'll tell you, Tom Homan and Kristi Noem are doing a fantastic job in removing them. And now the courts, the Supreme Court just gave us numerous good rulings where we have to be able to get them out. You had other judges trying to take over the system. And think of it, they take over, they want these people coming back, Tren de Aragua from Venezuela, the Venezuela jails that cut off the fingers of a man in Colorado. They cut off his fingers because he called the police looking for help. They said, "Did you call the police?" He said, "Yes, I did." "Put your hand down," and they cut off the fingers. This is what they want to bring these people back now. And I want to thank the president of El Salvador for the job he's done, because that is, that's the way it has to be done. It's too bad. Yeah, please.
Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, they've been talking about tariffs for decades. How come when these Democrat elites want tariffs, everything's hunky-dory, but when President Trump wants tariffs, all hell breaks loose? Do you see this double standard?
I love this guy, whoever the hell that is. That's really nice. I appreciate that question. No, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, everybody knew you had to do it, but they never had the guts to do it. It does take guts. It even takes guts for our country to go through it. That's why I say be cool. They were saying about, you see, just be cool. It's going to work out. It's going to work out, and it's working out. I can tell you, working out.
Yeah, no, totally. Things are so good. Things are so fine.
It's going to take a little conditioning.
Teach him. Besides, you have too many energy socialists in here that don't understand the basics. Why answer every dumb question when you can teach thousands at once? Okay, take a week off.
Like it. And people investing in our country, they're going to do better than they've ever done before. We have more car manufacturers, Roger, coming into our country now. Speaking of cars, we've never seen anything like it. And they're coming in because of the election, but they're coming in because of the tariff.
Yeah, let me start talking about.
They don't want to pay 25 or 50 or whatever it may be. They don't want to pay that.
China and Taiwan's relationship right now in the midst of this conversation.
Mexico,
instead,
building a plant, they're all coming into the United States. Canada, they're coming in. From China, they're coming in from everywhere. And that's just cars. We have chip makers coming. We're the biggest chip maker in the world from Taiwan, coming in, spending $3 billion to build plants, and mostly a big plant. Is a hell of a plant.
I usually do that.
The kind of money that
I just can't do that here right now in this moment. It's crazy.
You know, you'd say million would be the right number. It's not $200 to $300 billion. Think of that, $300 billion. Yeah. If you look at Apple is going to spend $500 billion building a plant. They wouldn't be doing that if I didn't do this. They'd just keep building them in China. And that's unsustainable. It's not a pleasant thing to do, but I appreciate the question. And, you know, interestingly, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy, they've wanted to do this for years, but they never had a president that had the guts to do it, because it does take guts, believe me.
Look. A lot of what Trump is doing today, while it is insane and belligerent seemingly, and causes a lot of instability in the markets, what Trump is doing directionally is the same thing that previous administrations have been trying to do as well. But they don't have the same appetite for death and destruction that Donald Trump has, because Trump believes he can actually fucking tank it. All right? That's the major difference here. Trump believes, perhaps foolishly, that he can tank it. But the goal here is the same. Decoupling our largest trading partner and forcibly severing ties with China, and also rebuilding American manufacturing, not because you care about the industrial base, not because you care about the manufacturing jobs coming over here. That's why they openly say, I don't give a fuck, we're gonna build it cheap, we're gonna build it with robots. Okay, they say a bunch of fantastic things, right? The only reason why they care about building a manufacturing base in the United States of America is because building a manufacturing base in the United States of America is because of national security concerns. The American government does not care about improving labor. The American government does not care about fixing the problems of inequality here. They only care about national security. They only care about national security. They want to build shit here so that China can't just boop, turn off the manufacturing faucet and destroy the American empire when we go to war with them. That is the point. That is the major reason, okay? We want to go to war with China, and we can't go to war with China when we are so reliant on Chinese manufacturing. That's it. And a part of that, a part of resetting the global economy that we have designed to rely on goods being manufactured overseas, is to change the parity of the dollar, to change the currency exchange rate of the dollar and readjust it and devalue the purchasing power that the dollar has. That is what he wants to do. Okay, that's a part of what he wants to do. This is always going to be a painful process. Okay, it is not only always going to be a painful process, but it's also going to be, wait, hold on. I got groceries. This was always going to be a painful process. It was always going to cause market volatility. Okay? And I think Donald Trump is getting some of his wishes in the process. Will he be able to actually achieve his goals? Fuck no. I don't think he'll be able to actually rebuild manufacturing here. But if you want to understand what their goals are overall, Arnaud Bertrand actually summarized the insanity perfectly. Okay, I agree. This is my assessment as well. I'm using this as a baseline, as a summarization, because this is basically everything that I've been talking about for the past couple of weeks now at this point. This is an analysis of Steve Moran, the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, the man perhaps most responsible for these decisions beyond everybody else in the administration that you've heard from. Okay, I showed you his 5 bullet points of what their expectations are from foreign nations already, and I think that is what they're trying to do. All of these back and forth, all these conversations that are taking place with all of our trade partners, all of our allies over the course of the past couple of days is just this, making sure that they start moving in the direction of doing these 5 points in some meaningful capacity. Where is it? Hold on. Let me see if I can find the actual 5 bullet points before we get to the analysis over the 5 bullet points. But does anyone have that tweet still? Because someone had the... is this still aligned with Project 2025? Yes, it is. It is still aligned with it. It's still aligned with the ultimate goals of... yeah, here's... Wait, no, this is not what I'm talking about. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Jeff Stein posted it. White House aide Stephen Moran outlines 5 potential responses foreign nations can undertake in response to the problems he says are caused by U.S. dollar dominance. By the way, I do want to point something out here. Notice how little attention this stuff gets, because this is the real shit. Okay, it's not Howard Lutnick, it's not Navarro, it's not Scott Bessent, it's not Elon Musk. This is the actual plan, and yet it gets very little coverage and very little attention. It's like shocking to me that all of these brilliant analysts are still, seemingly brilliant analysts, and these economists are still focusing on the smoke and mirrors. This is the reality. This is what they're trying to do. 1, foreign countries can accept tariffs without retaliation, giving U.S. revenue. Okay, this is stupid. That's not how tariffs work. That's not how it would have worked at all. It would just be the entry fee that the Americans are paying for. But that's the point. That's what they're saying. Okay, they can stop unfair, harmful trading practices and buy more from the United States. The real goal here is to buy more from the United States. That's what they want. They want these countries by force to purchase more American products. Do we have the capability of manufacturing more products that they can buy? Maybe. Probably not, especially not in the short term, but that's precisely what the fuck they want to do. They want to literally sell our salmonella chicken and our fucking hormone beef and our F-150s to every single country that will buy it. Every single country that doesn't want to buy it, but they have to buy it. It's basically like demanding an additional fee out of our loyal subjects in the global economy that we designed, where they became our manufacturing hubs, and now we want more back from them for even participating in the global system that we designed that did not even benefit them in the same way that it benefited us. Yeah, they want vassals to pay tribute. They want the vassals to pay extra tribute. That's precisely what this is. Wait, what is this? Exactly the video I've been spamming for the last few days, as I explained. Are you talking about this one? Oh, this is the method to the madness, how Trump's tariff chaos actually makes sense, big picture. Yeah, I will, you're right. I will watch this video in a second. Okay? That is what is going on here. Number 3, boost defense spending and procurement from the United States. What is a major sector where we have manufacturing capabilities? Weapons. We want you to forcibly buy our weapons. You might not have use for those weapons, but you're gonna fucking buy them and you're gonna like them. Okay? You have to, because that's what we make. That's the only thing we make. We make bombs. So you have to buy our bombs. Okay? And then, last but not least, turn around and take the crumbs that you have of foreign capital that you've brought back into your country and then reinvest that to make factories in the United States of America. And last but not least, you can write direct checks to the U.S. Treasury. This is the most psychotic part of the 5-point plan, okay? What an insane list of demands. But those are the demands nonetheless. Okay? Don't listen to the noise in the market. Don't listen to the fucking market instability. Don't listen to anything else. This is literally what they are demanding. Arnaud writes, that's batshit insane, no other way to call it. We now have the first attempt by the White House, specifically by Steve Moran, the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, to justify the tariffs based on economic theory, and it is without a doubt the most dishonest piece of economic reading that I've ever had the misfortune to lay my eyes upon. The gist of Moran's argument is to reposition the global reserve currency status of the dollar not as an exorbitant privilege, which it is, okay, because that is the major power that the United States of America has. The dollar is the reserve currency. All trade happens on the dollar. 80% of trade happens on the dollar. This gives us, the United States of America, unimaginable power over everything that happens on the planet. This is how we can shut off other markets from even participating in global trade. This is the super weapon, okay? And not only have we grown fat with this super weapon, not only do we not have any of the outside pressures because we technically have a sovereign currency and the sovereign currency that is the global trade currency, that we can just print money without any of the other side effects. We can just do whatever the fuck we want. And now, this incredible privilege that we have designed around the globe, okay, that we've used to dominate the entire planet, that's being treated as though it's a fucking burden that the rest of the world needs to compensate the U.S. for bearing. And you want to know what the crazy part about this is? Our European allies do actually see this as not necessarily a burden, but a cost of doing business, because they are also invested in the maintenance of capitalism and therefore historically have been terrified of the growth of socialism within the USSR. So they've gladly played the role of a vassal state for the United States of America and its empire. And now they're doing the same thing because they're terrified of China for the same exact fucking reason. Okay? For EU leadership, don't listen to what they're saying right now. I promise you. For European leadership, they see America as an unstable, dangerous partner, but at least America is still capitalist and will maintain capitalism. The Chinese might do something very scary and do socialism. We cannot let that happen. And, you know, we have to also still align with America. America knows that that is the major pressure that they can apply to European capitalists. And therefore, Europe will pay tribute. One of the biggest trade inefficiencies that Donald Trump considers to be cheating, Europe also considers to be cheating. Okay? Ursula von der Leyen, if you recall, a year ago, as I famously brought up on this broadcast and keep bringing up on this broadcast time and time again, complained about China cheating with electric vehicles. What was that cheating? Subsidies. The Chinese industry is a command economy and therefore is controlled by the state. So the state can adjust prices and pump subsidies into its private corporations that are still maintained by the government by way of banks that the government also owns and controls, and therefore can flood the market with incredibly affordable, competitive products. This will destroy European manufacturing. Europe considers that to be cheating. Central planning is considered cheating under global trade rules. Understand that. Every person that is an economist that at least deals with the political economy will tell you that they consider what China is doing to be cheating because they are not playing by the rules of the free markets. Every country does subsidies to a certain degree. Every country maybe expands on said subsidies to a certain degree to ensure that their cost of production is low and the price points are low. But it is hilarious that they consider what China is doing to be cheating in terms of global trade because they're not participating in the free market principles that they are supposed to be participating in. It's fucking insane. So instead of turning around and going, why don't we also have a command economy? They go, hey, you guys have kept prices far too low for our consumers, and that's fucking us up. That's fucking our manufacturing up. This is the truth. I need you to understand. Don't listen to anything else. This is unironically what these fucking dumbasses believe. As Moran explains it, having the dollar as reserve currency has caused persistent currency distortions and contributed, along with other countries' unfair barriers to trade, to unsustainable trade deficits, which has decimated our manufacturing sector. That's what Stephen Moran says. Dollar being the reserve currency is used against the United States of America. Other countries devalue their currency against the dollar and then turn around and are able to export a lot more to the United States of America than the United States of America exports to the rest of the world, because America has more purchasing power. When you have more purchasing power, then you become an economy that is a consumer rather than a producer. This is what Donald Trump talks about with respect to trade deficits. So basically, under this if that was your major gripe here, you would obviously no longer make the dollar the reserve currency, right? Except wrong. They want to maintain the dollar as the reserve currency. They just also want you to pay for the privilege of our currency still being the reserve currency, because the alternative is the yuan, and that is terrifying. They literally are saying, you either want us to keep dominating global trade and make these decisions at the behest of capital earners or capital owners, or something much scarier can happen and China will dominate global trade. And in that situation, who knows what'll happen? Who knows what'll happen? So you have to pay us even more, despite the fact that this is a system that we designed. This is a system that we benefit from. This is a system that has allowed the United States of America to become a consumption engine without even doing any manufacturing whatsoever. This is a part of the process with the labor aristocracy. when adjusted to those who have wealth versus those who do not internally inside of the United States of America, there's great wealth inequality. But there is a severe disparity of wealth and even income when you look at the American working class as opposed to someone growing up anywhere else. Even in fucking Europe, as a matter of fact. We rigged the game so that our capital owners could drive up super profits as we literally enslave the global south to get cheap, accessible commodities at an incredibly low price. And now we're saying, well, we don't like this anymore. We don't like the system anymore. And the real problem here is China. What Donald Trump refuses to admit, and what many capitalists refuse to admit as a consequence of their dogmatic ways of approaching the capitalist economy and the capitalist structure of commodity production, is that the enemy is not China. The enemy is not Europe. The enemy is global capital. That's it. It's global capital that designed the system, and it's global capital that will make money off of the restructuring of the system. But because they do not want to recognize that reality, and they will never recognize that reality, their entire purpose is not to recognize that reality. Some of them are a part of the global capitalist structure anyway, that they turn around and make these insane decisions. Moran says that America's financial dominance cannot be taken for granted, and the Trump administration is determined to preserve it, but this same financial dominance comes at a cost, and other nations need to pay for it. He means this literally. He made a list of what he exactly means by burden sharing, and one of the forms it can take is countries simply writing checks to the Treasury that help us finance global public goods. Let's pause for a moment here to contemplate the sheer insanity of this, says Arnaud. The U.S. is literally suggesting that countries should mail checks to the U.S. Treasury as a tribute for the privilege of maintaining the dollar as a global reserve currency, when it is this very reserve status of the dollar that is the cornerstone of U.S. power. It's the equivalent of Samson asking everyone to pay him to keep his hair, because that's what Moran is conveniently not mentioning in his text. The reason Giscard d'Estaing called it exorbitant privilege in terms of the United States being the global currency, the reserve currency, is that it allowed the U.S. to quite literally have its way of life subsidized by the rest of the world. Moran and Trump complain about the trade deficits, but they are the very manifestation of this subsidization. Countries normally cannot run on a permanent trade deficit because they'd one day face a balance of payment crisis. But America does not face this crisis because America is the United States of America. They dominate the world. There is no shorting the American government, because if the dollar was no longer reliable, if people lost confidence in it, that means the entire global economy has collapsed. Okay? It's like a private individual. You cannot indefinitely buy from others, more from others than what you yourself earn. At some point, you'll have to pay up, unless that is you are the issuer of currency that everybody uses, in which case the normal rules of economic gravity are suspended. While other nations must balance their books eventually, the dollar's reserve status gives America the unique ability to consume more than it produces perpetually, with the world eagerly accepting dollars that cost nothing to create in exchange for real goods and services. That's not a burden. It's very much an exorbitant privilege. So yes, sure, because America can effectively buy most of what it needs from the rest of the world for free by printing dollars, this situation doesn't exactly create incentives to do the hard work of manufacturing goods domestically. But framing this as other countries taking advantage of America rather than America taking advantage of its currency dominance is an astonishing inversion of reality. There's also a bunch of insane lies that they spread about China in this process as well. One of them was the 2008 housing market crash, claiming that China actually contributed to the 2008 housing market crash. It wasn't our deregulation of the financial sector. No, not at all. It was actually China that did the 2008 housing market crash. What a fucking spectacular lie to say, especially to add insult to injury, that it was fucking China that bailed out the United States of America. China literally participated in saving America in the aftermath of the 2008 housing market crash. That is fucking crazy. We are so goddamn belligerent, dude. We are such fucking rabid animals. It blows my mind. But in any case, let's get back to it. While other nations must balance their books, eventually the dollar's reserve status gives America the unique ability to consume more, okay? So yes, sure, because America can effectively buy most of what it needs from the rest of the world for free by printing dollars, this situation doesn't exactly create incentives to do the hard work of manufacturing goods domestically, but framing this as countries taking advantage of America rather than America taking advantage of its currency dominance is an astonishing inversion of reality. And even more astonishing is Moran's ask that countries now compensate the U.S. for this. Some people mentioned that it's like asking vassals for tribute, but it's actually even worse than this. The tribute is already embedded in the global reserve currency status of the dollar. Other countries work hard for the U.S. while they can just issue IOUs that never come due. It's kept together by 800 fucking military bases around the planet. What Moran is thus proposing is effectively demanding vassals make payments for the privilege of already making payments, a double tribute system where countries can first subsidize American living standards by accepting dollars as reserves and then must pay an additional fee for this burden this supposedly places on the U.S. This chatter is correct. This is literally, have you said thank you? But this time, instead of yelling at Ukraine for engaging in a proxy battle that suits our interests in the region against a foreign adversary and demanding more from them in terms of natural resources and demanding that they basically fucking put their arms down and let Russia dominate them now that we're just fucking bored. Okay? This is ironically that exact same principle being played out in terms of global trade. And it's wild that a lot of Americans do not even comprehend this reality. I mean, I guess it's not that wild because this is somewhat complex, and it's also a part of the process of being the hegemonic superpower where you take this shit for fucking granted. This is literally just the way things are. What do you mean? Moran's piece is replete with other complete inversions of reality. For instance, he now blames China for the 2008 crash because their holdings of U.S. mortgage debt helped fuel the housing bubble, forcing hundreds of billions of dollars of credit into the housing sector without regard as to whether the investments made sense. They're saying China is the reason for the 2008 market crash. How fucking psychotic. Anyone even with a rudimentary knowledge of the 2008 financial crisis would have had their breath taken away by such brazen revisionism. Not only is the crisis universally known to have been caused by U.S. regulatory failures and the reckless securitization of subprime mortgages by Wall Street firms, but China in this instance literally saved U.S. markets from complete meltdown after Hank Paulson personally appealed to Beijing to continue purchasing U.S. Treasury bonds during the height of the crisis, which they did. To now blame them for the very crisis they helped mitigate and played no part in creating is beyond dishonest, is gaslighting on a geopolitical scale. All in all, it is clear what the U.S. is trying to achieve here. They effectively want to have their cake and eat it. They want to keep the privilege and want the rest of the world to pay for the downsides that come with it, which means we're truly at a crossroads in history where nations must make an immensely consequential choice: acquiescence to this insane double tribute system or stand against it. There are very few precedents in world history for such nakedly exploitative power plays, but history is very clear on two things. Submitting to extortion only invites more of it, and collective resistance is the only effective response. Now, here's what I think. Our vassals will pay the double tribute, and China might even in the short term play ball, and it will still end in failure. Okay, so Donald Trump might literally get his wishes across. And the major reason as to why, especially from the perspective of our vassals paying double tribute now, is because they're terrified, especially EU, is fucking terrified of the entire structure of the planet, the entire political economy, the entire global trade changing. The rule makers being the United States of America means that capitalism continues. If the rule makers become China, then capital owners are going to lose out big. They're going to lose their status. They're going to lose the way that these hierarchies have been designed. Because if China makes the rules, then everyone has to subsidize their industries to the same degree. They have to have state-run companies to be able to compete with China if there is any sort of competition in global trade at all at that point. Therefore, there's no more capitalism effectively. Or at least capitalism does not work in the ways that it has for as long as it has worked, as long as America has been the dominant power around the globe. Because the dominant power, the hegemonic power, writes the rules for trade. And they get to violate those rules, but it doesn't matter because they're the dominant power. America technically hasn't really violated the rules all that much because of endless fucking greed. Because it's not like our state doesn't subsidize industries heavily. It's not like we don't rely on U.S. aid, for example, which is literally a mechanism to destabilize the global south to ensure that they do not have their own agricultural output. It is a way for us, it is a way for our farmers that already get subsidies, and also farm subsidies or agriculture is not even considered a part of the rules of global trade anyway, but it's just one example that I'm giving you in terms of how America will, one, subsidize our agricultural output, and then two, pay farmers to literally give the agricultural output to other countries for free, which ends up destabilizing those countries and causes them to not build their own domestic agricultural outputs and become over reliant on American farmers shipping the agricultural output. Instead, it creates dependency. But outside of that, America also heavily subsidizes all manufacturing in this country. The problem is, under normal circumstances, if those subsidies actually led to much cheaper goods being produced here in the United States of America, if those subsidies actually worked in the same way that it does in China, for example, to offer much more affordable vehicles, for example, okay, vehicles that these other countries want, then yes, America technically would be cheating as well, but they don't do that. What do people do with the subsidies? The subsidies don't make its way to more affordable products. The subsidies don't actually work in the way that it's intended. The subsidies go back to stock buybacks. And therefore, America seemingly doesn't cheat in the global on the global stage. Because they pocket them. Because since the Reagan era, it is no longer illegal to engage in stock buybacks. That's it. Now, one of the reasons as to why I keep saying that this will still ultimately be a failure, okay? This will ultimately still be a failure, is because America is not China. In the long term, this will still fail because America does not have a command economy. That is the entire point, because the real enemies here, and Trump kind of recognized this as well, okay? But the real enemy here is not fucking China. The real enemy is global capital. These people are supranational actors. They are not actually a part of the nation state. That's why Apple pays taxes, even though they dodge taxes there as well, in Ireland, okay? There is no national allegiance. That's not a real thing. Global capitalism has completely, global capitalism and global trade, and the way that America has designed global trade at the behest of capital owners has made it so that there is no real, like, national understanding for capitalists. Directly, this is a universal class war against capital owners that do not have any sort of allegiance or loyalty to a singular fucking nation, versus the entirety of the global labor force. So if you actually wanted to fix this process and truly wanted to improve American manufacturing, you would work by improving the American labor force. You would work by improving the material conditions of the American labor force and rebuild labor unions, for example, to create a mechanism of pushback against capital. But Donald Trump doesn't want to do that. He's doing the exact opposite. Donald Trump also and his administration routinely admit that they are not even interested in bringing manufacturing back into the United States of America for no reason other than the fact that they don't want China to have it, because they're worried that China could fucking shut off the manufacturing faucet in times of war. So they keep saying, we're just going to build robots. It's going to be cheap because robots are going to build the factories and robots are going to build the fucking manufacturing. Automation and AI is going to make all of this work. That doesn't mean you get a job at the factory. And this is before you think, well, there are already jobs in this country. The problem is not jobs. The problem is that those jobs don't pay. The problem is that no one fantasizes about working at a factory for the sake of working in the factory alone. People fantasize about working in a factory because they fantasize about 1965 living standards. That's what they want. They want benefits. They want a single income household to be able to pay for all of the children. They want a upward social mobility for their next generation. Many of you that now work white-collar jobs probably had blue-collar parents. And the one thing that blue-collar parents probably told you was, hey, I'm doing everything in my fucking power so you don't have to go work at a goddamn factory because this shit fucking sucks. My back is broken. I'm constantly medicated. I don't want this future for you. I want you to have a better future. The irony, of course, is that the issue here is not the factory job itself, but instead the fact that jobs don't pay, the fact that there is an affordability crisis, the fact that housing is impossible to achieve, the fact that you will never retire. That is the real problem. We have jobs. We have 23% underemployment in this fucking country right now. We could fix those problems. But, of course, that would require restructuring the way that we depend on maintaining capitalism as the established order. We cannot remove the capitalist dogmatic thought from our minds. We will never be able to do that. The entire system itself is designed around uplifting and maintaining capitalism. That's it. So let's hear from Yanis Varoufakis, who I believe was correct on his assessment of what Trump was trying to do.
Trump, the American dollar, and China. What to watch for during 2025. Donald Trump wants to boost exports, to bring American jobs back to the United States, and to shrink the American trade deficit. For that, he needs a lower value of the dollar. For that, he needs a weaker dollar. But at the same time, Donald Trump wants a strong dollar, and he will not brook any discussion of ending the exorbitant privilege, the centrality, the hegemony, the dominance of the American dollar in international transactions. Can Donald Trump possibly have both? Donald Trump's first problem is that the tariffs that he has invested so much political capital in introducing, announcing, and advocating for will most likely boost the value of the dollar. Why? Primarily because every time there is global uncertainty, whenever there is a problem that emanates from the United States, whether that was the 2008 crisis or whatever crisis there is a paradoxical rush of foreign money into the United States, boosting the dollar. So if Trump's tariffs create global uncertainty, the likely outcome will be an increased value of the dollar. And that's his first problem, because if his tariffs succeed in creating a lot of consternation across the world, in China, in the European Union, in Britain, the result will be that even if imports initially shrink as a result of these large tariffs, the influx of money into the United States of capital is going to boost the value of the dollar, therefore countering whatever effects the tariffs had on limiting imports and enhancing American exports. Donald Trump's second problem is that if he proceeds with his very large tax cuts, especially for corporations and the oligarchs and the very rich in the United States, this is also going to attract into the United States foreign capital. And what will that do? Boost the value of the dollar, and therefore enhance the gap between American savings and investment, with investment being much greater than savings, which is a root cause of the American trade deficit. Trump's third problem is the exorbitant privilege of the United States dollar. It is the reason why every time there is a crisis, especially one emanating from within the United States, the dollar goes up and the US trade deficit gets worse, especially during...
This video was uploaded 3 months ago, and Yanis Varoufakis has been calling this out for quite some time at this point. And last night I came to the realization that I think he is correct on his assessment that Donald Trump wants to devalue the dollar in an effort to rebalance trade. As in, Donald Trump wants, simply put, Donald Trump wants to make America poorer. Donald Trump wants to make Americans poorer than they were yesterday, so that the poor Americans will be able to manufacture goods just so we can maintain manufacturing domestically for national security concerns. That's their assessment, not mine. And be able to produce more product for the rest of the world to purchase. Donald Trump is not smart enough for any of this duty chess? Yes, because Donald Trump is not personally doing this, chatter. Please. Just like Joe Biden wasn't personally doing shit. His brain is doo-doo. Donald Trump's brain is doo-doo. And so is Joe Biden's brain. It's not actually what Donald Trump's... Donald Trump is not making these decisions. People around him are. He is just the guy who is the messenger. He is the vessel.
In periods of reduced demand, jobs, and employment within the United States. So if Donald Trump were serious about shrinking the American trade deficit, he would want to do away with the exorbitant privilege of the United States dollar. But of course, not only will he never allow himself to do that, because his best friends, his tribe, are the rentiers and the financiers, who will be aghast if the United States loses the exorbitant privilege of its dollar. It is highly unlikely that Donald Trump will want to be the first American president after the Second World War that loses the hegemonic power of the United States by losing the exorbitant privilege of the United States dollar. Some argue, and I think they do have a point, that maybe...
This doesn't make sense. You can't devalue the dollar without inducing hyperinflation and tax cuts strengthen the dollar. What does he gain from a weak dollar exactly? Yeah, that's why he's saying it's stupid if he does tax cuts after this as well. But what does he gain from a weak dollar is basically nothing. I mean, there's no immediate gain, aside from the fact that a weaker dollar overall means that you can rebalance trade to a certain degree, because the products that we're building here and selling to the rest of the world become more affordable automatically, because all currency is traded against the dollar. So if a country's a currency is devalued against the dollar, and the dollar's purchasing power is high, then that country still has jobs. That country still has manufacturing, and that country can export to the United States of America. If the dollar is weak or weaker than it was, then Americans don't have the same purchasing power in the international market that we have benefited from in perpetuity. But instead, we manufacture things that other countries can purchase from us.
Maybe what he's trying to do, what Donald Trump is trying to do, is he is threatening the world, China and the European Union in particular, with very large tariffs in order to come to an arrangement with them to accept a depreciation of the Chinese yuan, of the euro, of competing currencies, in order for the United States to see its exports rise and its imports diminish. To cut a deal, in other words, something along the lines of what Ronald Reagan did in 1985. The infamous Plaza Accords, supposedly a multilateral meeting between the Europeans, the Americans, the Canadians, the Australians. But in reality, what the Plaza Accords were about was an ultimatum by Washington on Tokyo. Appreciate the yen massively, or else I'm going to slap large tariffs on Japanese exports. The Japanese are rolled over. They did as a...
So remember what I said about how Donald Trump wants to do Plaza Accords to the rest of the world? Ironically, when I was in Japan and we were talking about the tariffs, that's what this is. Problem is, I don't think you can do that to China. I don't think you can do that to the EU. They'll roll over because they have additional concerns about the American dominance going away. If America is no longer the hegemonic superpower, then that breeds instability for capital owners in general. And this entire system is designed so that capital owners are never unstable and on shaky ground. But I do think that a lot of the countries will play ball with this. I think so. I think they will. I think they're too scared of... They're more scared of what it means if China is the hegemonic power than America being the hegemonic power. Because America being the hegemonic power means capitalism continues. And these guys are short-sighted. That capitalism and capitalist dogma implies you have to be short-sighted. You have to think in quarters. So they're so afraid of a change to not just who gets to make the rules, but also what those new rules might look like, that I think they will remain servile to American interests in this process.
They were told. The reason why Japan's massive growth rates between 1950 and 1985 were eliminated, and why Japan lost its verve, its dynamism, was because they accepted those Plaza Accords. Is China likely to accept a new Plaza Accords? I assign a 0 probability to that possibility. China is no Japan. Japan was an occupied country by the United States. Yeah. The United States wrote its constitution. There are tens of thousands of American soldiers still occupying Okinawa. China, I will repeat this once more, is not Japan. It is highly unlikely that they will accept, at a time when the capital account of China, if anything, would recommend from an economic point of view a depreciation of the yuan. They will never accept a massive appreciation of the kind that would make the difference for the United States trade deficit in the way that Donald Trump would like. So this is pie in the...
You think China becoming the world power would degrade their current political structure? Yes, even within a capitalist framework, it still would do that. Because if you look at global trade as competitive market forces inside of different countries, fighting with the same rule book that has been designed by the United States of America, China becoming the hegemonic leader of global markets means that other countries have to follow suit, which means by force, other countries also have to restructure their economies to a command economy. Ironically, the reason why they don't have to do that right now is because America sets the standard. America sets the standard for global trade, and the best you can do is a little subsidies here, a little subsidies there, but you're still participating within the same framework. That's why they say China cheats all the time. China's not cheating. China is simply doing a command economy. Central planning. The market reaction is the most insane thing I've ever seen. No, I don't think it's insane at all. I think that I think it's very sane within the insane framework that the market operates in. That's what it is. They were so desperate. yes, or 2 days ago, we saw the same insane reaction when it was a fucking fake tweet that caused $6 trillion of fucking value to come back to the markets virtually in a matter of hours, only to have it get eroded once again. Or not 6 trillion, sorry. That's why I keep saying money has never been faker than it is at this moment. It is the most fake it's ever been.
Next executive order relates to defense procurement. Our current defense procurement process is criticized by many folks on both sides of the aisle as being too slow to adapt to new and changing technology.
Okay, well, let me finish this Giannis clip and then we'll get to Trump.
No new Plaza Accords between the United States and Beijing this time are on the horizon. In that sense, it looks very unlikely that what Donald Trump wants, at least both his objectives of shrinking the US trade deficit and maintaining the exorbitant privilege of the dollar, that both these objectives will be satisfied at once in 2025, in the next 4 years. The great question, however, for 2025 and beyond concerns China's dilemma. Will Beijing decide to stay put?
Oh, what's the bull case? We import $500 billion of goods from China every year. Those items have massively increased in price, 10% tariffs against everyone else. No, there is no bull case. You're right. I'm saying that I tweeted about this earlier today. It is an indication that we are completely fucking insane that the market reacted the way that it did to Donald Trump because he scaled back on the fucking violence a little bit. I said Trump is such a madman that the markets and smart economists are looking at Trump forcibly severing ties with our largest trading partner as a good thing because at least he didn't nuke the entirety of global trade. Like, he literally, I gave an example of just, I gave an example earlier where it's like he walked in, put a gun to his own mouth, said, I'm gonna fucking pull the trigger and I'm gonna kill a bunch of people in the process. And then after killing a couple people and shooting himself in the foot, he turned around and said, you know, maybe I'm not gonna kill everyone. And everyone's like, oh, thank God, we're saved now. It's insane. It's insane. That's how fucking short-term, that's how short-term our analysts are, and the way that people look at the markets, that is how fucking short-term thinking focused we are here in the United States of America, where they're like, oh, a moment of respite, thank God. There is no fucking respite. There is no respite. China outflanked him this time around. Trump's issue was that the dollar did not go up when this happened, and China threatened to dump yields. Long-term even started spiking, which meant the dollar as a reserve currency is already on shakier footing than he estimated, and the USA has far less economic influence than they calculated. Of course, the EU will probably bend over anyways. Yes. So basically, he got at least some of his wishes across with respect to, like, decoupling Chinese manufacturing from at least, like, the American market to a certain degree, at least for the short term, with hopes that China will come to the table and meet their demands.
Gaining time until the United States' internal contradictions, Trump's conundrum and dilemma, plays out. Or will Beijing make the choice, which it has not made yet? They have not made up their minds yet, and I think reasonably will, however, at some point make the choice, make the decision to convert the BRICS area into a new version of Bretton Woods. Just as Bretton Woods had at its heart the US dollar, for the BRICS area to have the yuan at its heart, with more or less fixed exchange rates between the yuan, the rupiah, and other currencies, and with a view to recycle China's surpluses within the BRICS area, because that would be the greatest and most lethal danger.
What's really funny about this also is that, like, for there to even be a secondary market, like, America designed global trade in a way and also implemented the most insane sanctions regime and purposely kept the global south as poor as they physically could, And only one of those countries that America exploited was able to, through central planning, even development and rapid urbanization, was able to overcome the downwards pressure that was applied. That is China. America created this secondary market on its own through its fucking insane attitude, through its incredible greed. And they're basically pushing this as well. This is at the heart of the One Belt, One Road initiative. This is why I kept repeating to you guys that, like, China's interest in Africa wasn't just to, like, maintain its natural resources and have a monopoly on these rare earth minerals in both extraction and processing. That is definitely one of the goals, but the real goal there, and the reason why their loans were unconditional and removed easily in times of need, as opposed to the IMF and the World Bank loans that these countries were used to, was because they wanted to raise the living standards in Africa so that they could develop a market in Africa, so that ultimately, when push came to shove and America tried to do exactly what they're trying to do right now, as they've signaled since Barack Obama's administration, that they would have a way to move their consumer base and spread it out to the best of their ability to other now developed markets. That was the goal. Now, it's not complete, of course. A big part of the One Belt, One Road initiative, of course, revolves around America's moves in the Middle East, and that America's continued imperial dominance in the region has made it very difficult for China to complete that initiative. But that was the goal, and that is what America was afraid of. And because they've been able to make leeway in that goal, they can, because they were able to achieve some of their goals here, that they can withstand America's volatile behavior in this process. But here it is. The bond market was part of the reason why he reversed. I was watching the bond market. It was very tricky. If you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful.
Believe me.
Bond markets that persuaded you to reverse course?
I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I was watching it, but if you look at it now, it's beautiful. The bond market right now is beautiful. But yeah, I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy. I think everything had, well, the big move wasn't what I did today. The big move was what I did on Liberation Day. We had Liberation Day in America. We're liberated from all of the horrible deals that were made, all of the horrible trade deals that were made. And I was helped by people just like this, senator, congressman, and friends, right? And we had great help in the Senate. Our Republican senators have been amazing. They stood tall.
Yeah. So liberated, dude. So liberated. Here, this is it, by the way. This is literally it. Look at this. Look at 2000. Look at the year 2000 versus 2024. It is because China was able to use global capitalism and the endless appetite for profits from global capital owners to its advantage. Okay? This is why these guys keep saying, oh my God, China is cheating. China is cheating. This is what they're terrified of. Here's another take that I have that I keep repeating over and over again. I said, ironically enough, for Trump's decoupling from China initiative to work, we would have to become more like China, a command economy. The notion that can happen entirely with private enterprise from bullied foreign nations in an expeditious manner is delusional capitalist dogma. The only way for America to become a competitive force in global trade to what you're seeing here is not by bullying our vassals to pay double tribute, as Arnaud said, but instead to become a command economy ourselves, to become China ourselves. The Chinesification of America must happen. And even then, it would take at least a decade to rebuild the robust manufacturing base. And considering that we're not going to do that, considering that we're not going to ever do that, as a matter of fact, because that goes against the reason why America is a dominant power still to this day, is because it maintains capitalism. This goes against that. If America became overnight an anti-capitalist nation, or overnight got hit with the fucking Mao Zedong thought beam, and everyone was holding up a copy of the Little Red Book, and decided to nationalize key sectors overnight, then perhaps we could compete with China. But that is, in some ways, I think, the natural evolution. Maybe I'm too much of a glazer of Marx here, but this is a natural evolution that has to take place at a certain point. You either give way to China and allow China to dominate the entire fucking planet and become a diminished force on the planet in the process, because they just dominate fucking global trade because they have a command economy, or you restructure your economy and naturally also become a centrally planned country. Is it even possible to make a capitalist version of China? No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what is happening here. There's no way to do that. Well, this is embarrassing. Just yesterday, I borrowed and spent $700 billion on the assumption that there'd be a domestic manufacturing boom. People specifically told me Jamie Dimon would not slut President Trump out. This is also great. I've made so many jokes about Jamie Dimon freaking out and reenacting the raid to protect the money, but the reality is much funnier. He just called up the White House and said, "I really hate to say it, but you're fucking stupid." Trump went, "Yes, sir." No, I think you're 100% right. Just look at things historically. The wealth inequality in America is a critical mass. The media and the wealthy can only keep tricking the masses for so long. At some point, the public will demand concessions from those in power or face a French-style, Russian-style revolution. It's in the interest of those in power to concede for their own good. I don't even think that. I think that, like, I'm talking about the ways in which, like, global trade operates. I'm talking about nation states and how they move in this process. And I think in order to become competitive to China, they have to become China. And in the absence of that, America will not be able to get their wishes across. Especially because global capital is malleable, they can move, they're fluid. They have no allegiance or loyalty to a singular market or a singular nation state. They have only allegiances to maintaining their profits and maintaining the capitalist structure. And therefore, they can just wait out the Trump administration, for example. They can just wait it out. A dangerous, unstable madman like Donald Trump doesn't exactly present a lot of confidence in foreign investors to be like, all right, I guess we should build factories in this fucking country whose infrastructure has been crumbling since the New Deal was implemented. You know? Why the fuck would they? Why would they be like, yeah, I really want to move manufacturing away from China, for example, that has literally become the domineering force for a good reason, not just because the labor there is cheap, as Tim Apple himself once famously volunteered, where he literally said, even if Chinese manufacturing was as expensive as American manufacturing, I'd still make my shit in China because they have a manufacturing base. The quality of the build is significantly higher than anything anyone else has. They have a fucking incredibly educated base of producers. These things take fucking time. You can't just do it overnight. You can't just wish cast fucking factories coming back to the United States of America and then assume that we have a competent, trained a base of laborers. That's it. We're moving in the opposite direction anyway. We're fucking defunding education in this goddamn country too. It's so stupid. Anyway, this is the other, what is this? Politics Joe? Giannis talking similar to the one you pulled up.
Nothing is new under the sun. He talks about draining the swamp, Wall Street, and so on and so forth. And the first thing he did in 2017 was to appoint the CEO of Goldman Sachs as the Treasury Secretary. This is the modus operandi of the fascists. What they want is that they want to have their cake and eat it. They want to devalue the dollar without jeopardizing the exorbitant privilege of the dollar, the reserve currency status of the dollar. Is this far-fetched? No, it's not far-fetched. He starts with the tariffs.
Do you think he actually doesn't realize that? Like, there's an ulterior motive here? I can't see it. No, the only thing here is... The only thing here is the fear, okay? Is the fear that China has the capacity to shut off manufacturing at a moment's notice if America... If China behaved in the same way that the United States of America behaved and wasn't insanely restrained, okay, in ways that America does not deserve, mind you. But if China operated like America, America would be done, okay? Like, think about that. If China was in the game of volatility in the same way that America operates, they would literally destroy America. They would shut off the fucking faucet of manufacturing overnight. The luck that America has that is running out at this point is that China doesn't play by those rules and is relatively restrained in general. That is the irony here. That's why I think China might even play ball in the short term. Yeah, you just read it in the Twitter thread. During the 2008 crash, one of U.S.'s weakest moments, China still continued buying American bonds at the request of the Fed. Exactly. They want stability. They want stability, and even though Donald Trump will make things unstable, they will try to maintain stability to the best of their ability. And we'll keep fucking yelling at them as though they are the villains in this process, while we are directly the villains. We're just vilifying them, we're vilifying our allies, we're vilifying everybody. We're the villains. You underestimate American workers. The problem is lack of capital investment. Companies investing overseas because the cost of labor is lower. If companies were penalized for investing in countries with low labor standards and invested here, they would have no problem finding qualified workers. Chatter. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Okay? That takes time. That takes a shit ton of time, and to completely restructure the way we operate. Okay? In order for that to happen, we would need to, one, not explode education, but instead build education, public education. We would need a shit ton of public sector investment, maybe even nationalization, as a matter of fact. It took China 30 years to get to this point. America has a lot more wealth than China, and America had better infrastructure than China at its starting point. So technically, we could do it maybe under the best possible estimations in a decade. but it will not happen tomorrow. What do you think happens in that decade while America gets hit with this beam where they are anti-capitalist and actually fucking working at the behest of the American labor force? Like, it's not going to happen. You can't try to capitalism your way out of this problem that capitalism created initially in an effort to maintain capitalism. It's just not going to happen. You're thinking, oh, we'll do more of the problem. I'm not saying that the American workers are incapable. I'm saying that America has made it so that its workers are not capable right now. And in order for our workers to be capable of this, of becoming the manufacturing hub, that would require a tremendous amount of investment and a runway that takes up at least a decade under insane circumstances that are not present right now. That's all I'm stating.
And then, in the one-on-one discussions with each of our leaders, hapless leaders, I should say, he demands different things from different people, depending on what they have to give him. Nobody is immune to the global fallout.
Yanis Varoufakis, welcome back to Politics Joe. Thank you for joining me, Ollie Dugmore, today. How would you like to introduce yourself before we get started? 10%
homes. And the financialization of the whole economy through the City of London. And that is simply not a sustainable model. It hasn't been sustainable for a while, but Donald Trump is making it absolutely clear that business cannot continue as usual in the United Kingdom, just as it cannot continue as usual in the European Union.
Isn't it that there appears to be, it might be a small part of the Venn diagram, but at least some crossover between the sort of the nationalist populists in America, led by the likes of Steve Bannon, and
okay, I'm gonna get back to Donald Trump because I want to hear what President Trump has to say. He's live right now.
They went for like a year and a half, almost 2 years, screaming and ranting and raving. Democrats plus two worse than Democrats. You had Liz Cheney, and crying.
In the long term, wouldn't tariffs against China be a good thing for America to reduce their reliance on Chinese manufacturing and working towards building our manufacturing base? No, because the problem is not building our manufacturing base. If you build your manufacturing base and then either depress labor, depress wages, as we have consistently at the behest of capital, or even fucking fully automate that process, then the same income inequality will persist. You're not actually helping the American population in that regard. You're just simply trying to extend and give a lifeline to American dominance. And also, this process in and of itself cannot be done with a private-public partnership anyway. You can't just like expect capital to come back into the United States of America and build a fucking robust manufacturing base without the infrastructure projects necessary to build said robust manufacturing base. That would require an unimaginable amount of fucking money.
They found out that Pelosi was the one that was in charge of the security of the Capitol, and she knew all about it, and she admitted her guilt to her daughter, who was a movie documentary person. I'm sure her daughter's not too happy about that. I'm sure Crazy Nancy's not too happy. But we found out all the things, everything. And we go for the information. Sir, we've destroyed all of that information. If I haven't destroyed it, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. I guarantee you that. I'd be sitting someplace else. So I think it's something that we should really
Whitmer's in this room, by the way.
So important. The whole concept of an auto pen. Because whoever's, you know, auto pens are run by somebody. Whoever ran the auto pen was president of the United States. And I would be willing to bet that Biden didn't know.
Oh my God.
Probably didn't know anything about any of it.
Oh my God. He's still on the auto pen shit.
Very dangerous. So you're going to check that out, right?
Yes, sir. We're working on it right now, sir. This is just another proclamation, sir, declaring national crime.
So do you just like wish for the downfall of the United States? Everything you're saying right now is pure doomerism. What do you want me to do? Fucking lie to you? What a stupid expectation from you, chatter. Hey man, can you please just say that Donald Trump's insane moves are actually for the greater good and make me feel good about the situation? Yes, dude. 10% tariffs that you will pay for globally, plus severing ties with our largest trading partner is a good thing, okay? Yeah, I will make it make sense for you. What the fuck is this expectation? People are so stupid, man.
Air
Holy
Force Base
fuck.
open, strong, thriving, and I think we're going to be successful, Governor. I think we'll be very successful at that. We've gotten some good feedback from Pete Hegseth and Department of Defense.
Can you please lie to me? Yeah, go watch Asmongold if you want someone to say based over Donald Trump's fucking idiotic decisions, okay? Like, plenty of people do choose that route where they're like, I just want someone to whisper sweet nothings into my ear, you know what I mean? And act like all of these decisions are actually very good and will make my Western chauvinist perspective emboldened. Make me feel emboldened about American enterprise. Hell yeah, it's gonna fucking happen.
First of all,
you'll come back when you realize perhaps all of that was a fucking house of cards built upon a pile of shit.
It'll be critical to Michigan's economy and our security when you're able to deliver us a
Nils
mission
the chef,
there.
thank you for the 50
but on the Asian
bones.
carp, you know, for years when Obama was there, we could never get anyone to do anything about this this invasive species that's going to destroy our Great Lakes. You know how important recreational fishing and so much of that is to our state. Because of your work, we're hopeful that we'll get a solution there and we'll get that barrier built so we can protect our Great Lakes. So thank you, Mr. President.
And they're very powerful fish. I mean, I see them, they jump out of the water, they jump at the fishermen. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. And has this gotten into any of the other lakes yet? Because you would think it would be pretty easy because they're all sort of connected. Governor?
It's why we're working so hard to make sure that, you know, we work with the Army Corps and erect a barrier so that the Asian carp can't get into Lake Michigan. It'll devastate the ecosystem, the economy, tourism, and it's 20% of the world's fresh waters in the Great Lakes, Mr. President, which is why it's so important that as a nation we protect the
very powerful fish.
Yep.
The
And,
greatest
you know, all
fish.
Of a sudden, I assume the lakes
it will
are
make
all
the sushi with the
interconnected,
fish.
right? So
I
at
love
some
the
point, they're
fish.
gonna
I
be
want to
in
kiss the fishies.
The other lakes. And so we're going to work hard on that. I spoke with the Army Corps of Engineers, and they have a method. It's a pretty gruesome method, but it's
I've underfunded the Army Corps of Engineers, but even with the limited funding and the layoffs, they'll be able to kiss the fish.
thing when you get right down to it. It's a very expensive thing, actually. It costs a lot. I looked at the numbers. I said, well, but we have to save Lake Michigan because these fish, they eat everything in the way, including the other fish. They eat everything. Are people endangered by the fish?
I think it's I mean, they're going to eat all the fish there. We won't be able to fish anymore, and that's a big deal in Lake Michigan. There's a lot of fishing, recreation, so it's going to be a problem there. But you're right, it's bipartisan, sir. But you're the one taking action on these issues. We couldn't get Biden to do it on Selfridge. This thing has been delayed for, what, 15 years where we were trying to do it. It started under Obama where we were trying to do it. He wouldn't do anything about it. So we appreciate you paying so much attention to this and taking action,
Well,
sir.
I would. And the governor, in all fairness, called me about it. I had seen it, and she called me, and John James called me. And, we spoke with your office. And it's, you know, I want to put that down. Really is bipartisan. It's great to see it, actually. It's great to see that. And that includes Selfridge, too. And we're going to get it done, and we'll all stand there together and cut a ribbon. Okay? Gretchen? Good. That's good. Thank you very much. It's, I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah,
and I'm glad
he
you
hates
brought
the
it up.
California fish, but the Michigan fish he loves, and he will preserve the Michigan fish. Understand something, I will do everything in my power to kill the smelt. The Californian Delta will cry. The smelt will cry. I hate that fish, but the Michigan fish, very important fish to me. Very powerful fish in Michigan.
TikTok deal stand, given what we've seen, you know, the
Well,
tariffs
it's
to China.
moving along, but obviously, I would say right now China's not exactly thrilled about signing it. We have a deal with some very good people, some very rich companies that would do a great job with it. But we're going to have to wait to see what's going to happen with China. So,
Mr. President, so
no, it's on the table very much. I think China's going to want to do it, actually.
Mr. President,
Can you explain more of what you believe is the end game with China? Are you waiting for President Xi to blink? How do you think this is all going to be resolved?
Look, for years we've been ripped off and taken advantage of by China and others, in all fairness, but by China, that's the big one. And it's just one of those things. You know, we're making $2 billion a day right now, this country. $2 billion a day with tariffs. And they were making $2 billion a day. We'll be making more. And now when you see what happened today, I don't know if it's still there. You know, I looked an hour ago, but we were up like close to 3,000 points. Nobody's ever seen a day like that. I think that's a record, isn't it, fellas?
Definitely.
Is that a record? Who would have thought we were going to have a record like that after watching? But because the geniuses of the world.
I like that he's like collecting little trophies. He's got the FIFA trophy. He's got the Gulf of America behind him. Every time he does like some aesthetic move that is undeniable, like even if it's inconsequential overall, he will just like present it as though, you know, this is a beautiful thing I did. Look at this beautiful thing I did.
Criminals. And but the people that do this for a living, some of them are very smart and some of them aren't smart at all. But these guys are very smart, and my group is very smart. My whole group is smart. And you've done so amazing on the border. I read the other day that there were 9 people and hundreds of thousands 2 years ago with Biden, and we had 9. We had it down to 9, and they were all let in for medical reasons. They were in bad shape. We let them in for medical reasons, not even for anything else. So you've been amazing. But that's a big thing. I think it's one of the greatest problems that I've never seen anything like it. Open borders, the whole world was emptied out. Prisons from all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, from Africa to Asia, a lot in South America, but it wasn't just South America. Prisons emptied out. And I said it outside with the drivers before, but El Salvador has been amazing, a job that the president's done. He's coming to see me next week, and we look forward to that. But that's really been amazing. Yes.
Mr. President, the EU also announced increases in tariffs today. Why not treat...
Bad timing for them. That's bad timing.
Why not treat
They didn't put them in. No, they threatened them, but they picked a later date, which our expectation is it's going to be later still.
Okay. I'm glad that they held back.
You were watching the market.
If this was the strategy all along to bring them to the table, why did you instruct or advise, or maybe they did it on their own, some of your top aides to say this is not a negotiation, to hold the line, that they were going to hold the line, that you were not going to change your mind?
A lot of times it's not a negotiation until it is, and that happens. And, you know, I said outside that you have to have flexibility to do it right, and that's what we have. We brought everybody to the table, and it may not be a negotiation. It may not last. I mean, you know, things may be as that I think are not fair to us. Look, we've been ripped off by essentially everybody for 35 years. This is not just a new thing. And Roger Penske just left. He's a great gentleman, great man, actually. And he said no other president would have had the guts to do this. And I believe that's right. They wouldn't have done it. They should have done this a long time ago. A long time ago they should have done it. I started it with China. I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes from China in my first term. And we had the greatest economy. We were up 88% on the stock market. That was the greatest ever in the history of our country. But it had to be done. It's something that had to be done.
Mr. President, thank you so much. Which countries will be negotiating first? Do you have any criteria? Because, for example, Brazil and the UK, they do not have deficits with the US. They have a surplus. They do not have a surplus. They have deficits with the US. So what is the criteria? And also, would you consider talking or meeting with Xi Jinping?
No, sure. He's a friend of mine. I like him. President Xi, I like him. I respect him. But they haven't treated our country right.
Why won't she call me? She needs to call me on my cell phone.
Japan is here, and
he has my number.
South Korea is here, and others are here.
I'm a big fan.
And we're trying to see him. It's from what I hear, it's much more than 75. I said 75 plus.
So many.
It's everybody wants to make a deal, actually, and You know, we want to do what's right for our country. We also want to do what's right for the world. The world is important. I mean, it's the world, right? And I think we're going to make a lot of people very happy. And I think investing in the United States of America will be the greatest investment that anybody's ever made.
Mr. President, we still expect to see the sectoral tariffs, so the pharmaceuticals, steel. Is that something you're still considering moving forward
Yeah,
with?
well, I will be, because we want them coming back. You know, we realized during COVID that we don't make our drugs and our pharmaceuticals in this country. So I realized that, and it was a big realization. We had to go to China to get drugs. We had to go to other places. I won't even mention the names, but we had to go to other places. We don't make it, and that's because we let them leave. And now if they want to come back, we're going to put tariffs on the pharmaceutical companies, and they're going to all want to come back. They're going to come back. I'm not going to pay them any money like Biden with the chip deal. That chip deal was horrible. They give billions and billions of dollars to chip companies. All they have is money. They have so much money, and they give billions of dollars. And they're just going to keep the money. They're not going to
what is the expectation?
And the only thing that's going to bring them back.
That is literally the closest that the American government has arrived at his vision of rebuilding a robust manufacturing base, at least for chip manufacturing. What do you mean? This part is so crazy because, like, the CHIPS Act doesn't go far enough, okay? It doesn't go far enough. It's limited still because of the capitalist dogma. Donald Trump thinks that capital owners will magically arrive at this conclusion on their own because they've been bullied into doing this.
They need and the energy that they need, and it'll be approved by
like the problem is
a total professional.
The CHIPS Act in and of itself does not go far enough to build American manufacturing. This fucking dumbass thinks he's going to have it happen magically.
You procured a record amount of private sector investments since your election, $7 trillion. You talked about the importance of all that. Can you talk about how these investments will have a positive impact on families who felt like the previous economy left them behind, and why your executive orders on coal yesterday is so important given the amount of manufacturing that you're ushering back in?
Good, thank you. And which is correct. We have, I would say, more than $7 trillion now, right, of investment coming in. Apple is coming in for $500 billion alone. We have other companies coming in with massive numbers. We have car companies that are coming in. No, we've never seen anything like it. Maybe in the 1940s or 50s or something, but we've never seen anything like it. They had 3 plants canceled in Mexico. Not that we want to hurt Mexico, but we're for us. And that's what my job is. It's not to take care of other countries, but I want to help other countries as much as I can, but we have to take care of America first, and it's about America first. So we have many, many companies coming in that would have never come in if we didn't win the election and then put the tariffs on. And they're coming in because when they build in the United States, there are no tariffs. You don't have to pay any tariffs. So instead of paying 30, 40, 50% or 25%, but it could go a lot higher in some of the industries. So we have steel mills right now that are raging. The steel industry was gone. If I didn't put the tariffs on steel, because China was dumping massive amounts of steel in my first term, and I put tariffs on it, I saved the steel industry, but now it's going to thrive, maybe like never before. I mean, if you go back to U.S. Steel from 90 years ago, it was incredible. It was the #1 company in the world for a long time. That's why we don't want to see it go to Japan. And we love Japan, but U.S. Steel was a very special company. We don't want it to go to Japan or any other place. So we're working with them, and I don't know if they need any money now. I'll be honest with you, they hit gold. They hit gold because if you look at it, they have such orders for steel now. It's incredible. What's going on in our country is incredible with respect to plants. So we lost 90,000 plants and factories from the beginning of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made in the history of this world, but certainly in the history of trade. There's never been a worse trade deal. We were able to cancel that. We had to get approval from Congress. It was like a disastrous curse because you had to go to Congress to get it terminated. You couldn't just terminate it because it was a bad deal. And you had people in Congress that didn't want to do it because they had other reasons, maybe bad reasons. They're mostly not there anymore, those people. But it's amazing what's happened. I appreciate that question because it's incredible. I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. $7 trillion, and it's much more than that because, you know, these are places that we know. $7 trillion is unheard of. I never looked at the Biden numbers, but you could go a whole year and it was peanuts. Everybody was leaving. They weren't coming in, they were leaving, and that means jobs are leaving. And so we're not playing games. We're going to make this country greater than ever before. Thank you for that question.
Mr. President, it seems that China's made some...
Let her just do that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Thanks. For the past few days, we've heard from this administration no pause. Was this idea of doing a pause, did that just come about this morning? Can you tell us exactly what came into consideration for you and your advisors?
For a period of time, I wouldn't say this morning. Over the last few days, I've been thinking about it. I've been dealing with Scott, with Howard, with some other people that are very professional. And I think it probably came together early this morning, fairly early this morning. Just wrote it up. We didn't have the use of, we didn't have access to lawyers, or we just wrote it up from our hearts, right? It was written from the heart.
Let's see what the Asmongoldians are saying.
But it was written from the heart. It was written
DEI question.
As something that I think was very positive for the world and for us. And we don't want to hurt countries that don't need to be hurt. And they all want to negotiate. The only problem is, you know, you can only do so many at one time. It's like, we want to do it right. We want to get it right. We want to take care of them, but we have to take care of our country. So, but this was something certainly we've been talking about for a period of time, and we decided to pull the trigger. We did it today, and we're happy about it. I didn't know it would have that kind of impact.
He made us losers. Okay, so they're also not necessarily on board, it seems. So that's good.
You're almost, you know, if you keep going, you're going to be back to where it was 4 weeks ago. But it was a sick market 4 weeks ago, you know, because the trade was sick. It was only a question of time. I don't blame the tariffs. I think the tariffs just sort of magnified what was happening. It was sick. Biden allowed these people to get away with murder. Biden allowed China to just take advantage of us. We had like $1 trillion deficit with China, $1 trillion deficit.
How does Asmongold's chat
a matter of time?
Instantly know when I'm watching Asmongold's chat, by the way? Do they just have both of our fucking chats open at the same time? Fuck you, Hassan Pepe Point. It's kind of, it's wild. You know?
And we've revealed it very strongly. Yes, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So it seems China's made some serious missteps here in these negotiations, and Secretary Bessent said earlier you may have goaded them into a tough position here. I'm wondering, are you in a way putting together a coalition against China in terms of trade here?
No. Well, China, look, they're very capable, and I don't blame China for what happened. I blame the people sitting right at this desk. Right behind this desk or another desk.
I love how much they hate you for having empathy in your beliefs.
I happen to pick the Resolute. But I blame the people sitting behind in this chair, behind this desk, for being stupid, incompetent, or not having courage. This should have been done years ago. This should have been done before Obama, in all fairness. Not only Biden, Obama. It should have been done many years ago. This started with the World Trade Organization, which was owned by China. It was owned and paid for by China. They didn't even have to do things. They considered them a nation that was undeveloped. They said they were a developing nation. Well, we're a developing nation too, if you think about it. Look at our inner cities. Look at what's happened. I think we're starting from ground zero there, right? So we're a developing nation too. No, I know it's a lot of people take heat for saying that, but I blame the people sitting at this desk more than I blame China. If China can get away with what they got away with taking hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars right out of our pocket because our people here were stupid, they were stupid people. Maybe corrupt, I don't know. I don't know how you can be that stupid. How do you get to be president and you're stupid? But they certainly weren't courageous, and they allowed this to happen. And with Japan and with many other countries that took advantage of us. I mean, we had deficits with almost every country. I used to read these things. First term, I'd read them. I'd actually read the agreements. I'd say, how could anybody agree to this stuff? So certainly they were rough, and they were tough, and they were smart. And you can blame them, but I really blame the people that allowed them to do it, because you know, if you could read first grade and you could read these agreements, you'd say, these are terrible deals. I actually used to say, who would allow deals like this to be made for our country? And maybe it's people that didn't care. Maybe it's people that weren't courageous. Maybe it's people that were corrupt. I don't know. But I blame those people more than I blame anybody else.
Mr. President, you've been very specific in saying that you would like the EU to purchase U.S.
There's definitely a lot more
Is there something
discontent. Says the
specific
dude who
that you
told
would
us the
like
NJ
China
bleach
to
for
do?
Trump can't read at first grade.
You'll be hearing about that, yeah.
There's a lot of discontent seemingly in the
There are a lot of things that I want China
Asmongold
to
side.
do, and I'll be telling China what that is.
I don't think they are buying whatever the fuck Trump is selling at this moment.
That if they do not agree to a potential nuclear deal, that it would be very dangerous for them. What specifically
Well, they
did you
can't have
mean?
a nuclear
Did
weapon.
you mean military action, though, if they don't agree?
Oh, if necessary? Absolutely, yeah.
And do you have a
deadline for these
Yeah,
talks?
I do.
And
You're talking about with Iran?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You're saying it's
do.
not
Do you
the
want something
best
definitive this weekend, or do you see this as the start of a process?
It's a start.
Do you have a timeline?
We have a little time, but we don't have much time,
Who is starting the
because we're not going to let them have a nuclear weapon.
Is
Can't
it
let them have a
awkward to
nuclear
be
weapon.
there, Mr. President?
And we're going to let them thrive. I want them to thrive. I want Iran to be great. The only thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. They understand that. You know, the people are so incredible in Iran, and they're so smart. They're very smart people. But, you know, they're in a rough situation, rough regime. But they understand, and the leaders understand. And I'm not asking for much. I don't, they can't have a nuclear weapon, and I've said that. And I was a little bit surprised, because when the election was rigged, I figured they'd get the weapon, because with me they were broke. They were broke. They had no money because of the sanctions. Nobody could buy oil. We did that to Venezuela just recently, and we'll do it to other countries if we have to. I want to see Russia and Ukraine make a deal. They got to make a deal. When schools get blown up and bad things happen, like I'm hearing about, it's no good. I hope we're going to make a deal with Russia and Ukraine. But with Iran, yeah, if it requires military, we're going to have military. Israel will obviously be very much involved in that. He'll be the leader of that. But nobody leads us. We do what we want to do.
When would the talks run out on the talks? Before you might, when would the talks need to conclude before you might do military?
I can't really be specific, but you know, when you start talks, you know if they're going along well or not. And I would say the conclusion would be when I think they're not going along well. So that's just a feeling.
Mr. President, on the subject of U.S. troops stationed in Europe, do you have any plans to reduce the number of U.S. troops in Europe or in other NATO countries?
Well, good. I mean, it depends. We pay for military over in Europe. You know, we don't get reimbursed by much. South Korea too. So it'll be one of the things we discuss. That's unrelated to trade, but I think we'll make it part of it because it makes sense. Be nice to wrap it all up in one package for each country. You know, it's nice and clean, and we have plenty of law firms. These are great law firms that we signed with, the best. And I think part of the way I'll spend some of the money that we're getting from the law firms, you know, in terms of their legal time.
If you don't understand how Trump thinks about tariffs, you should check out Peter Navarro. Dude, I check out Peter Navarro, don't worry.
Good lawyers representing us, but we want to have good lawyers, and these are the best, considered the best lawyers in the world, right? I mean, considered the best in the world. I don't know. They just went off a little bit.
Mr. President, two questions. On Iran, do you have an update on who will be participating or conducting these conversations? Will Witkoff be there on Saturday for these direct talks? And on China, some economists are saying that right now is technically embargo on China with 125% tariffs. Are you concerned of escalation beyond the trade war with China?
No, I'm not concerned. I think President Xi is a very smart guy, and I think we'll end up making a very good deal for both. But, you know, we've been treated so badly for so many years. Again, we allowed that to happen. We've been treated so badly for so many years. But no, I don't expect that. I think President Xi is one of the very smart people of the world, and I don't think he'd allow that to happen. And we're very powerful. This country is very powerful.
let me tell you, it's far more powerful than people understand.
My favorite advisor.
We have weaponry that nobody
Brilliant
has
guy,
any idea
knows
what it is,
China.
and it is the most powerful weapons in the world that we have. More powerful than anybody, not even close. So nobody's going to do that. But I think that if that's what you're referring to, maybe it's not. But just in terms of basic escalation, which is what you said, no, I think that President Xi is a man who knows exactly what has to be done. He's a very smart man. He loves his country. I know that for a fact. I know him very well. And I think he's going to want to get to a deal. I think that's going to happen. We'll get a phone call at some point, and it'll be off to the races. It'll be a great thing for them. It'll be a great thing for us. It's going to be a great thing for the world and for humanity.
Do you have plans to meet with Putin in Saudi Arabia?
At some point, I would.
In Saudi
We'll have to see. I mean, we have to get there right now. You know, we got to get there. In the meantime, they're losing 2,500 on average young people every single week. Think of that. 2,500 people a week. It's not even conceivable. We got to get there fast.
Do you think
Take a couple of more. Yes.
Do you have to increase tariffs on China even more before they come to the table or give you a phone
I
call?
can't imagine it. No, I can't imagine it. I don't think I'll have to do it. I don't think we'll have to do it more. We calculated it very carefully. By the way, when you hear 100, a lot of people charge much more than that. Canada charges much more than that to our farmers, our dairy farmers. Many people charge much more than 100 or 125 in this case. But I don't, it's still a significant number. I don't see that again.
On the investigations.
Yeah, Mr. President. So do you think some of your tariff critics would prefer, to see the United States go through turmoil than to actually see it succeed just because they are your policies?
You mean just leave the tariffs the way they are now and just relax?
He's
right?
just like, I think he just loves Xi. And he's willing to make the American small business owners that rely on Chinese manufacturing and the American working class that has benefited from the cheap, accessible, affordable commodities suffer with mass inflation just to get Xi to call him, on a cell phone. He's like, please, Mr. Xi. President Xi, he loves me. I know he loves me. He just doesn't want to call. He's playing hard to get.
I've been in worse positions in my life than making $2 billion a day plus, right?
He's just playing hard to get.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Believe it. I will destroy this beautiful economy just to get one phone call from Mr. Xi.
The markets right now are extremely good. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Press. Thank you. Here, this way. Right this way. Thank you.
Okay, well, Donald Trump ending that actually far-reaching news conference off the back of the signing of some executive orders,
but
the main
he'll
story
call me
today,
soon.
obviously,
He'll call me, I promise. Believe it, he will call me on my cell phone late night when he needs my love. It's a real hotline bling situation. Let's hear what Peter Navarro has to say.
Trying to negotiate. Walk us through how this decision was made.
Charles, this is one of the greatest days in American economic history we have had. I think we're going to call it the art of the reciprocal.
Chris Paul. Chris Paul makes pivotal three-pointer to cut the lead. Cut the lead that the opposing team has down to 42. Okay? Trust. Look at all that green. Look at all that green, baby. The markets are loving it.
Trade deal. And I'll tell you, all the nervous Nellies on Wall Street who try to undermine us consistently underestimate the power of the president to negotiate. What have we got here? We are at a place now where we have a broad-based 10% global tariff on. Well, we negotiate over the next 90 days.
Bro, they even flipped the Fox business logo green. Oh my God, and the entire background is green. Oh, these people are so funny. Oh my God, I love Regime Press. Regime Press is excellent, okay? Look at all the green, baby. Look at all
with
the
all
fucking
of these
green.
countries who have come to us. And the mission, Charles, in these negotiations is to dramatically reduce our trade deficit, level the playing field, get rid of all the tariff differentials, get rid of all the non-tariff barriers.
Yesterday, everyone was like, the stock market is just about the top 10% of wealth. Who gives a fuck if it's all red? You're stupid for caring about it. Today, they're like, oh my God, America's back, baby. America's back like it never went away. So what's the take? Is this artificial ups in the market, but it will go down again soon? Yes. I think the faster people understand that, one, money is fake and has never been more fake than it is right now. And the faster people understand that the markets are not reacting in the appropriate way that they normally would, considering that Donald Trump still very much has caused inflation with the broad 10% tariffs that he slapped on and the 124% tariffs he fucking slapped on to China. Alongside the Chinese tariffs on U.S. goods as well, which is, you know, somewhat significant, especially for like soybean, for soy manufacturing. But all of that is going to lead to incredible instability. The only reason why the markets are rebounding right now is because at least he's not nuking the entire planet. They still have tariffs on raw materials. China is withholding them too. Like nothing is fixed. But there's also this. Reporter asks, would you consider exempting some larger companies that have been hit hard in the markets? Trump, we're going to take a look at it. How will you determine that instinctively? He's going to give some of, oh my God, it's literally happening in the exact same ways that I said it would. What did I tell you? He's going to use the tariffs as a basically as a way to get favorable deals from big corporations that will play ball. I told you that he's like, oh, I'm doing broad tariffs, but if you don't want the tariffs, then you come to Papa. You come to Papa. Yeah, Turkification. The Turkification of the American economy.
Would you consider exempting some U.S. companies, maybe some larger companies who have been hit hard in the markets the last few days during this 90 days?
As time goes by, we're going to take a look at it. There are some that have been...
Yeah, I said it was a loyalty pledge. A loyalty pledge. If you come to me and you kiss the ring. If you come to me and kiss the ring, maybe I'll give you respite from the tariffs.
Hit hard. There are some that, by the nature of the company, get hit a little bit harder, and we'll take a look at that. Yeah. Just instinctively, more than anything else. I mean, you almost can't take a pencil to paper. It's really more of an instinct, I think, than anything else.
The China tariff wiped us out overnight. I'm laid off and my team is dissolved. Holy shit. Oh. Oh. I'm sorry, chatter. You know what scene where Putin made all those oligarchs sign a paper or something on camera, something in the mid-2000s? Trump really wanted his own version of that. Oh, it was a labor dispute. You're talking about that labor dispute that took place where Vladimir Putin was like, you're going to listen to the demands that the labor union is making. And then he fucking literally personally was like, I don't see your... What was it? Was it to what was the name of the dude? He straight up was like, I do not see your signature on this piece of paper. You will sign now. Deripaska, yeah. Deripaska! I do not see your signature on piece of paper. Except Donald Trump would never do that at the behest of any fucking labor union. He would do the exact opposite. So there's that too. Are dropshippers safe from all this? No, dropshippers are dead. It's done.
So, but another example of this is what we talked about earlier, that Trump wants the US dollar to remain the global reserve currency. He has threatened countries that de-dollarize with tariffs. He threatened 100% tariffs on BRICS countries, which now represent 55% of the world population. And yet at the same time, he says that he wants to reindustrialize. But
yeah, look, Amazon cancels inventory orders from China due to tariffs. Boom. Major hit to drop shipping in general.
In order to reindustrialize the U.S.,
another thing that I told you was going to happen.
The dollar has to come down. It's extremely expensive. Even some major U.S. banks are saying that the U.S. dollar is extremely overvalued. You talked about how the Federal Reserve has significantly raised interest rates in recent years, which has caused many other currencies to depreciate against the dollar. So if Trump wants to reindustrialize, he has to tackle this issue unless he wants iPhones to cost $5,000 to produce. He says he wants to produce this stuff locally, but it's so expensive. He's not even going to be able to export it because it's going to be so uncompetitive internationally because of the very expensive dollar. So to me, this seems to be another major contradiction, that Trump, he wants to punish countries that de-dollarize, and he says he wants to reindustrialize, yet he also is engaging in these policies like tariffs that only push the dollar further up. So it seems like something has to break it.
Ben Norton is literally living my dream in China right now.
At some point, do you think that it's possible for this strategy to work, for the U.S. to reindustrialize with such an expensive dollar while threatening other countries to de-dollarize and putting on tariffs that keep driving up the dollar? And I'll add one other part of this question. He also has chosen the...
This is MHUD, by the way. This is what he looks like. Yeah, W. Michael Hudson. Yep, I work with Ben Norton on that. Yeah, chatters. Y'all thought MHUD was like around our age, you know what I mean? Around my age, but turns out this is what he looks like, actually. He is our age. He just looks like this. It's because he spent so much time in the library building out his brain so that he could be the smartest economist. Wait, I don't know if you're lying. Yes, dude. What do you mean?
The billionaire hedge fund manager, Scott Bessent, to be his Treasury Secretary. There are 13 billionaires in the Trump administration. These are people who are not going to want to bring down the dollar because that would hurt Wall Street. Because the stronger the dollar gets, the richer they get with all of their U.S. financial assets. So, I mean, what's going to break? What's going to happen here?
Well, there are a number of things you've said. To begin with, there's a great misunderstanding, and that's because money and debt are blind spots in the economic education of that people get in the United States. And Trump follows a sort of neoliberal blind spot in not looking at the industrialization and international finance as a interrelated economic system. The fact is that in theory, the idea is that if only you will lower the dollar's exchange rate, that will make American exports more competitive with European exports and China's exports. That's crazy. What American exports? America's deindustrialized. Let it devalue the currency by 90%. 90%. It'll take 10 or 15 years to recreate the industry that America has outsourced to foreign countries. America doesn't have the production to lower its prices on. It has control of the world oil industry as a center of American diplomacy. It has American agriculture, but it doesn't have industrial exports, cars. It's trying to maintain, its idea of industry is information technology. Well, we just saw that go poof with the deep sea Chinese information technology. The problem is that what has deindustrialized the United States and makes it impossible to reindustrialize is the United States is no longer in era of industrial capitalism. It's finance capitalism. And the aim of the financial companies, whether it's they're making steel companies or auto companies or computer companies, is to increase the price of their stocks. Most financial fortunes in the United States and Europe are not made by earning profits on production. They're made by capital gains in their stock prices. And the capital gains are financed mainly by debt leveraging from banks at low interest rates to buy one stock, or to, if you do make profits, you pay them out as dividends to increase your stock prices. I think I've said on your show before, 92% of the Standard & Poor 500 cash flow profits are paid out as dividends and stock buybacks, not as industrialization. Now, Trump is, you can...
This is a byproduct of the financialization. That's it. Everything's computer, but actually, instead of everything's computer, it's everything's bank. Everything's a bank now. We no longer value manufacturing output. Everything's computer bank money. It's all of it. All of it. Everything is bank.
See an example in what's happened with Intel in the United States. The United States wanted to prevent China from getting computer chips, imagining that if the United States blocks computer chips from China, China will say, oh, we give up. We don't know how to produce computer chips. Well, obviously, China's gone way ahead, but Intel has been blocked from selling computer chips to China. And the Intel stock has been plunging because its CEO has said, well, wait a minute, our biggest single market is China. Now that we've lost the Chinese market, our profits are way down. And if we don't make profits, how are we going to get the money to finance research and development? We've got to support our stock by using the few profits that we are left for us to make, stock buybacks and paying out as dividends to support our shareholders. So essentially, the United States has been cutting its own throat with its industrial throat with financialization, and the fact that the whole objective of American corporate industry isn't industrial anymore; it's financial. And if you have, you've created a way of making America's comparative advantage in finance, then you've lost your advantage in industry. And can any economy that does not produce industrial exports, does not produce exports or products that other countries want, except maybe liquid natural gas and farm products, can that really dominate the world? If you've outsourced all of your industry, all of your research and development, if you've stopped your infrastructure spending in order to cut taxes on the wealthiest financial classes so that they can make out more money instead of the economy rebuilding its bridges and infrastructure and developing like it used to do, then you're going to have the United States becoming a failed industrial economy, and that's what's happened. So in that,
yep, still have the war industry. Okay, great. Stocks down, so savings are getting crushed. Bond yields surging, so America needs to pay more interest on its debt. Dollar down, so everything the U.S. buys abroad is more expensive on top of the tariffs. Massive tariffs, which are a huge additional tax on Americans, further eating away at their spending power. American companies see surging costs and more difficulty doing business abroad with the retaliatory measures and boycotts. All for what? So Americans can start making socks instead of Bangladeshi workers, so the U.S. government can raise more money to fund an already insanely bloated military-industrial complex? Absolutely senseless. This was the analysis last night. So much winning. Mr. President, we're winning so much. See, but hey, guess what? Yeah. Stock market is rebounding big time. So everything is good. This to me unironically spells disorder. Like the very fact that Donald Trump threatened to do the nuclear option and then only scaled it back to, like, you know, a smaller nuke instead, directed at China, and people are like, no, everything is fixed now, everything is fixed, is so fucking stupid. Where things stand, 1 week after Liberation Day, tariffs on China will go to 125% from 104% on Wednesday and from 20% on Tuesday. Tariffs on all the countries except Russia, North Korea, and Belarus will be at 10% for the next 90 days. Tariffs on steel and aluminum are 25%. Tariffs on imported cars are 25%. Canada and Mexico face tariffs of 25% on goods that aren't eligible for USMCA. I don't understand how people are looking at the situation and going, no, this is good. This is actually a good thing, I promise. Let's see what Fox News said, though. Now that we covered this extensively, let's take a look at what Fox News is saying about this beautiful rebounding of the market. Masterful gambit time.
Statement regarding his America First trade plan. As you all know, the president just put out a statement announcing an additional tariff on China. The tariff on China will now go up to 125% because China imprudently decided to retaliate against the United States. And as I said at the podium yesterday, when you punch at the United States of America, President Trump is going to punch back harder. In that same vein, we have had more than 75 countries from around the world reach out to President Trump and his team here at the White House to negotiate better trade.
You said, my dad said it's good and that he believes Trump has a plan but isn't explaining it well. No, here's the thing. Here's the difference between me and your dad. I actually know what Trump's plan is, and I still think it's going to be a failure. Okay? Most of these people that think, oh no, things are going to get better right now, don't even understand what Trump's plan is in actuality. They're just literally reacting. They're playing catch up and basically repeating whatever Trump is saying, his administration is saying, or whatever they fucking hear on Fox News. And they're wrong. But they don't even understand why they're wrong. I understand what Trump's initiative is here, and I've explained it thoroughly over and over again this morning. I'm not going to repeat it one more time, okay? He's just trying to tackle trade deficits and decouple America from its largest trade partner and move manufacturing back here. And part of that is also obviously going to be devaluing the US dollar and trying to force other vassal states that have played ball with the global trade design that America has set up in perpetuity, that exploits the global south and allows American consumers to be the domineering force on the planet with its great purchasing power without actually building any sort of manufacturing any longer, to go back and demand more from these people. Okay? It has virtually nothing to do with tariffs. That's not a real thing. No trade barriers. That's not a real thing either. And no, it's not Donald Trump doing this single-handedly. This is not Donald Trump's decision. This is simply the American. This has been the American goal since Obama, since America realized that China was making major gains in manufacturing. Trump just is the guy who did it, who followed through on it. Eyvallah, sağ ol baba.
Deals for the American worker. We have been overwhelmed with the amount of requests from countries around the world. I'll let the Secretary speak to that. We will continue with the tailor-made negotiations that I spoke about yesterday. In the meantime, there will be a 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs as these negotiations are ongoing, and the tariff level will be brought down to a universal 10% tariff. The Secretary here has been a huge part of the President's trade team, of course, and will continue to lead these negotiations moving forward, to look out for the American worker, which is always President Trump's goal. So I'll kick it over to our great Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
Good, thank you. And we saw the successful negotiating strategy that President Trump implemented a week ago today. it has brought more than 75 countries forward to negotiate. It took great courage for him to stay the course until this moment. And what we have ended up with here, as I told everyone a week ago,
this is literally them not staying the course. What do you mean he stayed the course? This is a decision. This is an announcement of not staying the course. I told you that he was just gonna look at like any kind of like initiative, that these governments will say and chalk it up as a victory. That's precisely what happened. He's like, look at us, we did it. Major victory here. I'm not backing down from my insane, from the ridiculous moves that I've been making. Yeah, all according to plan.
In this very spot, do not retaliate and you will be rewarded. So every country in the world who wants to come and negotiate, we are willing to hear you. We're going to go down to a 10% baseline tariff for them, and China will be raised to 125 due to their insistence on escalation.
Secretary, thank you for doing this. Let me ask you three quick things, if I could, just for the sake of clarity, because the markets are open and they're wondering. First of all, Mexico and China, are they part of this 10% universal?
Well, China, no, China.
Mexico and Canada, are they part of the 10%?
Yes.
Okay. Second, given then that you have the rest of the world essentially calling it, it's not China, is this now just all about China?
Well, it's about bad actors, and what we will see is some of the very early countries are China's neighbors. That we're going to see. I'm seeing Vietnam today. Japan's at the front of the queue. South Korea, India. So we will see. And as I've repeatedly said, and President Trump has been saying it for years, China is the most imbalanced economy in the history of the modern world, and they are the biggest source of the U.S. trade problems.
This is their own design. Okay, I need you to understand something. When they say China is cheating, they are cheating. What they mean is China's manufacturing capabilities and its state-funded enterprise makes it so that it is impossible for other nations to compete with the price points that they to the price points that they fucking manufacture goods around the globe. That's what they're saying. They're saying that China is not operating by the rules that we designed, even though we unironically designed the rules so we could get cheap goods from China. They're beating us on their own on the game that we've designed. We set the rules, and they're beating us now within the structure, within the framework that we created. And we don't like that. It's fucked up.
And indeed, they are problems for the rest of the world, because what we've seen is that as the U.S. announced a tariff wall last week, many of those goods have already started flooding into Europe.
So as you see it now, this trade war is China versus the rest of the world?
Well, I'm not calling it a trade war, but I'm saying that China has escalated, and President Trump responded very courageously to that, and we are going to work on a solution with our trading partners.
If I could just, excuse me, Raquel, if I could just add to what the Secretary said. Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. You tried to say that the rest of the world would be moved closer to China when in fact we've seen the opposite effect. The entire world is calling the United States of America, not China, because they need our markets, they need our consumers, and they need this president in the Oval Office to talk to them. And that's exactly why more than 75 countries have called, because the United States of America is the best place in the world to do business. And as the president has shown great courage, as the Secretary has said, in choosing to retaliate against China even higher. Elena, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Treasury Secretary Hassan. Can you explain more of the decision making on what feels like a reversal here? I mean, just these went into effect less than 15 hours ago, these tariffs. Why the pause now? What led to that?
No, again, President Trump created maximum negotiating leverage for himself, and which tariffs went into effect 15 hours ago? The ones that we have lowered went into effect a week ago. They were announced a week ago, and we have just been overwhelmed by the response from mostly our allies who want to come and negotiate in good faith. So we are expecting them to come with their best deal. As I said a week ago today, don't retaliate, hold your ground, let's see what happens. And China, they kept escalating and escalating, and now they have 125% tariffs that will be effective immediately.
Mr. Secretary,
go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, thanks so much for doing this. The 90-day pause on the reciprocal tariffs, is that because of the whiplash that we've been seeing across the financial markets? How much was, what we saw in the stock markets, a part of this decision?
No, it's because because of the large number of inbounds. We've had more than 75 countries contact us, and I imagine after today there will be more. So it is just a processing problem. Each one of these solutions is going to be bespoke. It is going to take some time, and President Trump wants to be personally involved. So that's why we're getting the 90-day pause.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, there was a tweet that you and Secretary Letnick were in the Oval Office with the president talking about this. Can you talk about what that conversation was like and what you guys said to one another that led to this decision?
Look, it's all the president's decision, and the president had a level in mind to raise the China tariffs, and then he had the essentially the 3-month pause in mind, and we were discussing the exact wording. Sorry? Of course.
It's the president's decision.
It's the president's decision. It was the president's decision to wait until today. And again, as I've said in the past, no one creates leverage for himself like President Trump.
Mr. Secretary. All of our allies called us, except the EU also implemented a 25% counter tariff, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know what he means by that. He claimed that everybody backed away, but the EU did not.
Shelby, go ahead.
At least completely back away.
What does the president want to see by this, I think it's July 9th deadline to keep things paused? Is it just trade barriers coming down, or is it more than that?
Well, these are trade negotiations, but if countries want to come and offer other things, I talked about yesterday that we are thinking about a big LNG project in Alaska that South Korea, Japan, Taiwan are interested in financing and taking a substantial portion of the offtake. But again, in essence, that is trade because it will decrease the trade deficit that we have with those countries. So everything's on the table.
Raquel, go ahead.
A clarification on the pause. What happened to those countries who just had 10% baseline tariffs, like Brazil and others? Are they still going to have this 90-day pause because we're saying that there will be a tariff of 10% for others? So what happened to those who just had a 10%?
Yeah, that's going to remain.
And do you call this an embargo to China?
Pardon?
You call this an embargo to China, a trade embargo?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by the word embargo.
125% tariffs, like those, and then
it is an embargo. Like, the difference between 84% tariffs versus 104% tariffs versus 124% tariffs is literally a trade embargo. It's been a trade embargo. You don't want to call it that, but that is what it is. The fuck do you mean? Oh, what's an embargo? I don't know what that is.
Impose 84%. Isn't this an embargo?
Well, it's not. Look, it's China's decision that we have the deficit with them. They sell us almost 5 times what we sell them. So again, I think it's an own goal by China.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, with this, does this signal that you're confident that you're going to be able to strike a satisfactory deal with all these 75 nations that approach you?
It signals that President Trump cares about trade and that we want to negotiate in good faith. And as I said, each one of these is going to be a separate, bespoke negotiation. So we are confident that, having seen the other side of where this could go, and it was like I said last week, the market didn't understand. Those were maximum levels. The countries can think about those levels as they come to us to bring down their tariffs, their non-tariff trade barriers. We're going to discuss currency manipulation, subsidy of labor, and industry.
Told you. That's it. China is cheating because they subsidize their industry. They're cheating. Their products are too good and too affordable. Understand that that is what they mean when they say China is cheating. Every person predisposed with political economy will openly say this without even recognizing the irony, because their worldview is so dogmatic. Their worldview is so hyper-capitalist that they're like, what do you mean? What do you mean state-owned enterprise? Like, no, you can't do that. Yeah. And at no step of the way does anyone go, wait a minute, why don't we do that? And it's not like China is acting as though they're not doing this. They're like, yeah, we're a transitional socialist state. The state owns all of our enterprise. The state owns virtually everything. Sure, it still operates within this private sector where there's a market, yada yada yada. But ultimately, the state has desires or has initiatives in terms of global trade that they will that the private sector will follow through on.
Secretary, thank you. Will the pause also apply to the sectoral tariffs that the president has announced? Pharma, lumber, anything else?
No, it's on the reciprocal.
Those will still be coming here soon, right? Mr. Secretary, as far as the negotiations with the 75
Andrea, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, so I want to ask you about what you're doing here. So the market is reacting crazily, right?
I haven't seen it.
Do you think that this move is going to sort of change and calm down the market reaction?
What?
Do you think the markets have tanked, right? There's been a lot of volatility in the market, not just in terms of stock markets, but also in terms of bonds. So will this move, in your mind, do you anticipate that this is going to calm the markets down?
Well, I think what we've seen, I think the willingness by more than 75 countries to come and negotiate, I think now the market understands that everything they saw last Wednesday was a ceiling, and now we have a 10% temporary floor, and I think the market, my 35 years in the market, I always wanted certainty, so I think we've got more certainty.
But Mr. Secretary,
Maggie, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, why do people assume this is the last word? The president began this morning saying, be cool. 5 hours later, he announces a new policy. Why will investors in the market assume that this is it?
Because, again, as I said, We've given 90 days, and the only certainty we can provide is that the U.S. is going to negotiate in good faith, and we assume that our allies will too. And in terms of certainty, we will see what China does. But what I'm certain of is that what China is doing will affect their economy much more than it will ours, because they have an export-driven, flood the world with cheap export models, and the rest of the world now understands, because when we put up our tariff wall, those exports were already flowing to the rest of the G7 and to the global South.
And you think Mr. Secretary, how much of this decision was driven by the bond market cratering overnight? What is happening with bonds? Is China selling their bonds?
I have nothing that says that, and we actually had quite a good 10-year auction today, and all this was, again, this was driven by the president's strategy. He and I had a long talk on Sunday, and this was his strategy all along, and that, you know, you might even say that he goaded China into a bad position. They responded. They have shown themselves to the world to be the bad actors, and we are willing to cooperate with our allies and with our trading partners who did not retaliate. It wasn't a hard message. Don't retaliate. Things will turn out well.
What's your message? What do you mean? There's still tariffs. How can America claim to be the good actor in this situation? Wow, I can't believe China I can't believe China retaliated to our tariffs. They showed the world that they are bad actors. Don't you understand? You're not supposed to do that.
Political articles saying that the countries weren't getting calls back.
These negotiations with these 75 countries, how long will that take? Will it be a matter of weeks? Will it be a matter of months? Do you expect financial markets to be stable during that time period?
Well, we've started with a 90-day pause, and we will see if more countries turn up, what will happen. But we have a meeting with Vietnam today, and we have one of the largest trade deficits with them. So I'm hoping it will move in a good direction. I was at the Japanese ambassador's house last night for the Cherry Blossom Festival, which was quite festive, and he and I had a good chat. They are going to send a deal team over. So we'll see. These are complicated negotiations. These are imbalances that have taken decades to create. But I think, having seen the maximum level that Donald Trump is willing to go to, President Trump has created this negotiating leverage.
Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me. The secretary is obviously a very busy man, as he has said. He's had more than 75 countries that the trade team has to respond to. I'd just like to end with this. For decades, Republicans and Democrats have said that these unfair trade practices are ripping off the American people, are ripping off our country, but nobody has ever done anything to address it. We finally have a president here at the White House who is playing the long game, who is doing what is right for the American worker and our industries here at home, and he has put together a fantastic team in Secretary Bessent, Secretary Lustnick, the entire trade team, who will be focusing on negotiating these good deals to put the American workers first, and we're going to get to work to do that. Thank you.
What about the EU? What about the EU? They retaliated this morning.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno.
Amazing.
Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday.
Now, just a few minutes before we came on air, a sudden social media post from Donald Trump turned all his tariff plans upside down again. Based on the lack of respect China has shown to the world markets, he declared, "I am hereby raising the tariff charged by the United States of America to 125%. As for the countries which he said had not, at my strong suggestion, retaliated in any way, shape or form, I've authorized a 90-day pause and a substantially lowered reciprocal tariff during this period of 10%. It took several questions to the White House press secretary to establish that this was a universal flat rate and not on top of the existing 10% already imposed. That's all perfectly clear then, is it? Well, in our first report tonight, here's our Washington correspondent, Siobhan Kennedy.
I know what the hell I'm doing. I know what I'm doing, and you know what I'm doing too.
Last night, President Trump claimed he knew what he was doing as he unleashed a barrage of reciprocal tariffs on dozens of countries around the world.
Thank you. The president has just announced a 90-day pause.
But in the last hour, yet more chaos, as the president abruptly announced on social media a 90-day pause. The stock market surged as investors took heart and screens quickly turned green. But exempt from the tariff pause was China, on which Trump hiked levies for the second time in 24 hours, this time to 125%. Beijing had already retaliated with an increased 84% levy on US goods, its finance minister earlier insisting Beijing would not back down. We will continue to take resolute and strong measures to safeguard our legitimate rights and interests, he said. There was also retaliation from Europe that targeted iconic products like Harley-Davidson motorbikes with a new 25% duty that will also hit American chickens, soybeans and ice cream. The incoming German Chancellor was equally resolute.
In welche Richtung sich die internationale Lage entwickeln wird.
We do not yet know what direction the international situation will head, he said, but that's why our message today is all the more clear. We want to and we will help shape the shift in the world for Germany. That doesn't sound like countries cozying up to Donald Trump, as he claimed last night.
I'm telling you, these countries are calling us up, kissing my ass. They are dying to make a deal. Please, please, sir, make a deal. I'll do anything. I'll do anything, sir.
With a global trade war underway, Trump's Treasury Secretary spoke at a bankers' conference this morning, perhaps to try and calm jittery nerves, though he didn't sound particularly convinced himself.
I can tell you that there is a little uncertainty, but that in general,
just a little bit,
the companies that I've spoken to, the people who have come, the CEOs who have come into Treasury, tell me that the economy is very solid. We got some very good jobs numbers last Friday. So, I think that we are in pretty good shape.
This will be the largest tax increase for the American people.
But that wasn't the message in Congress today, during a second grilling of Trump's trade official.
The numbers speak for themselves. $3,800 higher prices for American consumers, 900 laid off U.S. auto workers, trillions in lost retirement savings, which would be the biggest tax increase in our history.
Perhaps acknowledging that pain, at least the chaos his policies are causing in global markets, Donald Trump has now called a pause, a welcome reprieve from the turmoil he's created.
Siobhan Kennedy, well, was today's climb down the result of market movements overnight as confidence in the US economy declined and investors rushed to offload government debt? With me now is our economics correspondent, Helia Ebrahimi. So let's start with UK debts. What has been happening?
Well, look, the whole thing is quite complicated because we've seen in the last half an hour that US stock markets, as Siobhan was saying, have all bounced higher. You've got the Dow Jones. I'm going to start there. I'm going to go for the good news first and then get to the bad news, Krish. Dow Jones up 6%. NASDAQ, that's where all the US big tech companies are. They've shot up even higher, up 9%. All those hard-hit American companies like Nike, Apple, Delta Airlines, which had been the main casualties of this tariff war, are seeing double-digit share growth at the moment. And the conclusion of this turmoil is that I think this is kind of, it's that famous saying from Bill Clinton's advisor that if the reincarnation exists, I want to come back as the bond market because that's what really has power. And I'm going to show you up until an hour ago, there was a fear that not just prices were nosediving in shares, but also credit. This is the US Treasury market, 30-year debt. That should be the safest of safe places to be. And you can see just as tariffs begin, that's the white line, you see it shoot up to 5%. Now that is really bad news for the administration, and traders and market analysts all talking about what's the circuit breaker, what's going to stop this.
And that was the opposite of what they intended.
That's the opposite, and it's very strange as well to see bonds go up, government debt go up. You know, this means there is a loss of confidence in not just shares, but actually the USA. And you were asking a moment ago about what does this mean for UK debt? Well, we're going to bring up another chart for you, because of course this spreads not just across the US and to other corporate bonds, but also to the UK. You can see the UK debt price, which was already quite spicy, Krish, has gone up to 5.64%. And that is all because people are losing confidence.
Is that trust territory?
Well, the similarities with trust, that is away from trust. You know, we're still away from trust in terms of the change in gilt yield. So that's the highest level.
I do love that Liz Truss was such a spectacular failure that they literally invoke her name to basically explain a phenomena of a political figure crashing and burning in spectacular fashion in an incredibly short period of time. Like she has become the benchmark for a political failure.
Since 1998, but it's not the biggest move which we saw with Truss. The similarities with Truss, Krish, is that we've seen some chaos in the market. You know, prices going up, going down, crashing all about, and moving critically to the credit market. And you've got big leveraged positions, which means that prices are moving very quickly, very violently. Things like oil going down, things like the dollar going down, things like US Treasuries going down. When that happens, Krish, policymakers worry not just about prices, not just about recession, but does the whole market system break somewhere? And it is that kind of question about, is there enough liquidity? Is something going to break along the way that I think has stayed his hand?
And this is not over, is it?
Well, no, it's definitely not over. It's a reprieve. As Siobhan was saying, it's staying his hand for 90 days. But remember, China, which is the world's second biggest economy, still has tariffs. Not only still has tariffs, but he's increased the tariffs. Trump's increased the tariffs to 125%. Now, that is still going to have ramifications. And even when you look at the rest of the world, he's only given a 90-day pause. So companies, markets, fund managers, policymakers, they're still not clear where the policy is going to land. And that is going to lead to a whole bunch of volatility. If we have a look at my last graphic that I'm going to show you, this is the VIX. People call it the fear index. And you can see how it shot up on tariff day. That means people don't really know what's going to happen. And when people don't know, then things become a lot riskier. And that's when policymakers...
Because it's no longer clear what the purpose of his tariffs are now, is it? Yeah. It might not be about rebalancing the world economy after all.
Yeah, is it a negotiating tool, or, you know, is he just trying to bully everybody?
Thanks, Helia. Matt?
Well, I think we should be able to speak to Siobhan Kennedy now. Siobhan, tell us what the latest, the very latest is that you've heard from the White House.
Well, Matt, just first of all, what a roller coaster of a day, of a week this has been, having insisted pretty much on a daily basis that he was not for budging, he would not change his policy. That is exactly what Donald Trump has abruptly and suddenly done today with this pause that he's put in place. He said that he's done it because 75 countries, he said on his Truth Social platform, have called representatives of the United States, his Department of Commerce and others, and begged, as he would see it, to make a deal. Of course, the one country that has not done that is China, and he is claiming today that it was China's lack of respect that it has shown to the world markets that has made him make this pause. Of course, there's been chaos in the world markets. He seems to be blaming China for that, and he's raised the levy instead on China to 125%. That was on his Truth Social platform. In the last few moments, we have heard from the White House. His press secretary has come out onto the lawn there with his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Now, Caroline Levitt has said many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. She said the entire world is caught.
So stupid. We are so dumb.
The United States, not China, because they need our markets. She spoke alongside, as I said there, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Let's hear what he had to say now.
China is the most imbalanced economy in the history of the modern world, and they are the biggest source of the U.S. trade problems. And indeed, they are problems for the rest of the world, because what we've seen is that as the U.S. announced a tariff wall last week, many of those goods have already started flooding into Europe.
So as you see it now, this trade war is China versus the rest of the world?
Well, I'm not calling it a trade war, but I'm saying that China has escalated, and President Trump responded very courageously to that, and we are going to work on a solution with our trading partners.
If I could just, excuse me.
Well, the markets, we've seen them turn green. There is some relief here. But remember, this is only a 90-day pause to give some time for those negotiations and for some deals to perhaps kick in. Doesn't mean they necessarily will. And remember, he is still implementing a 10% tariff. So chaos will still ensue, I think, and prices still stand to go up. So this is a temporary reprieve, but I don't think everybody here, certainly ordinary Americans, will not be breathing a sigh of relief for too long.
Siobhan, thanks very much indeed. Well, Wendy Cutler is a former diplomat who spent years negotiating trade agreements between the US and countries across Asia. She's now at the Asia Society Policy Institute in Washington, D.C. and joins me here on the roof. It's good to see you on such an extraordinary day. You must be feeling a bit dizzy, rather like us. Did Donald Trump blink?
Clearly, I think the pause shows that the administration was getting a bit nervous about.
Dude, everyone keeps talking about the $1 billion rug pull. And it's really funny because guess what? What are you going to do about it? You think the SEC under the Trump command is going to actually investigate this matter and find wrongdoing and punish those who very clearly engaged in insider trading? Like, Donald Trump did this for the crypto markets, and now he's doing it for the market. It's untouchable. Billionaires have never had it as good as they do in this very moment. This is part of the reason why there is no business plot happening against Donald Trump. That's it. What is this? The Trump administration is reportedly planning to kill a $400 million grant from the Biden admin that would boost steel manufacturing in America's Rust Belt, including J.D. Vance's hometown of Middleton, Ohio. Nice. Why? I don't know. TLDR, Washington correspondent for CNBC. The new U.S. tariff rate against our two largest trading partners is either 10%, 25%, or 35%. And so far, no one I've reached out to at the White House has been able to tell me which. Thank you for the pause, Donald. Okay, dude. Don't send me fucking autism capital or whatever.
Series of executive.
He's doing big money moves, dude. He's doing things that you can't even understand.
The economic fallout of these tariffs. So this 90-day pause, while applying to most countries but not China, is a welcome development.
So is it people like Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, who's a very rich man in his own right and credited for having a big financial brain, and the other titans of Wall Street who rang up Donald Trump over recent days and says, lay off, you got to be kidding?
Well, I'm sure they played a role, but one thing we've learned about...
Yeah, Jamie Dimon made the boss call, and Trump was like, sorry, Mr. Dimon, I apologize, I'll fix it. When you ruin global trade because you're bored, but then Jamie Dimon makes a boss call and you go, all right, my bad, bro, shit.
This president, he has his own mind and makes his own decisions based on his own considerations.
Now, what about China? I mean, 125% tariff on China, that's unprecedented, isn't it?
It's unprecedented, and frankly, it ends trade between the two countries. Right. China's already responded with higher tariffs, and I think...
this, by the way, is precisely why I said, like, 104%, 124% doesn't fucking matter. It's effectively a trade embargo.
That what's now going to happen is both sides have exhausted their tariff application, so now they may look elsewhere to other tools and other weapons they can use against each other, and that concerns me.
And who is this more damaging for, China or the U.S.?
I think it depends who you ask.
But what do you think, as someone who's dealt with both sides?
I think both sides are going to feel pain from this. But given China's relatively weak economy, I think the pain will be greater on them. But I also think that the Chinese are in it for the long term. I think that they can endure, and Xi Jinping will do what he needs to do to help them weather through this storm.
They have a higher pain threshold than American society, presumably.
Yes, yeah.
And I mean, to what extent is this about politics and not really about trade?
Look, it's hard to distinguish both of them. I think this started as a genuine trade dispute. I think now it's getting into politics, but it's also getting into personalities of people.
China has a stronger economy, better capabilities of manufacturing, the capacity to also boost domestic trade in times of need, secondary markets that they've set up so that if this uncertainty becomes a reality where America severs ties with China, that they can at least like restructure their outflowing exports into other places. And yet, for some weird reason, they're like, nah, China is weak. It's weak as fuck. Bro, my goddamn Bilibili accounts are popping, dude. American blogger watches Hasan's speed tour. 256,000. 922,000. What the hell's going on, dude? Hasan Lemon Brother? What does that mean? Bro already moved on from us, GG. It means you're jealous. Hasan Lemon Brother. Trump's rednecks envy the Iron Fist of the University of Tokyo, but they don't know what is behind it. Wait, what is that even? Brother Tiao Mei, I looked at Bilibili and I didn't expect there to be so many Chinese, so many fans of China. I searched for XC Hasanabi Speed and I couldn't stop laughing when I saw my good brother's perverted behavior. Yeah, let me tell you something, okay? When I'm posting just for China. American blogger Hasanabi, watching Speed's China trip made me envious and jealous. I want to go to China. They call IShowSpeed hyperthyroidism, brother. Brother hyperthyroidism, by the way. Yeah, I don't even know y'all, bro. Y'all are dead to me. Y'all are so dead to me. All of you American watchers, I've found a new market, dude. What the hell is this, Lemon Brother? Oh my god, what does this even mean? What does Lemon Brother mean? Like that I'm jealous? What is hyperthyroidism? I think they mean like he's ADHD.
Well, and how they
like
negotiate. And let's just say both China and the U.S. right now, neither is blinking and both are escalating.
The Trump administration has repeatedly said, as have other administrations, that China has used unfair trade practices.
Asmongold? There's Asmongold heads in China? Chinese English. Asmongold TV. Calling women household items on Facebook is now allowed. Yeah, he don't got no motion in the Chinese markets in the same way that I do. Okay, you see that? He doesn't have motion in the Chinese markets. That's why I'm leaving you guys behind. I'm leaving you guys behind. Marvel competition characters versus the Marvel Avengers game characters. That one got a lot of play. Wait, what? It's actually a racist comment. Hyperthyroidism is extremely prevalent in black communities. Seeing the other racism he's faced in China, I wouldn't be surprised. You think random Chinese netizens are calling him hyperthyroidism because they know that it's extremely prevalent in the black community? Are you fucking insane? No, it's because I suspect that Speed opens up his eyes real wide sometimes, and I think that's what they're referencing. Like he has high energy, and probably because of his reactions in general. I doubt that it's because they know that and are that's a stretch, I think. Or it's probably a mistranslation. Obama. All right. Let's keep going.
Stealing intellectual property rights, etc. We know the score. Do they have a point? And will this redress some of that, do you think, in the future?
Hasan, you're underestimating races that use sickle cell as a slur. Dog. We're talking about Chinese people. They don't know enough about black culture or black people in general to know, like, well thought out, deep lore racism memes. That's my point.
Well, clearly there are valid concerns about not only the openness of the Chinese market, but how can you compete against Chinese companies that are receiving subsidies and all types of financial assistance and assurances from their government? So these issues.
Jiakong J translates to hyperactive bro in English. It's a Chinese internet nickname for IShowSpeed, reflecting his energetic personality. Jiakong means hyperthyroidism, but is slang for hyperactive, and Jia means brother or bro. There you go. It's somewhat of a mistranslation. What? I don't think it's because of hyperthyroidism implying that you have bulging eyes. I don't even think it's that. I think it's just like, I think it's just that he's hyperactive. Why do Americans try to find racism in anything? The cotton bouquet wasn't racist. Ordering KFC via drone delivery is not racist. And hyperthyroidism refers to his energy because the first meme that blew up of him shouting. Your community got more woke than you? My community is always more woke than me. I yell half the time I'm in here yelling at the people who are more woke than me.
Issues need to be addressed.
And those countries like Indonesia and Vietnam or Cambodia, which were hit with massive tariffs, partly because they were doing some of China's business and then selling it to the US, presumably they live another day, don't they? Or another 90 days.
Yes, but during these 90 days, they are going to be pressured to take a number of steps, including reining in Chinese investment and Chinese trade that's moving through their borders.
And from your experience of dealing with trade issues, do you think this is a lasting reprieve? I mean, what's going to happen after 90 days? Are we back to where we were on Wednesday? I guess you have to be a psychologist more than an economist, right?
90 days right now in this world seems like a long time. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed for our negotiators that they can find some solutions with countries, particularly in Asia.
And just briefly, we know that the European Union was planning, a very calibrated response of their own tariffs against the US that hadn't yet kicked in. Presumably, they're part of that reprieve, aren't they?
The way I read it, they are, even though they just announced today some tariffs in response to earlier tariff measures from the Trump administration. So I think they're also given the reprieve. And again, I think the EU and the US can use that time to negotiate.
Wendy Cutler, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well, also today, Canada has confirmed that it will impose a 25% retaliatory tariff on certain vehicle imports from the United States. A short time ago, Prime Minister Mark Carney hit out at Mr. Trump, accusing him of rupturing the global economy. Listen.
We've seen the impact of this chaos. Volatility in global financial markets, retirement savings being put at risk. And here in Canada, President Trump's tariffs are threatening Canadian labor and Canadian business. They're putting people's livelihoods in jeopardy.
And I think we should...
I love you. This is just me, but you definitely got rose-colored glasses for China law. I know for a fact you've seen the videos of people giving speed KFC and that girl straight, saying she's an N-word killer. Let's not act like it's not a major anti-blackness there and the Chinese people are babies. They don't know what they're talking about. No. I literally covered all that here. What are you talking about? I'm not saying that there's no racism in China. What the fuck? I'm saying that that's basic levels of racism, okay? That's just like basic ass, what you see is what you get, clear-cut racism. The national nickname for speed being hyperthyroidism, brother, is probably not some deep lore racist shit, and more so just that he is hyperactive. Jesus fucking Christ. Also, literally everywhere iShowSpeed has gone, there's been insane amounts of racism. That's just the reality of being black, unfortunately, in an otherwise white supremacist world. Like, did you guys not see the way he was treated in like fucking Poland and shit? Yeah, anti-black racism is a universal principle at this point. I didn't say that they were I never said that like iShowSpeed has experienced zero racism. I'm simply saying the most common way of referring to him is not like some inside baseball national super racist meme, most likely.
Now that we don't really know whether that 25% retaliatory tariff from Canada still applies. Now, joining me here is Mark DePlacido.
Also, China literally likes speed more than many of the other countries that he's visited. Like, probably likes him the most. Not due to the color of his skin or whatever, but because he is an incredibly successful, incredibly popular American content creator who is cutting through who's cutting through all of the noise and all of the anti-China propaganda and showing his audience of very young people that China is not the backwards peasant nation, but instead a nation that has actually surpassed the United States in living standards in many instances, especially in the tier 1 cities. Okay? That's it. They fucking love him.
A policy advisor for the conservative economic think tank American Compass. Thanks for coming on the program.
Thank you for having me.
Same question to you. Did Trump blink?
Yes, I think last week what we saw was the president really reset the entire U.S. trade paradigm and as an effect, the world paradigm. And there were sort of 3 core elements to that strategy. There was...
Am I going to cover the Canadian elections when it happens? Didn't it already end at this point, basically? Donald Trump basically gift wrapped a liberal victory, all but assured it, with his actions. And the association that the conservatives had with the American Conservative Party has completely cooked them. Not even close? Really? No, it's evening a bit. The polls I've seen show profound margins for liberals right now.
Is the 10% global tariff that's still in effect, higher tariff rates on China with the goal of shifting world markets as a whole away from the Chinese market, and reciprocal tariffs. Obviously, the open question is sort of the third leg of that policy. I think we're going to hear a lot over the coming 90 days, reinforcing that idea that Trump is still committed to balance with all of our trade partners and balance overall.
You're crediting him with a kind of a cunning master plan. It sounds like he's making up stuff on the back of a cigarette packet.
I think the president has made clear that the end goal is balance, and that balance can't just be struck between China and the United States anymore. It has to apply to the world. And we saw in the first administration, when the administration really did stick to China, China was able to reach the American market through third countries. So I think we're going to continue to see a lot of pressure on allies and other trade partners to get that balance.
But those third countries like Vietnam and Cambodia, you know, they've got their 90-day reprieve. Those factories making those Chinese goods are still in those countries. What makes you think they won't carry on making Nikes and selling them to you guys?
Well, I think that's the point of the entire policy. The president has been flagging the trade deficit as an issue since the middle of the 80s. He ran against 17 other candidates in 2016 and a handful of other candidates in the last 2 cycles. And the American people and the Republican Party have continued to pick him to lead our economy into a new era. I think he's going to continue to hammer on that balance and set up a new incentive structure in our economy to reshore and bring back industry.
But on that point, the whole idea of this was to give those jobs back to the Rust Belt that had disappeared to China and other countries years ago. That's not going to happen now, is it?
I think it will happen. I think we're already seeing trillions of dollars of investment into the country, both from domestic.
Why does every young conservative sound exactly the same way? Like, close your eyes, this is Charlie Kirk speaking. Like, literally.
Companies who have offshored in the past and
Trillions,
foreign.
really?
Trillions. The administration.
Yeah, trillions, totally. You haven't seen it yet, but, you know, I have it on good authority. This is the other thing. It's like Donald Trump is so used to straight up fucking lying. Is so used to lying that he just like lies about everything, and people have no way of even demanding the truth. Like there's nothing that you can get out of him. Or he's just like, yeah, no, they're giving straight up trillions, dude. There's a factory being built in every corner right now. You don't see it, but it's happening.
Is now saying there's up to $7 trillion of pledged investment, and we're going to see increased capacity in the country as a result.
But he's just buckled and decided to give a 90-day reprieve, which means that those jobs that were supposed to go to the Midwest are probably not coming anytime soon. At the end of the day, Donald Trump is going to listen to his rich friends more, is he not?
I think that's a completely unfair characterization. I think that's a completely unfair characterization. No, the president kept a 10% global tariff in place on all of our trade partners. and over 100% tariff on China. He's going to continue to keep pressure on our other trading partners and make very clear to him that he...
Yeah, no, totally. It's so unfair, this characterization. Everything is really good. Donald Trump did not back away from the
He
tariffs.
is willing to stick out the pain. He stuck it out for a week after $6 trillion disappeared off of our stock index. He's clearly not concerned about Wall Street over Main Street.
But even yesterday he was saying, you know, there's not going to be a...
Also, there is no concern for Main Street. What are we talking about? He is applying a de facto 10% price increase across the board for Main Street. That's what a tariff is. It's a sales tax. It's a regressive sales tax. The notion that he's not actually helping Wall Street but helping Main Street is stupid. No. Yesterday he was fucking Wall Street and Main Street. Today he's still fucking Main Street. Main Street is not getting a good bargain out of this. Main Street wasn't even doing well when Wall Street was getting fucked. They were getting fucked too. What are we even talking about?
A reprieve. We're going to carry on with this policy, and today he blinked, he buckled.
And after a week,
the markets at the end of the day is something that he listened.
Like, has anyone in the Trump administration even encountered the question, what do you say to a broad universal sales tax, like a 10% increase in the price of all commodities coming into the United States of America, as the United States of America is still a import economy? Don't you think that that will harm the American working class, Main Street, if you will?
No, I think he listens to trade partners who are willing to come to the table and cut a deal, and I think he's going to put pressure on those countries and multinational companies in our country to do what's right for the American people and our economy in the long term.
Some of these countries that were given these extraordinary tariffs, like Cambodia, you know, or Laos, or Lesotho, I mean, they didn't buy your stuff because they simply can't afford it. It's not as if they were putting tariffs on your products. They just can't afford to buy American computers or American cars. Wasn't the punishment of those countries just unfair cruelty?
Well, the other side of the question is what the trade deficit represents, which basically represents Americans consuming $1 trillion more than we're producing. America can't afford to buy these goods year after year at a rate of $1 trillion and sustain that in the long term.
And what happens, just finally and briefly, with China now? I mean, there's a full-on trade war with China, 125% tariffs from your side versus 84% from their side. Where does this end?
I think China has built its entire economy around securing this trade surplus, and systemically their economy is much more exposed in this trade war than the United States is. Only 25% of our GDP is represented in trade. Theirs is over 35%. Their economy is on much weaker footing, as the previous guest said. I think America is in a good position, and China is going to blink first.
Lots of blinking going on. Mark DePlacido, thanks very much indeed.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Charles Payne. This is Making Money. Just moments ago, President Trump announced...
Dude, regime press. Regime press. Regime press. Sung Min Kim says, a spokesperson for Whitmer said she was surprised that she was brought into the Oval Office during President Trump's press conference without any notice of the subject matter. Her presence is not an endorsement of the actions taken or statements made at the event. What the fuck? Why did she go? It just doesn't make any sense. Like, she's just like, oh, they just duped me. They were like, hey, Ms. Whitmer, can you please come into this room? We have something important to show you. And then she just found herself in the room with the president. You don't understand. I tripped and I fell into the Oval Office. I don't know how it happened. I slipped and I fell and I found myself in the Oval.
A 90-day pause. And let's get right to it. Joining me now, Trump's top trade advisor, Peter Navarro. Peter, okay, so we've got 90-day pause. We've got the post from Truth Social behind me, essentially isolating China, The tariffs are going to go higher, but you've got a 90-day pause. We just heard from Scott Bessent. 75-plus countries are trying to negotiate. Walk us through how this decision was made.
Charles, this is one of the greatest days in American economic history we have had. I think we're going to call it the art of the reciprocal trade.
Yeah, that's Ron Vera, POG, the #1 China analyst.
Deal. And I'll tell you, all the nervous Nellies on Wall Street who try to undermine us consistently underestimate the power of the president to negotiate. What have we got here? We are at a place now where we have a broad-based 10% global tariff on. Well, we negotiate over the next 90 days with all of these countries who have come to us. And the mission, Charles, in these negotiations is to dramatically reduce our trade deficit, level the playing field, get rid of all the tariff differentials, get rid of all the non-tariff barriers. Dow 50,000, Charles. I've said this before. It's going to hit that. We're going to have a broad-based recovery in the S&P 500.
Peter,
We're going to pass
let me
a tax
jump
cut
in for a second.
and get us.
Let me jump in
no
for a
recession.
second because you talked about the nervous Nellies on Wall Street, and by the way, I'm in that camp as well. I wasn't nervous, but I understand, but you understand how people felt and all the anxiety and all of the negative news stories. But some are saying it's the market, particularly the bond market, that pushed the White House into this move.
Oh, no. We had a great bonds market selling today. And,
No. Except Trump literally said that. No, I wasn't nervous, but Trump wasn't nervous either, but he did say that. That was the reason.
Fine with that. The yields looked beautifully. We had broad-based participation in that, and it's trust in Trump. I mean, look, this was done in a beautiful negotiation.
The yields looked beautifully
out there. A set of reciprocal tariffs that reflect the crushing trade deficits that we have with these countries. Yeah, I said at the beginning, no negotiation. It's not that. It's a national emergency, but we will listen. And what we heard immediately was beautiful. These countries want to come to us, lower not just their tariffs, but their non-tariff barriers. And as Scott Bessent said just a few moments ago, there's other things that are going to be on the table that are going to help us reduce our debt, reduce our deficits, things like LNG plants in Alaska. So we're going to see a wave of investment here. They're going to invest here. We're going to see them lowering their trade barriers. And here.
Yeah, let's be clear what happened, who capitulated here and why, you know. I don't want to say this because I'm a patriot. I'm an American, but it is the White House who capitulated based on everything I hear and all my sources. It's not China, but it was Japan that was selling a bunch of their bonds.
Well, I mean, because of the mixed messaging, how can you doubt them? I mean, let's be clear what happened. You know, who capitulated here and why? And you know, I don't want to say this because I'm a patriot. I'm an American. But it is the White House who capitulated based on everything I hear and all my sources. And the reason why is because of the bond market. And
are you allowed to say that on Fox News? Why is the Fox News ticker not green? Fox Business is doing regime press. Fox News, on the other hand, is not doing regime press. I don't like this. I question their loyalty.
What happened last night, you know, Bessent knows this better than anybody.
Ryan Grimm called Musk potentially the world's greatest moron after he invested all of his funds into getting Trump elected and now had his fortune annihilated by Trump.
You have yields on the 10-year rising to 5%.
I mean, Trump probably will cut a side deal for Elon. I would be very shocked. I mean, I know he hates losers, but that would be crazy if he shanked Elon even harder. Because, like, Elon already knew Trump was anti-renewable energy investment, anti-EV investment. If on top of that, Donald Trump also just completely, I mean, he cooked them. He cooked Tesla. He cooked Tesla so hard. But as Donald Trump has also maintained, he will allow, what do you call it? He will allow the, what is this? Tesla going up. Oh my God. It's so stupid. He will most likely cut side deals with companies that play ball. New on MSNBC, the White House will not release a list of 75 countries that have reached out on trade deals despite requests from NBC News. Yeah, no shit.
Stuff starts shutting down when you have the lending markets screwed up. By the way, who was dumping the bonds? Somebody asked them if it was China, right? Mm-hmm. It wasn't. It was Japan. While he was negotiating with Japan, according to my sources, who are running major money management firms that are involved in the bond market, without giving up names, Japan was dumping bonds because they believed this was not a great place to do business. That forced their hands. Now, what you can say, I think, legitimately here, is Trump decided to take the win, and here's why. There was overwhelmingly, deal potential here among the entire world, except for maybe China, right? Everybody really wanted something, so he did take the win. But make no mistake about it. Peter Navarro was talking as of yesterday about not taking the win, and now they did, and it's all because of the bond market. I want to put.
Yeah. But Peter Navarro seemingly is happy.
Here's the thing. There's a beautiful analogy President Trump likes to use. It's like each country, it's not going to be like a suit off the rack, right? It's not one size fits all. It's going to be every deal is going to be tailor-made.
Right.
And we got 90 days to do this. I'm telling you, Charles, this is going to be the biggest boom. And let's not forget, this tariff strategy is embedded in this beautiful, huge other sets of strategies. The tax cut, we'll get if the Congress gets that done by August, then this idea that there'll ever be a recession is just silly. I mean, the tax cuts, broadest based, just beautiful tax cuts for the middle class. That alone will help us. And then we've got the oil prices going down. We've got the bond market behaving well now. So it's unfolded exactly the way it should. It's a beautiful thing. And my hat,
but let me just jump in here for a second, Peter.
President Trump.
Let me jump in for a second because I want to get the focus on China. Now, when the reciprocal barriers were put out there, a lot of people were curious, like, why such high numbers for Laos and these other countries? To me, it felt like you guys are forming an economic blockade around China so that they couldn't cheat on any potential deals out there. So there's no doubt you're singly focusing on China, and also the notion that somehow they've lost, right? Yesterday, South Korea, even though on Friday we saw the South Korean minister locking arms with China and Japan, they said no, they've rejected China. Is this a wholesale rejection of the rest of the world of China in this negotiation?
Charles, what we saw from the rest of the world ex-China was a willingness, in fact, an eagerness to talk to us in a recognition that they've been cheating us for years. And they're the ones who cooperate. China has chosen their path. They chose not to negotiate at all with President Donald John Trump. And so we are in this situation. And China, we got the biggest trade deficit with them. Of all the cheating they do the most comprehensive set of cheating. I called it the 7 deadly sins in the first term. It's up to about the 10 deadly sins now. But here's the thing. We got 90 days, and in a very methodical way, we're going to have countries come in. And the previous show where they're talking about best of this, letting that, and like as if there's a rift, we are all on the same page, and it comes from the president. You've got Scotty, you've got Howard, you got Jameson Greer, you got Kevin Hassett, you got the vice president J.D. Vance making a beautiful contribution on this. And we're all doing our job for the president, and this is the result. I mean, the tail of the tape today tells you everything.
Peter,
that all you nervous Nellies on Wall Street were too nervous. You got to trust in Trump.
I got to admit, though, Peter, that on Friday, I put out a post on X, and I was saying, okay, the commodities markets, you need 3 things. Movement on that big, beautiful tax bill that you just talked about. We'd like to hear some deals, that are coming on. And then I said, more Bessent, right? Because it felt like he was more of the architect. And then, of course, the Donnybrook that you've had with Elon Musk. Is today in some way a repudiation of you? Are you taking a back seat and Bessent now in the driver's seat?
as I just said, it's the whole team. I mean, we work together beautifully. I mean, Scotty's one of my best friends. We've known each other for years now.
I'm not disputing that you're friends, but I'm just saying with respect to messaging, because yesterday or the day before, you talked about going after these deficits in a way that scared the market. Everyone says, okay, let's get a fair, level playing field, but it felt like you wanted to go further.
Well, I mean, look, no, not at all. No, look, Bannon said this once during the first term. I'm the default strategy. In a way, if they don't want to cooperate, then they get tariffs, okay? If they cooperate, we talk to them. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. And I'm telling you, look, Charles, if you went behind the scenes and actually sat in on some of these meetings, we got really smart people. Each has their own comparative advantage. We all get along. We all have great ideas.
There's no disputing that.
And the
Listen,
president,
Peter, you and I have been friends for a
is the
decade.
one who got.
I thought this was not a hostile interview. I didn't realize it turned sour for Navarro.
It's this whole thing.
And you and I have been friends for a decade, and we've had some Donnybrooks on the air over that time. But the fact of the matter is that it felt like, in many ways, you and also Letnick were mucking up the public relations aspect of this.
Come on, Charles.
All right.
Don't read everything you read. Believe everything you read in the fake news. I mean,
all right, we're gonna have resident expert Nathan Tankus on right now to give us his insight on what these complex trade relationships look like, and what he speculates is the Donald Trump attitude is here. Hold on one second. I'm going to also change my input device default Rodecaster main stereo. Oop, that's the wrong one. He can't hear me right now. Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, Nathan Tankus in the building. Hello.
Hi. Well, today's the day. Today's the crazy day.
Yeah, I've been cribbing your famous tweet about being a leftist is just about being right but too early, over and over again, and I'm happy to finally have you on the broadcast. Great recommendations from my friend Noah Colwyn, but more importantly, my friend Paul Krugman. As a leftist and an analyst and an investigative reporter, you are, it seems, Paul Krugman's favorite, and he is a friend of the show. We love him around these parts. Nobel laureate, prize-winning economist Paul Krugman.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, fake Nobel, but still, even still.
All right. Well, Nathan, thank you so much for coming on. So let's get started. Let's address the elephant in the room. What the fuck's going on? The markets are recovering. They're rebounding. Yesterday they were falling apart. Lots of green today. Lots of red yesterday. Is this fake? Is money fake?
Money's not fake, but it is fragile. And it's a lot more fragile than people sometimes think it is. And certainly, apparently, the people who have been put at the top of the federal government do not understand how fragile it is. There's so much details that we can go through. You know, from my point of view, this is the 69th day of the Trump-Musk payments crisis. Originally, the Trump-Musk, the Treasury payments crisis, but after some other stuff about New York City we can maybe get to later, I've just been calling it the Trump-Musk payments crisis. And I've done 21 pieces, all kind of long and involved in the last 69 days. And so there's a lot of detail, but the big picture I would say is the terror, the fear, the instability, and the emotional turmoil that people experience, you know, having gone in the first Trump administration, but then really with the second Trump administration and these wild moves, disappearing people for pro-Palestinian speech, disappearing people because they're allegedly part of a gang when they actually have just a tattoo honoring their autistic brother. Like, you know, all that sort of fear and instability that millions and millions of Americans and people around the world have been feeling about the second Trump administration, Wall Street and the stock market was mostly indifferent to. You know, the stock market kept doing well in crazy news. You know, a constitutional crisis, a foundational, snatching the power of the purse from Congress. We can talk about what that means later, but like these foundational, fundamental things, 1,000 different crazy stories, and the stock market just sort of kind of sailed on. And then it was only as Doomsday, or as Trump says, Liberation Day, started approaching that conversations about tariffs and, oh wait, maybe they're actually serious about this, started bubbling up. But for the most part, they've been able to hold strong, believe the Fed will figure it out, or, you know, they'll back off. There's all these business schools that are in charge, that are actually in charge, and everything's going to be fine. They have been able to just sort of have a calm, lackadaisical outlook. These are the people who were so confident that Trump getting elected would be good for the stock market, that not only did they think it would be good for the stock market, they thought it would be so much better for the stock market that in advance of Trump getting elected for the second time, the stock market started just trading on the perceived odds of Trump winning. So the odds of Trump winning going up, and we know that because the stock market is up. So it's not just that they thought the stock market would do well, they thought it would do so much better than it would do under Biden because you know, I don't know, business guys are, like, you know, a dominant right-wing mood and opinion throughout the financial elites of our society, the increasingly influential financial technology or fintech elites of our society, and they were riding high, and Trump finally did something that could make them understand who he is. And what the stock market has been doing for the past 5 days, 6 days, however you want to put on it, what the stock market has been doing is finally trading the way ordinary Americans have emotionally felt about Trump news. Oh, a good sign. Oh, maybe things a little bit better. I'm looking for any sign of hope. Oh, terrible news. I'm desolate. And that emotional turmoil is now what the stock market trades on. And there's literally an index of volatility. It's in the financial products that they trade like any other, or products that are linked to this index.
VIX, right?
The VIX. Yeah, the VIX. And the VIX has just become a measure of how freaked out and how uncertain Trump is making them feel. And the VIX blew out for the last 5 days. It's doing a little better now because of the latest news. We'll get to that. But the big picture is Wall Street is finally having the experience of Trump that everyone else is having. That's what's happened now. Wall Street is finally experiencing Trump the way we all, and they don't like it one bit. Because it involves 16 hours, for them it involves 16 hours a day, and the disappearing and reappearing of trillions of dollars of wealth in a matter of minutes, including over fake tweets that get picked up in the media and run for 15 minutes like it did Monday. And it's literally created, and that's just the US stock market. I mean, 20, 30, 40 more trillions of dollars of volatility, of value, monetary value appearing and then disappearing, move on any sign of what is going on between Trump's 2 ears. And they don't like it. And so this is Trump couldn't help but touch the stove. He just couldn't do it. He was doing so well at destroying so many things without getting a sufficient reaction, cowering elite law firms, all of this. And he did such a good job of really doing a real success at, you know, walking through American institutions, but he couldn't leave well enough alone. He had to touch the stove. He had to believe in his big, beautiful tariffs. And now Wall Street is finally living in the world that we all live in.
Yeah. But aside from the instability, I mean, the reason why I say money is so fake is partially because of the initial rebound that we saw with the fake tweet that then turned out to be Trump policy later down the line regardless. and the rebound that we're seeing is a consequence of that as well. Whereas the instability still remains, as you mentioned, and not only does the instability still remain, but also a lot of these tariffs still remain. 10% universal tariffs slapped onto every single good is a broad sales tax that will drive up prices across the board. It's a regressive tax. It is going to make it more costly for the working class regardless. And on top of that, Donald Trump seemingly has implemented a de facto trade embargo on our largest trading partner. So the fact that the markets are still in the green because there is a moment of respite from the insane universal application of tariffs to our allies and other trading partners is simply not enough. I think the market is reacting in a way where they're saying, okay, he's not that crazy, but what remains is the truth that what he did is still an insane move that will drive up prices and also destroy certain sectors regardless that still rely on Chinese goods. It's not just like Temu and Shein. You know, there's still plenty of stuff that's manufactured in China that the American economy relies on. Am I incorrect in this assessment?
None of that is wrong, but you're thinking in the time horizon of the potential economic impacts over months or years. That's not where we're at. Wall Street is now thinking in terms of minutes and hours.
Yeah, I mean that to me is insane.
But it's not insane though, because for what's going to happen months from now to matter, you have to make your payments. You have to meet your obligations today, and the volatility VIX blowing out so much is immediately an existential thing for certainly every non-bank financial firm on Wall Street. And like, if VIX had gone, if volatility had gone up 10 or 20% more than it did, and there was no relief at all at any point of this day, many firms would have failed.
Yeah,
like, that's what we're talking about. Like, we're talking, and this is why I talked about today was the Lehman, in my piece to this morning, that today is the Lehman Brothers moment, comparing it to September 15th, 2008.
Oh yeah.
You know, there were positive moments that came on subsequent to that, but it was still months of calamity, and everyone on Wall Street knew definitively, okay, this is not something that's going away. It's here to stay, and that's what today was. And so, you know, there are complex. You know, it's not just like one person or a few people trading. These are institutions, and they're You know, the big picture is a lot of our institutions, for various sort of complicated. You can read my piece from today on it. Financial regulatory issues coming into this crisis, post 2008. Ways that the financial regulators tried to fix things that were inept, that didn't work, post 2008, left a set of vulnerabilities that were papered over by hedge funds. So we need someone to buy a ton of treasury securities. Well, the hedge funds are going to do that. They're going to leverage up, which basically just means they're going to have a whole bunch of liabilities against their net worth, their assets minus their liabilities. And they're going to have when you lever up, you can have a big balance sheet with not that much net worth. And so you can hold hundreds of billions, or maybe even $1 trillion treasuries, whatever it is. And across however many hedge funds, you can absorb what's out there. And so liquidity, you know, a certain level of stability in our system, because we didn't build anything better, or more specifically, because regulators, central bankers, whatever, didn't build anything better. They thought it was too politically difficult to get through building what needed to be done. They just sort of tried to paper over with what is. Hedge funds became increasing, and high-frequency traders and all this became increasingly essential to our financial system, specifically in the last 15 years. And what that means is that when volatility goes up a whole bunch, they've got these risk models that tell them, oh, look, volatility is a bunch. You're only supposed to be taking this much risk with this much net worth, with this much assets minus liabilities. So you gotta get rid of a bunch of risk. You have to pay down your debts. And so they go selling assets to pay down their debts, causes a whole bunch of problems. They also are trying to sell the assets that won't go down, they think will go down the least, to treasuries. So that's why, even though this is a, normally in a crisis, there's a flight to safety, a flight to treasuries. Why it's not happening now is because our financial system is increasingly reliant on hedge funds. They were treating treasuries as cash. Now they're not. Now that was looking kind of wobbly, and so the Federal Reserve is going to have to step in and buy a whole bunch of treasuries. But it doesn't really solve the problem, because the fundamental problem is not the treasury market. The fundamental problem is Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and so Donald Trump, the market is just trading on quote unquote what you might call hyper fundamentals. But the only fundamental, the only sort of determining whether there's economic value going to be out there or not, Donald Trump, and it's what he's saying minute to minute, and that's inherently unstable. And Wall Street can't operate on this level of instability. Wall Street, if there's too little instability, if there's too little volatility, there's no profit to be made because you can't trade. There's no volatility to trade on. Trading profits are up for the big banks, but they're losing on everything else besides trading. But on the other side, if there's too much volatility, the system can't function. It buckles. And so that's when everything's supposed to fit in. And normally what would happen, like what happened in 2020, like what happened in 2008, central banks would step in 2020, some with fiscal policy would step in to stabilize things while trying to still deal with the structural problems. The Federal Reserve didn't make supply chain issues go away. What it did was stabilize the financial system so you could start thinking about these longer-term economic problems. And the thing is, how do you have central banks stabilize the financial system when the thing destabilizing it is not a pandemic, it's not just inherently some financial issues on Wall Street, but it is the President of the United States doing insane illegal things every day and basically threatening to blow up the world. Like, he put in 104% tariffs on China today. Like, that's what came in at midnight. And what do you do with that? Like, there's just nothing you can do. And they're trying appeasement, they're trying all these things. But ultimately, now Wall Street is in the situation where Trump having the reins, Trump being in control, is inconsistent with them having a viable business model. And so the question is the business model of Wall Street going to go, or is Trump going to go? Or is Trump going to be mollified or neutered in some way that can get the instability down sufficiently that things will be okay? VIX is down now, but it's still very elevated. This is not going away under, Trump just saying, there's a 90-day relief or whatever.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. It seems like he's still doing the old Trump initiative of, like, he gets a boss call from Jamie Dimon, or he sees some numbers not moving in the direction that he thought it would, and he gets a little scared and at least backs away for a little bit to offer temporary relief. So if that's any indication of how he's going to operate, then there's definitely more. I mean, he'll still make inferences to instability, but he'll ultimately still back down when pushed by Wall Street. But I want to talk about the larger scale project here.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. He's not gonna, like, he's backing down now, but like, under the scale of Wall Street and how Wall Street thinks, Trump should have backed down over the weekend. And so Trump backing down only this afternoon is insane to them. And so, a lot of people, including people who backed him for president quite prominently, are now thinking in the back of, they have basically lost all confidence in him. I think they had confidence in him, so mind-boggling you can't really wrap your head around it, but they've actually lost confidence in him this week. And it's precisely because he doesn't respect the rules of the game. The rule of the game of you're supposed to, as Joe Weisenthal from Bloomberg, wrote very presciently about in November of last year, after Trump won, he doesn't respect the stock market vigilantes. That was the phrase from Joe. And the stock market vigilantes are supposed to be what disciplines him, and Trump doesn't respect that. And it seems like the amount of pressure, the amount of behind the scenes cajoling and arguing and just pressure just from the behavior of the stock market to get Trump to back down to the extent that he's backed down. And as you're pointing out, he has not fully backed down. Like, the stock market is up today just because it's better than the situation before he backed down. And then there's some glimmer of hope that maybe he'll back down further. And that's getting priced in a little bit. But things are so erratic that, like, it's hard to think that really there's any sort of, like, you know, information being, like, or conventional wisdom being priced in much at all. It's just frantic trading up, down, trading up, down. You know, we could go in tomorrow and the stock market could crash like 6% on some new news overnight from Trump or some new thinking or whatever. You know, the crisis from Wall Street's point of view is precisely that Trump doesn't. Trump has shown that he will not kowtow to the stock market vigilantes, and the combination of you won't kowtow to the stock market vigilantes, and you're going to cause so much instability that if the instability above a certain point, which they very could easily hit over the next week, that a number of firms are just going to straight up fail. You know, a dozen Lehman Brothers, then, you know, that's an existential question for them that then becomes an existential question for Trump.
Yeah, okay, so let's talk about a grand design here, because I do believe that in spite of all the chaos and instability, there is a method to the madness in terms of America moving in the direction of global trade. I think it's still a failure, and it will inevitably yield an economic collapse, but I think that the things that the Trump administration has signaled that they're interested in doing in terms of decoupling the United States from our largest trading partner and potentially devaluing the dollar on the global stage, the 5-point plan basically that was presented by, like, what our foreign adversaries and foreign allies alike must do, I think is the reason as to why he's wielding these tariffs as a weapon. It has nothing to do with tariffs at all. Tariffs are just simply the point of contention. It's just the entry point into the conversation where it's more so the weapon he's wielding to break global trade, if you will, in an effort to advance what he believes is the underlying change in global trade across the board, where America becomes more of a manufacturing hub and develops its manufacturing output and moves away from reliance on or over-reliance on China. And in the process, obviously, you need to devalue the American currency. This is the Yanis Varoufakis analysis on the matter, and I think that's what they're trying to do. I don't think they're going to be successful, but I think that is what they're trying to do, and they're trying to do that without any sort of initiative to build a base of manufacturing, to build the infrastructure necessary, and simply assuming that this can happen overnight, or this can happen without any sort of serious investment from the public sector, and by bullying foreign capital and supranational capital class to come back to the United States and just like dump boatloads of money instead of just waiting out the storm and the volatility. What do you have to say to that?
While I do think it's true that a ton of the most powerful, richest people in the Trump orbit, including Trump himself, are rabidly anti-China, I don't think there's any method in the madness. I think it's just madness. I think if I had one message to like other leftists, is you need to lose the remaining confidence you have in the American ruling class. And I know many people are going to hear that and go, what do you mean? I don't have any confidence in the American ruling class. If you believe there's a method in the madness, then you still have touchingly naive confidence in the American ruling class. There's just madness. In November 2024, if I would ask you, Hassan, November 2024, what you thought that the top concern, the top global problem that American financial elites predominantly believed existed in the world, and including, Silicon Valley tech, what the dominant problem in November 2024 was, what would you say?
In November 2024, what the #1 concern was?
Number one problem, like the #1 big picture problem in the world.
From America's perspective?
From just generally, their jaundiced elite view of what the biggest world problem there is.
I don't know, immigration, I guess, but I don't agree with that in general, or inflation.
The #1 issue is, from their point of view, is falling birth rates. Falling fertility, falling global birth rates is the #1 world problem that they thought we had. And I can tell you, I know this very specifically. Like, I went to a conference the first week, like Chatham House, You Can't Attribute Remarks to Specific People conference, with a lot of very elite people in the society, and overwhelmingly, #1 was falling birth rates, and not having enough children, i.e. white children, for replacement of population in the industrialized world, or quote unquote, read Europe and United States, maybe throw Japan in there if they're generous, and AI destroying the world, essentially. They do believe that stuff. Like, you might think, oh, that's just some crazy stuff they sell on TV or on Twitter. They believe that stuff. That's what they thought the two biggest problems in the world were, predominantly. Now, obviously not every single one, but like the conventional wisdom among them, those were the top 2 problems in the world.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And it's madness. It's fascism. It's like, so my point is, the reason I bring that up is, like, if that's not, if in your model of what the American elite thinking, those aren't the top 2, and of course China is part of that, and there's a whole narrative they can connect between the fertility in China, and there's all sorts of interconnections between, but the American ruling class has been getting more and more fascist, especially as, tech has become more and more prominently involved. Tech got really fascist in the pandemic and reacted really negatively to being challenged in the workplace, and also Lena Khan and challenging mergers. Like, I'm dead serious. And also Gary Gensler regulating crypto too much. I'm not kidding. Like, they became convinced of, like, Heritage Foundation and Cato Institute narratives about the evil administrative state from those things happening, and then those narratives made sense to them in a way that didn't, plus making themselves fascist on things like Twitter. And then they became convinced, oh yeah, the thing we need to do is to cut to the bone. We need the evil thing is the administrative state, and we need to get rid of it. And that's Doge, that's payments impoundment, that's firing everyone. That's the through line of everything. Pandemic, because you're getting challenged by those annoying DEI employees who have too much power because they actually have skills, and at the same time, the evil Biden administration is too leftist and anti-corporate. Really, this is what they think, and goes after your mergers and everything. There must be this evil administrative state that we need to dismantle and get out of our way, and we'll unleash growth in America. Like, this really is how these people think. They are that out to lunch. There is no method.
I understand that. They're stupid, and they believe their own lies in general. That much I know. I mean, I've been around rich people. I know how stupid they can get, and also Elon Musk himself, I think, is a pretty great, pretty public version of that, where you have the wealthiest person on the planet describing exactly the things that you're talking about and demonstrating his stupidity on a daily basis. My perspective on this is that, like, governments in general might be motivated by the elite and the interests of the elite. Of course they are, but ultimately governments in general still have long-term plans. Even the American government, which is seemingly more and more focused on the short-term profit motive and defending it to the best of its ability, still has long-term trade plans in general. And I think that this is a long-standing policy of not necessarily, I don't even think trade protectionism is the appropriate way to describe this, because there is no manufacturing base that you are defending in this process, and there is also no interest in boosting manufacturing for the sake of labor in general, but instead it's simply to preserve manufacturing with the fear that I think China might any day, in the aftermath of COVID, when we saw what happened with our supply chains, I think that there is a real fear in the Western world that China does not play by the rules in terms of global trade. This is something that they repeat and reiterate over and over again. And what they actually mean is that China has a command economy and are subsidizing their output far too much and making it impossible to compete against, and destroying domestic manufacturing in specific European countries and also in America as well. And those are the things that they do complain about. Like Ursula von der Leyen a year ago came out and complained about Chinese electric vehicles entering the European market, making it impossible for EU car manufacturers to compete with said Chinese vehicles because they were, in their words, cheating. They were not playing by the rules designed by the World Trade Organization. They were not playing by the rules. They were not abiding by the rules because they were subsidizing too much, right? I think that this is a real fear that the Western world has, but specifically the United States of America has, because since Deng Xiaoping, it seems as though China has played by the global capitalist order and has beaten Western powers in their own game by offering the treats and the consumable goods at a low price point, and in the process been able to develop itself into a competitive superpower, if not one that is more powerful than America. So the goal here, I do think, since the Obama era especially, is moving in the direction of trying to undermine, or at the very least, like, reduce our over-reliance on Chinese manufacturing. And I think COVID accelerated those fears quite a bit when they noticed that if supply chains are broken, then America could be completely deadlocked. And I think that is what I do think that is what Trump is trying to do. It's just not, he's going about it in this belligerent manner, and also simultaneously will fail because there is no competitive building of the manufacturing base. You don't think that that's correct? You think that all they care about is like birth rates in general? It's not Trump himself, by the way. I'm saying, like, these are advisors.
I meant the wider, yeah. So I think what you're saying is generally, like, I would say it's basically an accurate description of the state of play, bipartisan American ruling class. Yeah. Let's call it roughly 2013 to 2019. And that one of the things that Trump, and then also the Biden administration itself, and that one of the things that Trump getting elected did was a lot of people in the American elite became convinced that it wasn't enough to do kind of military saber rattling with China, that they actually had to do the economic part. And so the Biden administration definitely reflects that dominant instinct, and that a lot of the things that were sold as progressive economic policies were really, like, from their perspective or from the perspective of a lot of elites who were willing to back it, was from an anti-China perspective. Okay, we'll do protections, we'll do chips, we'll do Inflation Reduction Acts, green energy stuff. I think that, it's true about 2013 to 2019, and it's true about the Biden administration, predominantly. But I do not think it's true about the post-January 6th Republican Party. I think, and especially the second Trump administration, the last 2.5 months. Essentially what has happened is that the kind of existing long-term strategizing elites have been increasingly pushed out, and tons of those people have just been straight up fired the last 70 days, and the ones that haven't are kind of in the sidelines, ducking and covering. And that fundamentally that elite didn't prepare for this moment. That elite didn't think about what if Trump tries to implement his agenda, or Musk tries to implement his agenda by getting direct control of the Treasury's internal payment system and being able to directly pick and choose who gets what payments. The CIA's black budget runs through the Bureau of the Fiscal Service at Treasury, and there's no sign at all of any sort of deep state intelligence service, whatever, making a peep about letting a 25-year-old former SpaceX employee, Marco Alez, bounce around the Bureau of Fiscal Service with full access to their systems, knowing that the data could be downloaded and you could analyze it and figure out the location and identities of every spy America's paying around the world. They haven't made a peep about that. They haven't stepped up about that issue at all. Of course, this may be someone murmured by the scenes, but like tons of the CIA is getting pink slipped. Like the FBI is getting, you know, they had no plan for Trump not respecting the rule of law at all. And no one has gotten us off the on-ramp of the imperial presidency. So the people who, and then at the same time, people who are Trump's inner circle are predominantly people who are new to the league. They're people who became billionaires or got rich or multi-millionaires, whatever, in the last, you know, in the very recent history of American elites. And they've, as we were talking about, brainwashed themselves in Silicon Valley, especially the last few years, with X and all being on X and feeding themselves fascist bile. So
are you saying that like
I think all of that's dead?
So the method to the madness is just like Curtis Yarvin style, nouveau riche, complete takeover of every federal apparatus and rebuilding it its own vision and utilizing Donald Trump as like the charismatic force that will allow this to happen. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and what these people discovered, to their great surprise, is they didn't actually control Donald Trump. They thought Donald Trump was bought and paid for somehow. They convinced themselves of this. And Donald Trump is Donald Trump. He is the guy who will say whatever, do whatever. You know, the recent reporting is that Musk has been like desperately trying to get Trump to back off tariffs, and he failed. You know,
I mean, he was talking shit about Navarro.
Destroy any administrative agency. They would let him destroy any administrative agency, but he can't actually get him not to do the tariffs. And so what these people are discovering, the people who wanted to gut the administrative state and essentially replace the administrative state with Silicon Valley and Palantir and all this shit, and like, you know, end democracy in the United States, they discovered they didn't actually control the figurehead, and the figurehead, as you know, addled as he is still in some sense in charge, and they are now on the wrong side of him blowing up everything. And so that is what's happening in this moment, and that's why, frankly, I am the most relaxed and the happiest I've been and the most optimistic I've been in 69 days, because I saw them taking over and a full fascist takeover without sufficient response, like being very, very much on the table. And now Trump, just because he couldn't help but touch the stove, is threatening that alliance that was doing it. And now everyone, including everyone on Wall Street, understands how dangerous this is to them. And now we're in a very different world where now Trump is an immediate and direct problem for many of the highest level elites in our society and all of Wall Street, a vast majority of Wall Street. And so, as disastrous and crazy and what it's like looking at the stock market move, I'm so, like, you know, my long-term optimism about, you know, the fight against fascism is the highest it's been in the past 70 days or whatever.
Okay, so why do you think Trump is so gung-ho on the tariffs then? Like, what's your assessment of that?
I think, I mean, you know, I'm not going to claim any expertise on what's going on between Trump's ears, but my sense in watching him and reading the full transcript of the National or the Liberation Day speech is that he's increasingly losing it, and he doesn't really understand what the people who are telling him that he needs to back off are saying. And you know, this is a guy who ran for president because he was made fun of by Obama, and at a correspondence dinner. Like, he is an egotistical, venal person, and he finally feels like he can get to do what he wants to do, and he was frustrated about not being allowed to do it, quote unquote, allowed to do it in the first term, and now he's like, no, I'm going to do it this time. And I think he, you know, I mean, the thing is, like, he, you know, January 6th, like, you know, leftists, we don't focus on them that much, but, like, you know, in a very real sense, he did, you know, even if it's quixotic or embarrassing or terrible, did attempt a coup, and he got away with it, and he got elected president again. Like, if you're Trump and the kind of ego that Trump is, of course he believes he's invincible. And
yeah, I mean, he's Teflon Don. He is Teflon Don. He has proven that he's Teflon Don.
Shot at him last year, and he, you know, made through it.
No, but that's not even like, I don't even think it's wrong for him to think that, because all of the institutions have buckled in his presence. So it's not like, of course he's gonna feel that way. I do see that. I'm just saying that, like, I think that there are advisors that he has around him, and I do think that he is following through on Project 2025 fairly closely, piece by piece. So that to me still means that there are perhaps different camps within the Trump White House. Like, on the one hand, you have the libertarian, alleged pedophile, psychopathic elite, the Curtis Yarvin branch. But then you also still have, like, the institutional conservatives, or at least, like, those who are close to institutional conservatives, like the Heritage Foundation people that he still listens to. And I do think that Trump's tariff goals still very much align with America's foreign trade agenda overall, even though it'll still obviously be a spectacular failure, both due to the way that Trump is unveiling this and also due to the other institutional hurdles that already existed and will never be fixed. Like, the closest we've ever arrived, in my opinion, to implementing something that decouples American trade from China was the CHIPS Act, and that was still stunted within the vision of the Democratic Party that is still a pro-capitalist one, still a neoliberal one, a private-public partnership overall. And Donald Trump himself has also said that the CHIPS Act sucked earlier today. He literally said that the closest that the American government in recent history has arrived at, like, implementing the vision that Donald Trump seemingly is on board with was actually shitty, was actually bad, was awful. So to me, it feels like there is.
I think that all that's right. I think all that's right. I think the big picture of, like, the different camps is right, and I think it fits with what I've seen on the Trump-Musk payments crisis and using the payments, weaponizing the payment system against, take over the government and weaponizing it against any political enemy. I think, and the long, broad stroke vision, I think there is like something that's consistent with a longer term vision about the China stuff, but, like, none of the specifics of the tariff stuff now are any related to it. Like, the tariff numbers were literally generated on ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And that was, according to the Washington Post reporting, that was, Trump picked that over the quote unquote more sophisticated versions 3 hours before going to the Rose Garden.
It wasn't about tariffs at all. There was no the tariffs very clearly, if you follow what they've been saying, is not real. Even the foreign trade barriers that his advisors set up, that, like, I think it was like, what, 400-page document that he held up. Yeah. Those foreign trade barriers that mean anything from like foreign nations and their own domestic regulatory bodies saying that they don't want salmonella chicken, for example, all the way to, I guess, like what they consider to be currency manipulation. Those weren't even, that was just simply a marketing tool. And the reality of the matter was that this calculation, as they revealed later, was simply around trade deficits. I think that vision is also flawed and stupid. I don't agree with their assessment, especially considering that they're the ones who designed global trade to be this way. And America's power is enforced through the dollar being the reserve currency, and 80% of all transactions happening in the international scale happening with the dollar, which means that we have complete control over all trade that happens, even amongst other foreign nations amongst themselves. But seemingly that there there's an interest to like it does feel like there's an interest even by the Trump administration to move, albeit in a belligerent manner, to have some kind of manufacturing capabilities in the States. I don't think they'll be able to pull it off.
I think that's the ideological vision. I think that's like that's been Trump's motivation until when he first conceived of this stuff in the 1980s. But I think as this process has gone on, the train has gone away, and I think for Trump it's about just a pure id, exercise vengeance and power, and any specifics were like vague idea, let's do tariffs to develop domestic manufacturing, sure, but basically the specifics have been completely overridden from that, and the specifics are just purely all this sort of venal power thing. And there are people, including people very close to Trump, who are trying to get him to do things differently, and he's not listening to them. Maybe there's like a couple advisors who are telling him exactly what he wants to hear, but they haven't thought through any of this. They don't understand how, like, for example, I watched because I try to watch Fox News because that's what you need to watch if you want to.
Oh, I watch a lot. I almost exclusively watch Fox News.
Yeah. So I watched Laura Ingraham last night at 7 p.m. and her whole segment was about saving capitalism and all this stuff. And they're like talking about trade deficits like they just discovered them. And they're like, ooh, trade deficits, they'll accumulate dollars and they'll be able to buy up America, and pointing out stuff. And it's like, this was a solved problem from American elites 50 years ago. We're literally, there's a foreign investment committee. The 50th anniversary is next month. That literally went like, oh, Saudi Arabia, you want to totally buy out American companies? Nope, you can't do that. You can buy little slices of them, but you can't have any control or any power over American corporations just because you have dollars. Proper ownership, you can buy out a company and control it. That's for us to decide whether you can do it. Like, these kinds of things have been solved problems, and there are other elements of that have made them solve problems. Not least of which is you get too out of line, we'll freeze your treasury securities like we did after the invasion of Ukraine with Russia. There's all sorts of aspects. I'm going to be writing about them in the next month, where it incredibly favors dollar hegemony, and they don't the sense I have is they don't know very much at all about how because this shit is nerd shit. It's nerd shit. Oh, I'm going to learn how something called CFIUS works and its whole history. I don't want to do that. I'm going to learn about the Federal Reserve and the Treasury and all their bureaus. It's nerd shit. And yeah, there's a lot fewer of those nerds bouncing around Trump world than some people might imagine.
I do.
And so they literally don't understand how advantaged the U.S. is, and how many different apparatuses, including national security apparatuses, that we have, or that the United States has, to use the dollar in its favor. And so they literally do think we're so disadvantaged, and in the process, they're blowing up all of the United States' advantages.
Yeah. So let's talk about the future play here. What do you predict is going to happen in the short term, in the next couple of months? Specifically in the next 90 days, and then the long-term play here. What do you suspect will happen?
It's these kind of things. We're in a moment like a fall of 2008, and those, that run from September 15th through to say late November, December 2008. It's a very tumultuous, unstable, very hard to predict. What I would say is I suspect that we probably are going to have a lull, at least at a certain phase, a continued lull. We'll have pockets of more instability and more sort of freak out, but we'll have a kind of lull for 10, 11 days. That'll make a lot of people believe that this is going away. and then things will blow up again. But that's just like a total speculation guesstimate. That's not something you can like kind of rely on. But like these kinds of crises are day-to-day things. Like once you're in one of these crises, it's very hard to even look out at a horizon of 90 days. So it's going to be a day by day. I mean, I've written a piece each day. I've stayed up to 8 in the morning writing a piece every single day this week. I'm probably going to take tomorrow to crash a little bit and then write a piece on Friday. We'll see. But like this is like we are in it now. Like this is not going to there'll be lulls and certain people will start pontificating about how everyone just had their hair on fire too much. Yeah, that's the core of it. And
so a century of Chinese dominance.
We're just going to be in it.
Century of Chinese dominance and Chinese prosperity.
January 15th, someone paid me to give a talk, and then at the end, someone walked up to me and asked me, like, where I see things in 2050, and my answer, so sort of flippantly, was 40%, complete global economic collapse, 20% Americans hegemony manages to limp on, 25% China, and then miscellaneous for all sorts of other weird combinations for the last 15%. And obviously that was very, very flippant. I guess the numbers now, I would put it much more likely Chinese dominance, much less likely US dominance, and more likelihood of just total global collapse and regionalization of the world. That's just where Perch looks at this incredibly concerning moment, and that might all seem, this is all without even thinking about what climate change will be at in 25 years.
Yeah.
So climate change is also not priced in. Like they're not even pricing in what Trump and Musk are doing in the payment system. They're not pricing in climate change because the stock market wouldn't function. No financial institution in the world would function if they properly priced in climate change. It's just literally impossible. And so, there's a lot of just sort of no thing will be dominant because there won't be a world system. Is a thing on the chopping block. But outside of that, yeah. I think it's a longer conversation about China and why all the reasons that China doesn't want to play that role, and why China has desperately wanted to kind of ride in the sidecar next to dollar hegemony. But obviously Trump is making that seem just completely unworkable on a month-to-month basis, let alone 25 years. So what China does as it tries to figure things out, we'll see. China has a lot of its own problems that are barriers to being that kind of, China doesn't want to become the dominant global currency where it then has to let everyone into their financial market and provide the safe assets to the world, which, providing the safe assets to the world and tight capital controls, they don't go together too well. So it's a much longer, very different conversation. China
Unless the entire global system changes.
Yeah. And those are governance questions. And the thing is, like, the U.S. has basically been running away from the concept of governance at all, and that's why all the wheels are falling off.
Yeah. No, okay. Yeah. No, we're definitely in agreement on that.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah. No.
I just wanted to, before we
the future's definitely dire. What's up?
I just wanted to throw in that I have a discount code link for my newsletter.
All right, if you put it in the chat, I'll spam it.
Yeah,
if you put it in the Discord chat. Oh, you did. Okay.
Where do I go for the? I put it in our message between us.
Yeah, I got it. Hold on, I'll spam it in the chat.
Right.
If you guys want to go read Crisis Notes. Here it is, and with a discount code in and of itself. It's Paul Krugman's favorite newsletter.
Yeah, I would. And also, I'll say it in the chat since I just announced it on Blue Sky a few hours ago that I'm going to have an office. I'm going to have a Manhattan Notes in the Crises office. It's not going to be public, but I'm going to be expanding. I'll do my own video, audio, and maybe even streaming from my office.
Hell yeah.
And all my books behind me. So I'm right in that expansion moment where I'm going to be doing a lot more of the things like you do.
That's great.
I'll need a lot of advice on that too.
Yeah, I'm always here to help out. All right, thanks so much for coming on, Nathan, and I look forward to reading. I look forward to reading more from you. All right.
Yeah. See you soon.
Bye. That was Nathan Tankus, ladies and gentlemen. Nathan Tankus, friend of the show, just like Paul Krugman. Hasan is Fox News' biggest supporter. Oh, 100%. He's very knowledgeable. He's a very smart guy, and I'm happy to have had him on the broadcast. All right. Is he a tanky because his name would be extra funny? No, he's not. What is this? What do you think now that you have his perspective? I mean, I think in terms of how markets move and how markets react to certain things, I think he has a better grip on that. But in terms of, like this being destined for failure and being utterly chaotic, we don't have any disagreements. But I think that there is still a direction that the Trump administration is facing down that I don't think is as belligerent as, or what's the proper term for it? It's not necessarily because they are belligerent, but there's a reason why Donald Trump is so stubborn. There's a reason why Donald Trump is so stubborn on this issue, right? He is a psycho, but it is intentional. It's not unintentional. It's not as directionless as people would have you assume. This is, in many ways, Donald Trump's effort to maintain American hegemony. That's it. That is what I think. I think that it's not as it's going to fail because of capitalism's inability to maintain market dominance because the contradictions are worsening. But I do think that this is an effort, like this is a national security effort from Trump. Will Neff, wow, 47. I'm almost dead. 47, same number as our glorious president. Dear leader. Justice Department bars as lawyers from American Bar Association functions. Yeah, I mean, there's things are. It's really interesting because the one aspect of what Nathan was saying that I completely agree with is the fact that the markets do not respond to all of the political chaos and instability, the erosion of due process, the erosion of the First Amendment, black-bagging people for hurting the feelings of Israel and stuff like that. But the one time that they do actually respond is when Donald Trump fucks up the bag. And that is also interesting. There's an interesting phenomena that like so many people are so locked in to their personal wealth growing and the stock market performing in a way that they expected to, which is to always grow, that they're just so deluded about all of the genuinely fascist things that the administration has been doing. That in and of itself, I think, is very just something interesting that I've noticed.
If you've ever
fear and anger in China as Trump tariff war with the U.S. ramps up.
Something with a made in China label, it could well have come through here. Yiwu is the biggest wholesale market in the world. A vast and varied trove of trinkets. Chinese goods made cheap and tailored to foreign buyers.
2 kwai. Ah, so that's about 20 pence. Yeah, 20 pence. 20 pence for this. Almost certainly on its way to America.
It is a place where the world comes to shop.
How could you tell?
Shop. Mass orders to be shipped back home and sold. Many buyers had been from America. That business now all but obliterated in the face of one man's war on trade. In the sports section, we meet Lee, who specializes in basketballs.
Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy is single-handedly responsible for the thing that annoys me the most. I've tweeted about this before, if you guys remember, like these insane basketballs. Like, I just want to buy a Wilson basketball, and there's always, this is my guy. This is the guy that's responsible for all the fucking stupid-ass basketball brands that are like, here's a glow-in-the-dark basketball, and it's branded as like Xiaoma. And it's like, he's the one who's just cooking them up in the shop, pumping it into the Amazon marketplace.
Tariffs have more than
by way of fucking annoying American dropshippers.
Doubled the costs for his American customers. His orders already down over 60%.
It's impossible to recover to where we were in just a short period of time. It's having a huge impact, Look, there are many other sellers. Costs are high, like rent. The exchange rate is going up. It's a big test. It's very difficult.
Sentiment here is dismal. Feelings about Trump equally.
Here's your rant about the basketballs. How the fuck buying anything on Amazon sucks so hard now? It's all drop shipping garbage with botted reviews. Dude, I know. I tried to buy a new basketball, and like the first 100 responses to my very normal search was like weird ass Chinese balls that I've never seen before. One was like glow in the dark. It's all Alibaba balls, bro. It's fucking nuts. Let's try it. Night Match premium LED light up basketball. It was like this Senston Champion Sports Official heavy duty rubber from customers' preferred brands. I fucking doubt a single customer prefers this brand, motherfucker. Buying anything on Amazon sucks. Literally. Also here's Kevin O'Leary's idiotic assessment where he claims that Xi Jinping will be overthrown because of Donald Trump's brilliant moves. What a fucking moron, dude. What an absolute idiot. What a dumb baboon this guy is. Oh my God.
Tariffs in China are not enough. I'm advocating 400%. I do business in China. They don't play by the rules. They've been in the WTO for decades. They have never abided by any of the rules they agreed to when they came in for decades. They cheat, they steal IP. I can't litigate in their courts. They take product, technology, they steal it, they manufacture it, sell it back here. Never has an administration.
400% tariffs? What would that?
They steal IP. Okay, why are you still manufacturing then? Why are you still manufacturing there then? Why? If they steal IP, did you not know that they were doing that last year? Did you not know that they were doing that a decade ago? Is it actually theft if the American enterprise leadership knows that it's happening and still voluntarily moves manufacturing there? This is the dumbest argument of all time. And I'm not even making the case for intellectual property abolition, even though I do believe in it. Okay, I do. But the notion that like the American capitalists did not know that China was doing this or was going to do this and still continued to work with China is so fucking dumb. It is a lie told to the Americans. It is a lie told to the Americans. It is a lie told to the West. And that's why you hear it all the fucking time from the dumbest people in society. You got motherfuckers who are not Apple, okay? You're not Tim Apple, little bro. You barely can get a fucking apple from the grocery store, and you're over here talking about how if Apple must maintain its IP protections, like, what the fuck is going on here? I can't believe China is stealing their IP. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? You think Tim Cook doesn't know that that's happening? The fuck are you talking about? It's the dumbest argument to make. You are a consumer. You have nothing to do with this process. What do you mean China is stealing IP? Are you Mr. Intel? Are you John Intel? Are you Tim Apple? No? Then shut the fuck up! Because from your perspective, the only thing that you get is a possibly cheaper generic alternative. Why the fuck are you complaining, you stupid moron? No, you don't understand. I'm John Nvidia. I can't believe that fucking they're stealing our IP.
I want Xi on an airplane to Washington to level the playing field. This is not about tariffs anymore. Nobody has taken on...
Yeah, also, Apple is extremely careful about their IP and are willing to lose money to protect it. If Apple thought that China was stealing IP was a problem, then they would leave. Exactly.
China yet, not the Europeans, no administration for decades. As someone who actually does business there, I've had enough. I speak for millions of Americans who have IP that have been stolen by the Chinese. I have nothing against the Chinese people. They brought great literacy, art, and tech to the world. The government cheats and steals, and finally, an administration, you may not like Trump, you may not like his style or his rhetoric, finally, an administration that puts up and says enough. 400% tariffs tomorrow morning. He'll tell you why. Xi can only stay the supreme leader if people are employed. If we wipe out any business there, because we are still 39% of all consumables on Earth and 25% of the world's GDP, America is the #1 economy on Earth with all the cards. We will not...
Yeah, how did that happen? How did that happen? Doesn't it feel like Trump, at least ostensibly, wants to reverse that? We did that, and now Trump wants to reverse it. He wants to break it. The fuck do you mean? None of this makes sense. It quite literally doesn't make sense. Do you want to be a manufacturing economy, or do you want to be a consumer economy? Also, you're fucking Canadian, you bald piece of shit. Why the fuck do you care? Shut up. You're America's hat.
I'll have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall.
Yeah, also, he said 39% of the entire planet, and not 39% of China's overall exports. Okay, I don't know what the exact percentage is, but it's significantly lower than that. Let me tell you. Okay, the U.S. is Canada's shorts. Yeah, and guess what, dude? Canada, you shit your shorts, okay? Because we shit ourselves. So that means you shit your pants, Canada. It's 12%. Yeah, I think it is 12%. Yeah, guess what, Canada? You got dookie in your pants. Why? Because we shit ourselves, okay? Canadian slander is so easy for you. Did I miss you? Wait, what did you say?
Economy on Earth with all the cards. We will not have that forever. It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall.
It's time to squeeze Chinese heads into the wall? Oh my God, dude. The way we talk about Chinese people and the nation state and how permissible that kind of fucking statement is. Dude, this is like when Iranian leadership talks about America, saying like death to America or lights an American flag on fire, and we throw a fucking bitch fit for a week. We're like, how dare they do that? First of all, they have every right to do that. Okay, they have every right to do that. Of course they're supposed to do that. We're fucking them over. China is not even fucking us over, and you still want to kill them. Like, what is wrong with you, dude? I'm reminded of that meme where it's like, hey, would you like to buy our cheap commodities? And it's like, I'll fucking kill you. And then underneath it's like Israel being like, give me all the money that you have so I can do a genocide. It's like, yes, of course. Of course, Israel. Thank you for demanding. It's fucking nuts.
Now.
Well,
I'm
hold
not
on
talking
a
about
second,
tariffs
Kevin.
on
Well, I hear you, but hold on. If we're talking about people, the average consumer, not necessarily the head honchos of businesses all across the globe, can they withstand the pressure of that sort of tax on the goods?
Short-lived. There will be.
But what's your timeline compared?
Short-lived. What do you mean? Why would that be short-lived? If your assessment is you want to put 400% tariffs on China, which, by the way, there makes no difference between 124 versus 400%. It is a de facto trade embargo, okay? And nobody is paying that price because no commodity is that exclusive and that good. So it already doesn't make difference. It doesn't make a difference at all. But you're over here talking about like, oh, it's just short-lived. Why would that be short-lived? Why? How would that be short-lived? What do you mean by this? What happens when they fucking hold out?
And you don't know the average American's timeline, what they can actually survive. There's people right now who can't survive.
400% tomorrow morning, cheese on an airplane to Washington to cut a deal.
400%. China owns a complete production chain and has big enough domestic and international markets. You can't squeeze China, but good luck paying 400% more for your phones, coffee machines, washing machines, batteries, bikes, light bulbs, shirts, and toys, and everything else you don't know that's coming from China. Exactly. Straight up. Like, you know what will happen? You know whose head will end up being squeezed against the wall? The American elite. Okay? You take away the treats. You take away the fucking treats, and let me tell you what will happen, okay? It won't be the Chinese heads being squeezed against the wall. It'll be your bald fucking head. The fuck? Us Canadians hate this dumbass. His own people hate him. I know, but I'm sorry. I'm sick and tired of Canada dumping their worst pieces of shit on us, okay? I'm an advocate for mass deportation of all reactionary Canadians off of U.S. soil instantly. We do. Maybe we are Canada's fucking diaper, dude. And Canada keeps shitting in his diaper. Keeps shitting the Kevin O'Learys and the Steven Crowders of the world directly into their doo-doo ass, and we happen to be the diaper that eats all that shit. David Frum. Anyway. Is Canada dumping, or is America a magnet for shitty people? Oh no, it's America's a magnet. America is a dookie magnet. Okay, straight up. America is a dookie magnet. We got, dude, every other nation's discards we voluntarily bring over here and turn into celebrities, okay? I'll never forget the number one anti-MMR vaccines cause autism doctor that the British government literally was like, yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? You can't say these things. You're no longer a doctor. Andrew Wakefield. You know what Andrew Wakefield did? Immediately, first flight out to the United States of America. Now he has a fucking compound, a model wife. Fucking Andrew Tate is another one. We only take every dumb reactionary from every other goddamn country. City lowers China GDP growth prediction to 4.2 from 4.7. This is truly extraordinary and really demonstrates that Trump does not have the cards when it comes to China. He's about to put tariffs on over 100%, and one of the top U.S. banks, Citi, predicts that the impact on China's GDP will be 0.5, virtually nothing. I mean, 0.5 GDP impact is not nothing, but I think China can handle it. Chinese QAnon supporting immigrants. That's true. What is this? Can you please?
Whatever you think of Trump, his economic plan makes complete sense. The US has 36 trillion in debt. In 2025, they will spend 6 trillion, but will only collect 4 trillion in revenue. So they need to borrow 2 trillion, and this will increase their debt to 30.
Dude, yeah. What are you saying, man? None of that matters, okay? None of that matters. What kind of math are we doing? America is not defaulting, okay? America doesn't take debt like the average family. America doesn't even deal with debt in the way that other countries without sovereign currencies have to deal with debt. It's just not any... Dude, look at the stock market. It's all... The entire global economy might as well be held together by the confidence that everyone has in America maintaining its superpower position. It's just like America being like, yeah, default is possible. No, if America is defaulting, it's over. The entire global system is collapsing. You have much bigger issues to worry about than America defaulting on its debt. That means everything is over. That means the world, in the way that we understand it, is over. China wouldn't let that happen. Okay? No, that doesn't mean China wins. That means China is losing too. What do you guys think? China still trades on American currency. No, it is not in China's best interest for America to default and the entirety of the global the entirety of the global markets to collapse. That's why I think it's so stupid when these guys are like, you don't understand, America is it has too much debt. Like, that's not even the reason why Trump is doing any of this shit. That's so stupid.
38 trillion. Trump economic plan is based on 3 levers. Number 1, cut expenses by 1 trillion, which is Doge, Elon Musk. He's targeting waste and fraud, like social security payments for people who are 150 years old. That is just fraud.
Yeah, Trump is really reducing American expenditure. That's why he said, we're going to have a $1 trillion military literally yesterday. This guy is so fucking stupid, okay? Why did you guys send me this insanely idiotic argument? I hate when people make these dumbass arguments with no understanding of anything. Social Security in and of itself is self-sustaining. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, oh, there's so much Social Security fraud. Like, what are you saying? 950,000 fucking likes on this idiotic. Like, this is what, a minute in, and there's like 11 erroneous claims in it.
2, increasing revenue by 1 to 2 trillion through, number 1, tariffs. They will increase tariffs from 50 billion to 500 billion target. People will say, but other countries will retaliate. They will not be able to do it. The US is the biggest customer on earth. They consume 20 trillion every year. They are the biggest importer. They import 3 trillion every year. Plus, the current tariffs is actually not fair. Why should US cars entering Europe faces 10%?
Aç kapıyı aç. Mutlu musun? İyi mi şimdi 401k'in? Düzeldi mi? Murat's been suffering looking at his portfolio and his retirement for the past week. So I asked him if it's doing all right.
Tariffs, while the European cars entering the US just pay 2.5%. It's not fair. And because of the tariff changes, it now makes economic sense to build factories and businesses inside the US again. That means more jobs, means tax-paying businesses, and more foreign investment coming in. He will also increase revenue by deregulation. He will remove...
Oh my God! What is this? Dubai Ian Miles Chong? What the fuck is this? 954,000 likes, bro. Virtually everything he said is fucking wrong. Oh my god. He's Egyptian? My bad. I mean, can you blame me for thinking that he's from Dubai? Can you blame me? Really? I'm not gonna watch the rest of this. I think he's maybe joking. This guy makes me content, I thought. What? The comments are worse. The U.S. needed a businessman to run the country instead of a career politician. Exactly. This is what the media will not tell you. 105,000 likes. That's literally all the media has been saying. What this guy is explaining is the only thing that Fox News has been saying. He is, as a matter of fact, just regurgitating what Fox News has been saying. He's actually regurgitating what Trump has been saying. What the fuck are you saying? This is the only thing that Donald Trump says. And therefore, every part of the mainstream media, mainstream press, either because they're repeating what Trump is saying and reporting on it, or directly defending it, is saying this. People are so incredibly fucking stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's gonna be okay. Sam Cedar is the perfect solution.
This is. I just want to pitch this one thing because I've heard nobody talk about this. We get a huge 3D printer and it prints an entirely different world.
Yeah, he needs to go to Mars, just make another world.
Yeah, we could just make a whole nother planet where we're the only.
Stop hating on Arabs because they are Arabs, mate. Not cool, man. Shut the fuck up, Arabist, typical Turkish. Me clocking him as a UAE guy is the exact opposite of me discriminating against him. He is Arab, dumbass. Anyway. Ex-Biden State Department official says even the Israeli military expected the U.S. to only let them bomb Gaza for weeks rather than unconditionally for a year and a half. The history of America's unwillingness to sacrifice the profits for the U.S. defense industry to the rule of law, combined with the unique privilege enjoyed by the state of Israel, should have meant that U.S. support for Israel in the aftermath of October 7 was not surprising. Yet even the Israeli military expected the United States to allow them to carry out the indiscriminate bombing campaign for only a matter of weeks. Have you seen British Hasanabi being
What do we actually want from the PRC? What does the West actually want from China? What are the goalposts? Because we continuously keep moving them. In many ways, the West will not be happy with China until China stops being China. The West's expectation of China lacks complete clarity. For instance, on one hand, we say we need to follow all the World Trade Organization orders, principles. Yet, on the other, we have an incumbent president in the US whose favorite...
Yeah, they're not following the World Trade Organization principles because, dude, you know what's funny? The World Trade Organization, America saying China's not playing by the rules and China actually fucked us over is basically like Ethan Klein in the Context Puke coming out and being like, Hasan lied to me. He hid the fact that he's a socialist. It is the exact same fucking statement, verbatim. America's like, wait, what? The Communist Party of China in the People's Republic of China was operating on not the capitalist boundaries that we've designed global trade around, but instead we're casting aside market fundamentals for something different, a, dare I say, command economy? What? How dare they? We didn't think that they would do this. We did not think that they would have a complete complete control over all of their private enterprise, and would often create goods at an impossible to compete price point. What? They're fucking socialists, dude? What the fuck?
Favorite word is tariffs. Love tariffs better than love. Tariffs on the Chinese. I'm doing Donald Trump. That wasn't.
Yo, that's the guy. That's my dude.
So, countries are continuously being asked to reduce their oversupply in China, while we continuously buy their cheap.
My only crime.
What is this? The confused Zionism of... Yo, Chris Kunzler. I didn't know he had a YouTube channel. Chris Kunzler is my TikTok goat.
We need to go green. Morally, as a planet, we need to push towards net zero, but not with China at the center of that. We need to work together on a global global healthcare. Well, we just had a global pandemic and we didn't work with China. What I'm trying to say is 1 in 8 people live in the global West. 7 in 8 don't. 7 billion people on this planet have a very different perspective of China as to how we think they should have an opinion of China. China's not a dirty word in many parts of this planet. In fact, it's seen as a partner. So we're not living in colonial era. We're living in a time where China is redefining the global order. Does the UK need to choose between the US and China? China has become, like it or accept it or not, the manufacturing hub for the Western world. We made that conscious decision. What do we actually want from the PRC? What does the West actually...
Yeah. Do you think this is because people unironically thought communism was dead with the dissolution of the USSR? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it is that ginger from the UK, because guess what? He's the president of the Cambridge Student Union now, I'm pretty sure. All right, let's keep going. Being pro-China to own the repubs? No, I'm just I'm in team let China do his thing, okay? I'm on team China's not my enemy. The global capitalists are.
So, Chu Hai-ching might...
I'm on team, if you want to fucking outcompete China, just do China shit, okay? This is not a secret. This is something that I've advocated for quite a while. As a matter of fact, I've always said this. I've wanted America to do China shit. Like, jokingly, people say, oh, it's because you want high-speed rail. Sure, that's part of it. But yeah, that's what I've been advocating for.
Put on a cheerful show, but just listen to what she thinks could come next. A sense that the public wants to show how it feels. If it were me, I'd definitely choose to boycott American products, she says. Like cell phones. I'm using this now, but if it carries on like this, I might not buy it. I wouldn't choose it anymore. The official response when it came was decisive. The words resolute. We will not back down.
The US continues to impose excessive tariffs that exert extreme pressure on China. China firmly opposes and will never accept such domineering and bullying behavior.
In the end, trade was China's main target. Levies matched like for like. A more political response was feared, one that would have seriously raised the stakes. A degree of restraint, perhaps, behind the rage.
There is a genuine belief at the top levels of the Chinese system that the US's ultimate goal here is to restrain China and undermine its growth. And in the context of that belief, giving in to Trump just isn't an option.
I dream of a world where the American government is doing Chinese-style command economy shit and building robust manufacturing capabilities and greatly improving the material conditions of the American working class, and I sit around like I'm fucking Asmongold and I go, yeah, based all day. That's what I dream of. It's not a secret, okay? I have ideological convictions. And if the government represented my values and actually uplifted the working class, I would be dick riding that administration harder than Asmongold dick rides Donald Trump. I would just sit around and go, yeah, well. Once again, chat, it's based. That's it. It'd be fucking awesome. Yeah. I'd still shower routinely. Probably wouldn't have time because I'd be just like fucking live all the time, glazing the American government. All right, I'll be watching you little punks. I just started building a factory here in America this week, and because I live in Florida, I was looking forward to cheaper labor with the rollback in child labor laws. Yeah, and Trump cooked your shit, stock guy. Guess what, dude? Take that factory back to Vietnam right now. Yeah, based. You see, you don't understand. Trump's got motion. Yeah. This is a good take. I feel like the win today. I was told I said you're an idiot. No, someone said that you said I don't know anything about the stock market, which isn't necessarily wrong, but in terms of Trump's policies, I suspected that you and I are most likely in agreement, and that we are not in disagreement, considering what Trump's volatility has done to the markets in general. This is correct as well. I feel like the win today is kind of like if a guy was pissing on your leg for 4 days and then he stopped saying, and he stopped and you said, it's a good day. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. Yeah. Based.
But this moment marks a real low in US-China relations because over the years, despite all their disagreements, trade was always there as a backstop keeping the two linked. If that's gone, there are big questions about what could come next.
Indeed, experts say economically, there aren't many options for escalation left.
It doesn't really matter whether it is 50% or 100% or 500% or even 1,000%. It doesn't really matter anymore because it is already becoming prohibitive. I think all these things are going to, let's say, lead to an acceleration in decoupling.
From EWU's vantage point, the impact cannot be overstated. And the enormity of the world's two biggest economies essentially ceasing to trade has barely yet sunk in. Further escalation is still possible. This moment is still perilous. Helen Ann Smith, Sky News in Yiwu, Eastern China.
The stock market finished with a boom today. Nice to see all that green.
Yeah, by the way, stock market finished with a boom today. Nice to see all that green. White House says 25% tariff on Canada and Mexico to remain in effect. The walk back of the cave-in begins immediately. Let's see the market impact now.
Green reacting to President Trump pausing.
I think they're probably still nutting all over themselves because, as that chatter correctly pointed out, Trump stopped pissing on them. So we shall see. We shall see the aftermarket announcements impacts.
Most of his tariffs on the world for 90 days after injecting mass chaos and fear in the...
No, I know it's closed. I'm saying that, God. Immediately after the markets closed, the Trump administration announced that the 25% tariffs in Canada and Mexico were on. I still suspect that people are nutting all over themselves for the brief respite that they got from Trump today, so it won't impact them that much.
The markets. That pause does not include the tariffs he's imposing on China. Trump hiked that tariff rate to 125%. So what made Trump blink or cave or change his mind, whatever verb you prefer? He said his decision, quote, came together early this morning and, quote, was written from the heart, whatever that means. Probably also had to do something with the bond market, he said, which is usually safe in times of uncertainty. It didn't appear that way this morning, of course. Here's Trump.
Oh, I was watching the bond market. The bond market is very tricky. I saw last night where people were getting a little queasy.
They were getting the yips, he said. CNN's Richard Quest is with us now. Richard, Trump claims that China wants to make a deal. If you were a betting man, do you think China and the United States are going to come to an agreement? Do you think China's going to cave? Do you think the U.S. is going to cave?
I think China is going to watch to see whether or not you sort of do tit for tat, but the tit for tat gets lower and lower and lower until you end up somewhere in the middle. And that's why I think the 125 is an interesting number that Trump went for, from 104 to 125. Is that number just small enough that China can either live with it or just about beat it? Because at some point, one side or the other is going to telegraph that they are ready to meet. The only thing against what I've just said, to argue completely against myself, is that the Chinese statement overnight is that they are in this to the bitter end. And that's the worrying part, because China maybe just was written off the United States for the foreseeable future and is just going to go head-to-head, toe-for-toe. We're going to have to wait for a few more hours to see if they match the 125 from Donald Trump.
And Richard, Goldman Sachs says Trump's trade retreat has not changed their own recession forecast, even though the stock market went up today. Its best day in 16 years, still not back to where the stocks were when Trump announced so-called Liberation Day. Are the gains today, is it like pushing an old lady down the stairs and then wanting credit for helping her back up at the bottom there? How do you see it?
That's very
thank you.
That's very
I made Richard laugh. All right.
I was going to sort of say it's like the arsonist calling the fire brigade and then taking credit. Similar sort of idea. No, this is why Goldman is saying what it's actually said. Number one, you still have the auto tariffs. Number two, you still have the steel and aluminium tariffs. Number three, you have the Chinese tariffs at 125%, the largest bilateral trade relationship. And number four, you have a new global US tariff of 10%, which is 3 times the previous average of 2.5%. So yes, the worst in terms of Japan, South Korea, the EU has been staved off, but there is so much tariff in the system at the moment that's just going to wash over the global trading system. We are so far from being out of this.
All right, Richard Quest, thanks so much. Before pausing the tariffs, President Trump posted this morning, quote, "Be cool. Everything is going to work out well," unquote. Moments after he made his big reversal, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt tried to take a victory lap.
Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here.
Joining us now, someone who knows the inner workings of the Trump White House, well, former White House Communications Director, Alyssa Farah-Griffin. Alyssa, how did you take that? Many of you in the media clearly missed the art of the deal. You clearly failed to see what President Trump is doing here. When President Trump, in his own words, made it very clear that this didn't seem to be part of any strategy. He just saw that people were getting queasy.
Right. I mean, listen, this was clearly, and Donald Trump said as much on the South Lawn, that he was looking at the bond markets collapsing, and that was what forced his hand into this reversal. And this, from from an outsider's perspective, but who was once an insider there, I get the sense that a lot of the major decisions these past few days have been made in a very small circle, and a lot of the communication staff and the staff who are going on television talking about what's going on are often kind of behind the curve in the president's decision making, because we were repeatedly told this is not a negotiation. Then Donald Trump says it is a negotiation. And beyond that, I do believe the White House is hearing from foreign leaders, but more importantly, they're hearing from business leaders who, a lot of them bet big on Donald Trump. They thought he was going to be good for the economy. They were expecting Trump term 1 all over again. And then they saw the markets in shambles. So I think his hand was forced here. And thank God you're hearing a big sigh of relief from Capitol Hill and from our allies around the world right now.
You say during your time at the White House, trade advisor Peter Navarro, who Elon Musk has been insulting over and over this week, that Navarro sometimes presented ideas that were half-baked, but there's still a lot of loyalty between Trump and Navarro. Today, Republican Senator Rand Paul, who doesn't believe in tariffs, he called Navarro a walking economic fallacy, which is, I should note, at least nicer than Elon Musk saying he's dumber than a stack of bricks. Do you think Navarro's days are numbered at all in the White House, or Trump doesn't care about any of that?
I actually don't think they are. I think Peter Navarro will be around. I think perhaps his influence over global markets and sweeping trade policy may be sidelined. He's a person who, listen, if you listen to him in a small, narrow way and then take in the advice of other people, could potentially be helpful to the president. But what this White House wasn't able to do, based on what I'm going to call the Navarro plan that they rolled out, is explain exactly what the full plan is. Is it full reindustrialization of the U.S.? Are we trying to bring back every factory that was lost? Are we cutting off basically all foreign trade and thinking we're going to be able to build everything from iPhones to sneakers?
Also, how? Who's doing it? With what money? With what infrastructure are we doing these things? What's the timeline? How do we train people?
Here. In that aspect of it just was not clearly articulated. I think Donald Trump feels some alignment with Navarro and his policies, but he's a businessman who understands how you create jobs and how you keep an economy going, and Navarro's ideas are just the antithesis of how you do that.
All right, Elizabeth Farrah Griffin, thank you so much. Our panel's here now. The Navarro Conundrum. That's like a Robert Ludlum book. I don't know if you read it. Phil, according to the latest jobs report, there are nearly 500,000 vacant manufacturing jobs right now. Now, Trump's talking about bringing manufacturing jobs back to the United States, which sounds wonderful. But if there are 500,000 vacant manufacturing jobs right now, are those jobs even desired by people?
It is a question that has not been answered by the Trump administration, in part because they just aren't anywhere close to that point yet. Like, that would probably be viewed as a good problem to have, where all the manufacturing has actually moved back to the United States and we're trying to train a workforce. But it is a clear reality right now in the marketplace. Manufacturing has changed.
We are not making those wages better. Let me tell you, okay? By God. This admin will do anything it can in its fucking power to ensure that those jobs remain low wage, no benefit ass jobs too.
Changed dramatically over the course of decades. It is so tied to automation and technology, robotics, that the types of jobs are high-skilled labor. Now, to be very clear, J.D. Vance, Vice President, a speech at a summit a couple of weeks ago made clear they're not trying to create manufacturing jobs that would be equivalent to cheap labor back in the United States. They want innovation. They want those types of high-skilled jobs when those manufacturers come back. But it gets at, I think, an issue that people don't necessarily grasp, with good reason. There's been some serious stuff going on, which is the number of things that have to connect and go right for the Trump administration's theory of the case to be borne out are very complicated and very tied to things that are out of their control. And right now, they're just trying to kind of get out of the gate on some level.
Yeah, and J.D. Vance 2.0, as opposed to the one we have now, 3.0, said that he didn't think protectionism was the way to bring back these jobs. It needed to be addressed with automation and education.
Right. He shifted. I should have. Our colleague Samantha Gula has a great piece on this. It's running tomorrow on .com. Like, read it. It's much smarter than what I was trying to roll through.
No, you were okay. Ashley, it seems like not even the U.S. Trade Representative knew that this change, this pause for 90 days was going to happen. He was testifying before the Ways and Means Committee in the House of Representatives when it happened. Take a look.
How long is the pause? How many days? How many weeks?
I understand it's 90 days. I haven't spoken to the president since I've been in this
So the trade representative hasn't spoken to the president of the United States about a global reordering of trade.
Yes, I have. I've just been in the hearing with you, sir.
But yet he announced it on a tweet. WTF? Who's in charge?
Oh, God. Who's his WTF? Just say what the fuck, man.
The President of the United States is in charge.
And what do you know about those details?
Well, as I mentioned...
it looks like your boss just pulled the rug out from under you and paused the tariffs.
So, Ashley, Chuck Schumer on the other side of Congress, the Senate Democratic leader, he called this a government of chaos. Do you think, what do you think is the role for Democrats here? Because I've also seen Democrats trying to say, well, some tariffs are good, I like some tariffs, these ones are not good, but what should be the role of your party?
Well, I mean, I think that what they need to do is
lay out the case. There's two things at play here. It's one, either sheer incompetency on the part of the president, or he's intentionally trying to tank the U.S. economy. I happen to think it's actually both of them. And I think that is a position
You think he's trying to tank the economy?
There is no other way to explain it. How else do you explain the sort of haphazard nature of it all? How else do you explain that markets have been dropping and tanking globally for weeks, and he still continues to pursue this effort? I don't understand it. And then more importantly, we've learned the lessons from his first term, where there was a mixed bag in terms of results of his tariff agenda. So I don't know how else to explain it. And I think that is what the party needs to put forward to the American people. And then really make the case that the people who are the victims of all this chaos, it's the American people, from their pocketbooks to their retirement. That's what's actually suffering right now. And let's just take a step back, because this is the one thing I think my party has failed to really lay out, and that is less than 3 months. Yeah, I mean, effectively, less than 3 months into this administration, we're talking about a recession.
Yeah.
I mean, let me repeat that: a recession in less than 3 months. That is remarkable.
And it's people
it's unprecedented.
like Jamie Dimon talking about a recession.
Absolutely, but it's the people on the ground who are already feeling it. That's why they protested all weekend. This is why Republicans are trying to rein in the president on this tariff agenda. I mean, it's a real thing, but my party's failing to really lay that out.
What I'll say is I think it's evidence that it's a huge relief that there's at least some impulse to take an off-ramp here. And last night when we saw Treasury yields blowing out and we saw the 10-year hit 4.5%, these are dynamics that happen when there is like extreme stress, illiquidity, run dynamics happening in financial markets. That can't persist very long. When you see moves like what we saw last night, I know the Secretary Bessent there said this was not a response to what we were seeing in market volatility, that it was all, you know, art of the deal, etc. Nonetheless, you know, clearly the markets were under extreme distress. And I'll just say a couple other things. You know, the market is, you know, I'm looking at NASDAQ 100 futures. They're still down 5.5%. The China tariffs are still huge. That's going to be, you know, a huge effect on lots of American companies. There's the 10% sort of floor tariffs. Those are still in place. So look, I think it's a big relief that obviously some of this has been delayed, but I think there's still quite a bit to work through here at a very minimum, or there's some sort of like true all clear. Every major index is still like deeply in the red on the year. S&P is down 9.6% on the year.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, he is actually. Joe Weisenthal is a part of Bloomberg chat. Anyway, the stock market drop, Ross Perot's tariff speech and government spending. I can't wait to hear. This is how we're going to wrap up the tariff conversation, and then I'm going to move on to Tim Pool, because there is some fun stuff to walk through with the Tim Pool shit. Oh, what is this? A MAGA lady tried to interrupt the hands-off protest she got dealt with. He ain't doing enough, if you ask me. He's like, no. We will not be hands off. I will put my hands on this microphone too. I am the weapon. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hey, yo. What? That's amazing. Yo. He is the weapon, all right. God damn. Okay, respect. Dark woke, baby. Soy right versus dark woke. Soy right behaving like that one meme that conservatives love posting from from a decade ago at this point, and then dark woke behaving in dark ways. Screaming, crying lib lady turned into the MAGA lady, and the dark woke man with a fucking I am the weapon. I am the weapon shirt. Smack the fuck out of her. That's crazy.
Joe Rogan experience.
Let me know what I actually. Let me think about what I think about things instead of being inundated by all these.
Why are we laughing about hitting a woman? What? I don't know. Because women are fucking equal. Women are equals. The fuck? What's crazier is you applauding it. Man, shut your bitch ass up, okay? I don't give a fuck, all right? Yeah, I'm gonna laugh at that. Suck my dick. It was funny. okay? Oh my God, why are you not considering the ethical implications of a fucking piglet fascist getting slapped by another fucking hog? Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, women, don't you know that women are infallible? Don't you know that women are little babies all the time? Yeah, equal rights, baby. Fuck you mean? Defending assault is the issue. You're ridiculous. Oh my God, dude. Oh. Donald Trump is going to send you to the concentration camps, and you're over here being like, I can't believe one of the Donald Trump supporters got hit in the face and you're defending it. I don't care. It's funny, okay? I'm sorry. I'm laughing. Assault is bad and wrong and morally unjustifiable, but in certain instances can be very funny. This was one of those instances. Shut the fuck up, okay? Is that good? Is that appropriate? Does that fit your narrow little moral confines that you're trying to develop here? God damn. Can't even have like a 3-second laugh here without chatters writing entire essays about the ethical considerations. Sometimes you have to ignore your most autistic viewers law. I don't think those guys are fans. I think they're just like behaving this way. I don't think they're fans, and they're like horrified by my reaction. They're just fucking haters that respond that way so they can clip it and then post it on a number of different like Twitter blue checkmark power farming accounts, and then they'll post it all over the subreddits to be like, Hasan laughs at a woman being brutally assaulted, and then most people will be like, well, I watched that video too and it was pretty fucking funny, shut the fuck up. And then they'll go back to the drawing board, just like they did in the past when I laughed at that one cop shooting the other cop as it was trying to shoot a fucking dog. Remember when they tried to do that? They still bring that up every now and then to be like, Hasan laughed at a cop getting shot. He's ruthless. Check logs and mod actions. You shut the fuck up. Haha. Trump. Vote Trump. Trump 2020. Trump 2020 war. This streamer is a clown. I can't believe you would laugh at that. Oh, yeah. Again, soy right. There it is. Okay. Soy fucking right. Elon Musk is cool as fuck. Oh, I actually unbanned him because I wanted to pet the chud. All right. This is an old school. Hey, don't leave, chatter. We're not blocking you. We're not banning you. Free speech is alive and well here, baby. It really wasn't funny at all. I can't believe this. Okay, so here's how it usually works, okay? You have a dumb reactionary hog that does what they claim is usually virtue signaling, but this is one of those instances where they're virtue signaling, right? And then the autistic Hasanabi heads actually eat the bait. That's usually when it turns into a larger problem, because there are definitely some autistic Hasanabi heads in here who go, you know what? Maybe this is immoral, and I will turn this into a major issue. Okay? And then there's also some charlatans in the chat who are diehard fans who just simply want me to react to them. Some of you have that dog in you, that little itch inside of your hearts where you go, ooh, I could say something. I could say something here right now, and that'll really piss him off. And some of you hold back on that, and others are too weak. No self-respect and no restraint. So you just come in and you just immediately start baiting, and you're like, you know what? That's right. It is fucked up that you did that. Classic case every single time. Anyway, we love you, Hoglet Chatter. I don't condone an assault on you. Okay, thank you.
These other people's thoughts constantly all day long, which is valuable. It's good to get other people's perspectives on things. I think it enriches you, but at a certain point in time, become captive to it. And I think there's just too many people that are captive to other people's thoughts.
I think so too. That's why I'm so close-minded. And I really am. I'm truly closed-minded, and I think you're open-minded. And
I try to be.
And I struggle with that because just letting people pour information into my head, you know, I just tend to avoid it.
Isn't this the fucking you might be a redneck guy? He's like, right? Am I crazy?
I am engaged, you know, in that I do follow things closely, and not the stock market, but
he's one of them. He's not the plumber guy, but he's one of the redneck comedians.
Everything else, but, you know, that's been a little
don't follow the stock market right now. It's so baffling. It's so crazy. Like, what is going on? Like, the whole world's mad at us. Trump's playing golf, and in between swings, he's on the phone with presidents of countries. We're gonna need more money.
Yeah, that's what somebody told me the other day. Like, is he playing checkers? Is he playing chess? He's playing golf.
He's playing golf.
That's
like, what does that mean? Everybody wants to think there's some like grand plan to it. Well, they think the grand plan is, look, you know, we remember back when was it the 92 elections when Ross Perot was in?
Mm-hmm.
So when Ross Perot laid out what happened, do you remember during that debate where Ross Perot laid out what happened with the tariffs? So that, like, when we try to sell stuff over there, we get a high tariff. It's like a 35% tariff, but they don't get tariffs when it comes over here. It's not the same. It's not like, you know, you guys, there's a tax on everybody if you want to sell your goods to encourage people to buy American products. If you want to sell your products in America, we get a tax. That tax goes to the fucking grid or whatever the hell they're fixing with it.
Right.
Ross Perot was laying it out. Like, this is how all the jobs went to Mexico. Because, have you ever seen that, Jamie? It's see if you can find it. It's a great speech because Ross.
When he talked about the giant sucking sound.
Yes, you actually mentioned that earlier in the podcast.
That's what I was talking.
Bro, in Ross Perot's time, what's really funny about people talking about shit that politicians were saying like 30 years ago, 40 years ago, is that the global trade scheme that we designed, the American government designed, was nowhere near as complex. Okay? Like, that is, like, he was right then, and so was Bernie Sanders, and so were all the trade protectionists. But the idea that, like, this is still applicable after those guys' voices were not heard, and American capital did what it wanted to do, like, the notion that, like, this is still the same dynamic here is so fucking stupid.
Jesus Christ, they'd have smoothed the fuck out, man.
They would have said, oh, okay.
Yeah, let's be nice.
Let's make America great again.
I don't understand the trade war with Canada, because have you ever met a Canadian that had $35 in his pocket? No. They're all broke. They have $22.
Really?
And they'll buy you a beer. You know, I love Canadians. I've always, they're broke. They don't have any money up there.
How come they don't have any money?
Because it's socialism. You know, I think it's a great place. Don't you love Canada?
I love it. Well, they have socialized medicine, but it's a capitalist society.
It is, but socialized medicine, it's expensive. So
what percentage of the Canadians paying?
What the fuck? This dude said something so stupid, even Joe Rogan had to correct him. I love when that happens.
Taxes.
So I don't know.
Let's find that out. What's the Canadian tax rate? I know it's higher than Americans.
I know, mine's a bitch.
And when you go over there, you have to pay taxes too. Like if you do a gig.
Yeah, you have to pay taxes.
Yeah, you pay Canadian taxes on your
gig.
And
you get paid in Canadian dollars. I'm not going up there much for shows.
Yeah.
But,
So here it is. Canada's top federal income tax rate is 33%, while the U.S. is 37%.
Right.
However, when combining federal, provincial, state taxes, Canadians often face higher marginal rates across various income levels. That's interesting, that theirs is only 33%, ours is 37%. I thought ours was lower than theirs.
I thought ours was 40%.
Well, it is when you get to a certain tax.
Talk to anyone in Europe about how much taxes Americans do end up paying. Okay, at every bracket, and they will look at you like you're the most insane person of all time, because Americans do pay a decent amount in taxes. But guess where that goes? Bombing Yemen. The answer is always bombing Yemen. Okay? Someone has to bomb Yemen. Yemen is not going to bomb themselves. We have to bomb Yemen. Excuse me. Israel has a right to do a genocide, and anyone that tells them that they can't do a genocide is gonna get bombed. Sorry, that's how it works. And the reality is, it's not that the American taxes are high, okay? In comparison to some countries, it's lower. In comparison to some countries, it's higher, but it's unexpectedly higher. It's what we get in return. At the local level, at the federal level, a lot of it goes back to either subsidies that then turn into some form or another stock buyback, or of course defense, bombing Yemen, or R&D. And at the local level, it goes to not bombing Yemen, but instead the domestic military force, which is the police. Sometimes also to Israel, ironically enough. Yes, some of your state taxes will literally go back to subsidizing Israel. How fucking insane is that? Look it up if you don't believe me.
Bracket, correct? Isn't it? Ours changes when you get higher, right?
Yeah, it does.
33% on the portion over $246,000. What's ours in terms of like the highest tax bracket? What's the highest U.S. Is it 37? That's what it is? What's really crazy to me is when people say the rich should pay more taxes. Okay, fine. But where do you think that's going? Where's that going? Where's the money going? Is the money going to the federal government? Do you think they're good at it? Do you think they're good at managing your money? Have you paid attention to all the shit Elon's fucking uncovered? 37% is when you make over $609,000 a year. That's you, motherfucker.
Yeah, well,
yeah, Elon Musk is saving Elon Musk is saving
Currently,
the
there's
government. Anyway, Tim Pool met with Benjamin Netanyahu, ladies and gentlemen. Isn't that fucking insane? Tim Pool, foreign agent of Russia, Tim Pool, is also a major glazer of Israel. Okay? He has kind of joked about being a glazer of Israel because he knows that in the space that he occupies, like, you can't really be openly and actively shoveling Israel's dick down your throat, because people will say, especially in his audience, people will say, oh, you're like a Jewish Mossad agent. Or they'll say that, you know, Mossad has blackmail on him or some shit because they're fucking stupid. So he can't openly be shoveling Israel's dick down his throat, but he will still do it regardless. Okay? And for Timothy Pool being pro-Israel, just like a fucking CNN anchor, has yielded tremendous benefit. Okay? Tim Pool, just like Asmongold, is a centrist, a liberal-aligned centrist, but the liberals got far too woke for his taste, that type of shit. You already know. You already know what that looks like. Asmongold's doing the same damn thing. Okay? But because he is not an actual centrist, no such thing really exists, and a Republican institutional defender, he's tweeting out shit like this. Israel derangement syndrome. I said Tim Pool's an Israel dick rider. He's been cowardly on this issue from the jump. That paid off for him as he's now in the press pool talking to Netanyahu directly. Remember that next time you think about quote-unquote independent media. That's right. Tim Pool's a part of the White House press pool, ladies and gentlemen.
It's fake news about me, so last night I wasn't here. I got late word that I was invited to a private roundtable meeting with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was under what's called Chatham House rules. For those that are not familiar, this means that you cannot reveal anybody who attended, nor attribute anything to any one individual, as they can deny it, and they would. However, what I love about what the White House is currently doing, when you bring together a bunch of influencers and podcasters who don't know much about journalism, culture, whatever you want to call it, not that we respect it tremendously, most people didn't know what Chatham House meant. So...
Oh, he's mad. He's mad that the other people that were invited to the press pool outed Tim Pool for dick riding Benjamin Netanyahu. Bro, you shouldn't have throated him so hard. Is Tim going to say Israel's an enemy of the United States? Oh, fuck no. He's going to say Hamas is an enemy of the United States. He's not. He's pro-Israel.
With all due respect, it's funny because they bring us into the Blair House, which is where Netanyahu was staying. And immediately people are walking around with their cameras, their phones up. They actually took our phones from us. And I legit thought they would maintain Chatham House rules, meaning you can't quote the Prime Minister, you can't quote his officials and the other people who were there, but you...
Dog, you're a journalist. What do you mean? Or you're not, but in this situation, you're portraying yourself as a journalist. There's no such thing. Like, there's no fucking... The fuck? There's no Chatham House rules when you're talking to a fucking statesman of a foreign nation. Like, what?
You can report what was said generally. If you wanted an official quote on a specific matter, you would then ask an official once the meeting was wrapped.
Oh my God, he's literally... Oh, dude, this is like access journalism and Israel dick riding and direct access to a foreign leader. Tim Pool is literally CNN. Oh my God. Tim Pool is doing CNN.
And they provide you the exact quote. Or they would just say outright, like, we have put our quotes on that one. So the story that comes out, which basically violated whatever, I was going to talk about what we went there for a reason. This story from...
Oh my God, this video got 17,000 views. What the fuck? It's good to support small content creators, though.
Jewish Insider says Netanyahu pushes back on anti-Israel trends in a meeting with podcasters. I don't know if the individual who wrote this, Lahav Harkov, was actually there, but this is wrong. It's fake news. And people are now spreading fake news about me because I'm going to go ahead and say, as arrogantly as...
Oh my God. I'm reminded of the time when Tim Pool said, I fell off. And I wanted to kill myself because I fell off and I was really sad. Remember that? Remember when the guy who's getting 17,000 views on his video was like, Hasan fell off and he wants to kill himself. Like, he did a video about me, about something that he misunderstood that I was joking about in jest in my own Discord.
As I can to everyone else who was there. I hope you all hear me, because I'm saying this somewhat facetiously. I think I was the only one that asked a real question. Now that I've pissed off all the other journalists and individuals who were there, most people were asking what I would describe as, I don't know, I felt like pretty obvious questions. Is there going to be a war with Iran? Do you think the nuclear talks are going to be good? That Trump is going to be talking with you? Will it work out for you? What's the concern? What's going on with your prime ministership or whatever? And you get these answers that I really felt like you could have just got off Fox News. You know, the prime minister's going to get asked about this stuff, and he's going to say, I can't speak too much on the nuclear deals, blah, blah, blah. Considering this was Chatham House, and it was expected whatever he said was going to come out, I didn't see anything really substantive. However, in the story they say, Poole expressed concerns about increased anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in the pro-Trump podcasting space, according to sources in the room, so they weren't there. Poole famously had Kanye West on his podcast, and the rapper walked out mid-interview after Poole pushed back against anti-Semitic comments. Responding to Poole, Netanyahu said that the reason he invited the group is to meet with him. To me? Poole argued that there is a Qatari op to manipulate social media algorithms to make anti-Semitic and anti-Israel.
Oh, so you weren't asking questions, you were just making shit up. You were just simply making stuff up, it seems. Making stuff up that the Israeli government would appreciate and enjoy. What is this?
Dude, I'm concerned with having American aircraft carriers over there. Like, what I keep being told about the USS Liberty. That's something with the Israeli government.
No, you should.
No. Wait.
You should be careful about that.
Allegedly, the Israeli Air Force jet fighter aircraft.
I mean, they did end up paying out the American government.
So I'm concerned, like, false flag operation, like a missile comes out of Gaza and hits one of our aircraft carriers, but it was actually an Israeli missile. Well, I don't want. We should get out of there.
It doesn't. Let me stop you there. It doesn't matter what.
You should be careful. No, it would be good if Israel did that. Actually, it would be good. Don't say that.
That's weird, huh?
Dude, he's Mr. Rebel, dude. Thank God the voice of truth is out there, you know?
Israel episodes appear to receive far more views than, say, tips for picking up women. In order to incentivize podcasters and YouTubers to produce more anti-Semitic content. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our... Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is the enemy of this country.
Oh, I love that.
Non-committal in his response, saying that's only possible. Fake news!
How dare you, Tim?
Absolute fake news. It's close to reality, but this is what they do, okay? First, the person who was there clearly wasn't there. Ask somebody who then conveyed incorrectly what I actually said. I said there has been a report released from pro-Israel sources alleging Qatar is funding bots and operations to promote anti-Israel content. Is there any evidence that's true? And he said, I don't know, it's possible. That's what happened. I did not say.
Do you see Zelensky lying about China being Ukraine? Oh my God, bro, just signed the mineral deal. Yeah. Oh, Zelensky. I did. I saw. He's like, yeah, these dudes, they look Chinese. Hey, yo, these dudes are Chinese, man. They're so Chinese looking. Bro, come on. Come on. Cut the shit, dude. Just put the minerals in the bag, bro. Oh, that's awesome. No, you don't understand. Yeah, the fucking they sent the Chinese brigades over there, the People's Liberation. They're there. They're fighting, dude. Certainly.
They actually were doing that, because I don't know that they're actually doing it. However, I did, to a variety of people, express.
Can you please provide context of what you're laughing about? Zelensky came out and was like, Mr. President, we found some Chinese in the front line. Mr. President, I am here to report that we found the Chinese. Yeah. Zelensky, we captured 2 Chinese soldiers on Ukrainian territory. We have their documents, even credit cards. They're citizens of China. I believe the United States of America needs to pay more attention to what's happening today. Dude. Come on, bro. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Like, I feel bad. I feel bad for his situation. Okay? But come on, big dog. Come on, man. It's kind of funny because, like, as much as Trump hates China, I'm pretty sure he likes Xi Jinping more than he likes Zelensky. I don't get what's funny, because this is a desperate attempt to try to fucking be like, oh no, you don't understand. China is actually also on Ukrainian soil invading Ukraine. That's it. To a guy who does not give a fuck about him. And quite literally, I mean, first of all, I don't believe this, okay? I'm sorry. I don't fucking believe this at all. And secondly, even if they were Chinese nationals, the idea that they'd be anything but fucking mercenaries, even if we were to entertain that they are Chinese nationals, it's so clearly a desperate attempt to be like, Mr. President, please pay attention to Ukraine. Which he literally says right here. He says right here. It seems it's something that we should be paying attention to. Chinese soldiers on Ukrainian territory. He's like, you see, you hate China, right? You want to do tariffs on China? What is this? Here's the video with them.
Commander.
What the fuck is, what is this? What is this? What is happening here? What, BBC China? Is that?
Invade.
中国政府始终要任何形式，尤其应避免参加任何一方的军事行动。
There's a lot we don't know. We don't know if they.
He released a video of the interrogation, IDF style. This is an actor for sure, bro. The Russians don't make this much of a stink over Western countries' mercenaries fighting for Ukraine. No, because that's unstoppable. That's gonna happen. He's like, before Zelensky deleted and re-uploaded his video on Telegram, the file name was 0804 Korean Soldier 2 MP4. You have to get used to reading Mandarin. This is good training.
They are indeed Chinese, whether they're fighting.
That's noteworthy. I don't see why you're dismissing it so fast, because I don't give a fuck. Because if you think that the Chinese government is actively sending Chinese troops to fucking Russia to go and fight in the front lines in Ukraine, you're insane. It's most likely, at most, if they're actually Chinese nationals, a fucking mercenary. okay? That's why. Notice how I didn't say this about North Korean troops potentially being in Ukraine, and I said there is a likelihood that there might be North Korean troops in Ukraine, or at least inside of the Russian boundary, being utilized for internal defense or whatever the fuck. Whereas in this instance, I'm maintaining a more skeptical posture. China, that rarely ever engages in direct military conflict, is going to fuck up the bag for themselves all of a sudden for Russia's insane invasion of Ukraine. China, that is insanely restrained in its foreign policy, especially when it comes to using military force, is going to turn around and be like, yeah, we're sending a battalion. Yeah, the Chinese government now always asks Chinese nationals to stay away from areas of armed conflict. Lin Jian, spokesperson for the Chinese Foreign Office, spoke after 2 nationals were captured during fighting in Ukraine. There's no shot. It's most likely a fucking merc. And it's funny to me because Zelensky is saying this to be like, please pay attention to Ukraine. See, you hate China. You hate the Chinese. They're here. They're Chinese citizens. We caught them. And it's not going to fucking work. That's why I'm laughing. No, Xi sent those 2 guys specifically. I mean, I'm sure there's more. It's just not... It's not like an actual battalion that was sent by China at the behest of the Chinese government as like spec ops or anything like that. You forgot the Indo-China War? Are you talking about the fucking border conflict where they use literal sticks and stones? That's what you're comparing this to? That proves the point that I'm making. They literally fight one another. They fight one another. What? You are a pathetic podcaster. He's the leader of a country where children are dying. I mean, I'm not a podcaster. I think I'm a pathetic Twitch streamer, not a pathetic podcaster. And also, secondly, I have a lot of sympathy for Zelensky. Okay? I don't think you care about that. Doesn't really matter. He is absolutely getting fucking destroyed by, on the one hand, an unjustifiable invasion of his country by Russia, and on the other hand, by Western coalition that seemingly does not care about what happens to those children that are dying. Okay? This I'm laughing at because it's not going to revitalize interest in Donald Trump.
Більше приділити увагу тому, що відбувається сьогодні, і нам є що говорити.
Zelensky, we expect that China is now another country that supports Russia's invasion of Ukraine after Iran and North Korea. It's kind of funny because China literally was more understanding of the Ukrainian position than Donald Trump has been. It's like, and also on top of that, to add insult to injury, I'm almost certain that Donald Trump literally likes Xi Jinping more than he likes Zelensky. Like, Zelensky in Trump's mind, and I've said this time and time again, is lib shit, okay? He thinks Zelensky is Kamala Harris, but in Ukraine. He hates Zelensky. So I think this is an attempt that is going to fail. We expect that China is now another country that supports Russia's invasion of Ukraine after Iran and North Korea. But there's a difference. North Koreans fought against us on the Kursk front, while the Chinese are fighting on Ukrainian territory. We can't fight several countries at once, each try to take something from our land. We hope that after the situation, the Americans will talk more with Ukrainians first, and only then with the Russians. We also hope the Chinese side will respond. Low key, he would get a better deal if he went to China directly. Instead of trying to... I mean, obviously, America would nuke Ukraine if they did that, but... I'm serious. I feel like if he weren't to... If he cut out the middleman and went straight to China instead of talking or trying to do anything with Russia, really, he could probably get better gains in this process. Anyway. Yeah, this was from last month. China signals willingness to aid Ukraine's post-war reconstruction. Anyway, I don't know how the fuck we got the Chinese nationals fighting. The Chinese forces are directly invading Ukraine shit. Some very fine folks coming your way. Oh, God. Oh, Israel's National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir set to travel to the U.S. on April 20th for a 6-day visit. A source familiar to Ben-Gvir's schedule tells Balaz that the main meeting will be with his U.S. counterpart, Kristi Noem. Following his meetings in Washington, he's expected to travel to New York and Miami to meet with Jewish communities, Chabad representatives, and is set to visit the Ohel of the Lubavitcher Rebbe in Queens. Ugh. Gross. Yeah, great. Great.
Express what I've expressed on this show, that there are clearly bots that are anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. That is not to say that people who are critical of Israel don't exist, or that...
Tomorrow, South Beach sessions with Hasan the Hun live at 8 a.m. Oh yeah, this was a great convo. Yikes, gross. Also, Dan Le Batard is tall as fuck, dude. Did you talk to Alana Hadid? Yeah, I did. A long time ago. I don't know why she hasn't uploaded it yet. The Poppy Stroll's got nothing on sports freaks. Le Batard will be unfazed by your haters. Yeah.
No one is critical of Israel. People certainly are. So my concern was, and I will say this too, speaking about the meeting, how they discussed Iran, the threat, and all of these things, I feel, based on that meeting, and I don't know if this was their intention or otherwise, that they are absolutely clueless as to what is going on in this country. They are too heavily focused on kinetic, on-the-ground Israel issues, which I can understand, I guess. And my attitude, and I'll tell you one thing I said to them, to these officials. In 10 years, your support will be your support from the U.S. will be evaporating, and in 20 years,
oh no, I'm so sad. Oh no, not Israel, my Shayla, not my Israel, not the support for Israel. No, oh no. That's so sad. Evidence is piling up. Pew poll finds more than half of U.S. adults, 53%, including 69% of Democrats, now express an unfavorable opinion of Israel, up from 42% in March 2022. 99% of Congress, on the other hand, still very much firmly loyal to the state, to the apartheid state, demonstrating absolute fealty at every step of the way. One of those incidents, in terms of demonstrating absolute fealty, has resulted in this. U.S. to deny visas and green card based on anti-Semitic social media activity, targeting support for Palestinian groups and resistance to Israeli occupation and genocide. Starting today, the U.S. immigration officials will begin combing through social media posts to deny visas and green cards to individuals accused of anti-Semitic activity, including online speech. The new crackdown, announced by the Department of Homeland Security, will affect individuals applying for lawful permanent residence, foreign students, and those affiliated with educational institutions linked to anti-Semitic activity. What the Trump administration labels universities as saw significant anti-genocide protests and pro-Palestinian solidarity on campus. DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin stated, effective immediately, they will enforce all relevant immigration laws to the maximum degree. The guidance cites Trump's new executive orders combating anti-Semitism, additional measures to combat anti-Semitism, and protecting the United States from foreign terrorists and other national security and public safety threats as the legal basis for this crackdown. And by the way, this doesn't mean you're not going to get a fucking visa if you are saying anti-Semitic shit. Not you in the chat, obviously. I mean the royal you. Nazis will very much still get visas unless they are pro-Palestine or unless they've said something mean about Israel. That's what they care about. Very cool stuff overall. Thank you. Chris Kunzler made a video titled The Confused Zionism of Ethan Klein. I really like Chris's stuff on TikTok especially. He's very good. He's very smart. He is a swagged out white boy with a Middle Eastern Studies degree, I'm pretty sure. And, you know, ain't nobody holding back a swagged out white boy, a corked up white boy with a Middle Eastern Studies degree, you know? I don't know if I can watch it right now because I'm tired and I'm going to hang out with my family. So I'm going to end it here, but maybe I'll watch it tomorrow. My brother's here. I'm going to hang out with my brother and my dad. My mom's about to be here as well. Family time for me. In any case, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace out, PANICANS. Peace out. See you tomorrow.
Sunny Los Angeles.